Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again.
You're streaming with the Fantasy Follow. What's up, everybody? Welcome to TFF Live Championship Special, getting you ready for your Week 16, going for your Fantasy Football League Championships this week. Glad to have you on a special Wednesday night edition of our show this week. We got a lot to go through, but the first thing we will do is we will remind you, as always, that our live chat is open throughout the entire show, answering your fantasy football questions all show long. Even if we're doing other content, which we have a lot of other stuff to go through tonight, we'll get to your chats as soon as possible. That's what we love to do. That's what we're here for. We'd rather be talking with you than just be talking to you. Title of tonight's show is Championship Special. What we're going to go do tonight is we're going to go through some of the top matchups for this weekend's football action. We got a lot of games starting early, obviously, this week. More so than just the regular Sunday, Monday, and sometimes Thursday, but a lot of games all over the place this week. So we got a lot of top matchups to talk about. But the first thing we will do is talk to you about our headlines for Week 16. In what seems like the weekly bad news status report for Christian McCaffrey, he does look doubtful to play this weekend against Washington. Now, hopefully, if you had Christian McCaffrey this year and you made it this far to your potentially Fantasy Football League championship, you've probably either had Mike Davis throughout the year or somehow you've battled it through. But either way, if you made it this far, of course, you would hope to have him back for this Week 16 game, but it's not looking good right now. And earlier today, we heard from Carolina coach Matt Rule speaking about Christian's outlook for this weekend.
Yeah, he's doubtful. He worked today. We're not yet there. Maybe he can get there by Sunday, but I really think he needs to practice too. So him not practicing today would put him in the doubtful category for me.
Oh, I've definitely heard that one before, but more of the same for Christian McCaffrey. Tyreek Hill, another player to talk about today, did not practice today for the Chiefs. Coach Andy Reid says that he does think that he will be okay, nursing a little bit of a hamstring injury. They play Sunday against Atlanta. Certainly Tyreek Hill probably on a lot of your fantasy football rosters for championship weekend. Another guy is probably on a lot of your rosters, Stephon Diggs for the Buffalo Bills. He did return to practice today. Did seem to have a little bit of a foot injury at the end of the last game that the Buffalo Bills played in there, but Coach Sean McDermott does expect Diggs to play Monday against the New England Patriots. Julio Jones, stop me if you've heard this one before. Julio did not practice today. So far, not a great start to the week. Interim coach Raheem Morris does say that Jones might be a little bit closer to playing than he was last week, and Jones himself says that he does not want to be shut down for the rest of the year. He has missed the last two games, so we will see what happens for Julio Jones this weekend. Another guy that missed last weekend, Ezekiel Elliott. He was limited in practice today, nursing that calf injury. He himself does say that he thinks he's on track to play Sunday against Philadelphia. Of course, Tony Pollard had a nice game in his absence. So perhaps some of you went ahead and streamed Tony Pollard through to your championship games. This will be important to you to monitor that status of whether it's Pollard again or Elliott for this weekend. Another guy that's had a great year, James Robinson. He did leave that game Sunday against Baltimore with an ankle injury. He is being held out of practice this week. by the Jacksonville Jaguars. He does say that he does want to play this Sunday against Chicago, and earlier we heard from Coach Doug Marrone on Robinson's status.
James, what we're going to do is we're going to rest him. You know what I'm saying? I think, be cautious with him. But obviously he's already said he wants to play, and it feels like he will play. That's him speaking. You know what I'm saying?
So look, again, another player to keep an eye on there with James Robinson. Another guy in your backfield that you certainly would love to have back for your championship weekend, and that's Antonio Gibson. He was limited today at practice. Just the fact that he's back at practice is a good sign. They do play Sunday against Carolina, so at least some possibilities to get Antonio Gibson back for your championship game. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, another guy that has gone out with an injury this last weekend. He is doubtful this week. Kansas City has said that they are hoping to get him back for their playoffs. That is according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. High ankle sprain for CEH. Don't expect him to be playing this weekend. It'll look to be Levy and Bell in the backfield there for Kansas City. Certainly, if you have him on a lineup in your championship weekend, a little bit of a bonus, a little bit unexpected there. Potential player you might be able to plug in. Couple of Miami Dolphins to talk about here. Devontae Parker, Mike Gesicki, they both missed this last game, as did Jakeem Grant. All of those players looks like they're trending in the right direction with a decent chance to play Saturday. That game is at the Las Vegas Raiders. A couple of players to keep an eye on there. Out in San Francisco, this one is trending in the right direction. George Kittle. They do expect that he has a chance to return this weekend. Coach Kyle Shanahan says that if Kittle is ready, he will play him. So if you've been waiting on George Kittle, this is certainly a great week to get him back for Week 16 going for your championship if you've been holding off on George Kittle all this way. Eric Ebron for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He did leave that game against Cincinnati with a back injury. Looks like he was able to avoid a serious one. It does look like he is expected to play Sunday against the Colts. And then Myles Gaskin for the Dolphins. He has been activated off the protocol list there. It does look like he will be expected to play again Saturday at Las Vegas. Certainly, Salvon Ahmed. It's a downgrade for him. You perhaps were able to stream him through your semifinals. It looks like Gaskin probably back in the fold there for Miami this week. All right, those are the headlines that we take a look at. Let's go ahead and put up our notification for you all, letting you know that our live chat is open throughout the entire show. Even if we are doing other content, we will answer your questions as soon as possible. Feel free to drop that chat in there right away, even if we're going through other content. And we do have a bunch of other content for you tonight. So just be aware, even if we're talking about something else, by all means, the live chat is what we're here for. Go ahead and drop us a note there, and we will get to that as quickly as we can. All right, for tonight's show, we're going to do the same thing that we typically do on our Saturday Stars show. We're just doing a little earlier in the week with so many games that are going to be occurring before that nighttime show we usually do on Saturday. We figured we'd get you this content a little bit earlier in the week this week. And so basically, this is not a start-sit list, but it's very similar. It's talking about the top matchups for all of the Week 16 games. They're not necessarily ranked in any sort of an order of the way that I feel these players might perform this weekend or throughout these games, but they're just in a run of the top matchups, certainly players that you might want to keep an eye on, or maybe just players to watch as we go through the weekend. So we will start out, as we usually do, at the quarterback spot. And our first guy, if we talk about this week for I guess we could call it Wednesday Stars, it's kind of the same deal. It's Mitchell Trubisky for the Chicago Bears playing at the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jaguars currently allowing the second most fantasy points to the quarterback position. A quick note for those of you out there, I did notice this while I was putting together graphics for tonight's show. If you play on Yahoo, for whatever reason, the Yahoo platform, their numbers for the amount of fantasy points being allowed based on position, they're not updated. They are actually last week's numbers. I typically, put together the graphics that we use to help you with any of your lineup decisions that have those numbers on them. And as I was going through, I did notice that those numbers were not updated. So actually, all the numbers that we have tonight are courtesy of Pro Football Reference. So certainly I want to thank them for having their stuff updated. And again, Mitchell Trubisky on this list, the first quarterback we talk about, Jacksonville allowing the second most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. They have allowed 20-plus fantasy points to 8 different quarterbacks this year, and they are allowing the 5th most passing yards in the league. Trubisky has been 20-plus fantasy points in 2 of his last 4 games. Now, certainly, if you're in need of streaming a quarterback in your championship game, then not a great spot to be in. We hope that all of you have your lineup set. But, in the event that you might be, or perhaps in a two-quarterback league, Trubisky is certainly probably not out there. But again, these are players to keep an eye on that may be in play for this weekend. All right, let me get I do see a quick chat here to start off the night, so I'm going to get right to that. We will jump back to the content. We're going to jump around a whole lot tonight, as we always do. So, like I said, if the chats are here, we will go to the chats as soon as we can. This one from Chill Will. Welcome, Chill Will, one of our regulars back to the stream. Glad to have you. You say, thanks, bro, for the advice on Monty. No problem. Got a good question. I got Russ and Tannehill and Hurts on the bench. I'm thinking Hurts because it's supposed to snow in Green Bay. I can't do Russ. I don't disagree with you on that one at all. That's a tough spot to be in with Russell Wilson this weekend. Let's do this as we always do. Good start off to our chat tonight. We'll get you our graphics on the left side of your screen that help you through these decisions that we have. And the first one is the quarterback spot. So let's put up fantasy points allowed to the quarterback position. There they are. And we'll go through each of these players one by one, starting with, let's see, in the order you got them, Russell Wilson. For Seattle, that is home against the LA Rams. That's a Sunday 4:25 start. A lot of different game times, so it never hurts to know that to be up on when these games are in case it makes a difference in your decisions. At any rate, the LA Rams, as you see on your list, 32, the very last and least fantasy points allowed to the quarterback spot. Obviously, Russell Wilson's back half of this year has not been what the front half has been, and that's kind of the whole run of Seattle has been that way. But I guess let Russ cook. He's kind of just got it on simmer at this point, I think. Ryan Tannehill, the next guy that you've mentioned here, certainly had another nice game this past weekend. On the road at Green Bay Sunday. That's the Sunday night game, 8:20 game time. Green Bay, 24th. So that is the 9th fewest fantasy points allowed to the quarterback spot. And then Jalen Hurts for Philadelphia. That game, let's see where we find that one. Sunday, 4:25 p.m. on the road at Dallas. Dallas currently allowing, where they fall on the list here, 12th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. So in addition to the trend right now, whereas it seems like Wilson has been kind of on his way in a downward direction, which nobody, of course, wants to see that headed to this point in the championships. Jalen Hurts obviously is not going in that direction at all. He has been great as of late. I can't blame you one bit. I think there are a lot of players who you would consider possibly streaming Jalen Hurts over this week. I can say that in one of my leagues where I'm still going, I have Justin Herbert, and I've considered even taking a run at thinking about possibly starting him over Herbert just to mull it over. I believe he is out there in that league. It's certainly, you can't fault you for doing that at all. In these last couple games, obviously in week 14, I'm looking at half-point PPR screen, doesn't matter for quarterbacks. But in week 14, it was 19.28 fantasy points. And this last week, it was 37.82 fantasy points for Hurts, 338 yards passing, 3 touchdowns through the air, and I believe he also did have one on the ground. Yes, he did have another one on the ground. So, yeah, this is a great game for Jalen Hurts and a good matchup. It's certainly out of the players that you've just mentioned there, it's actually the top matchup. I know Tannehill's been great and Wilson's been struggling a little bit, but both of those matchups are lower than the Hurts matchup is. So, even if you weren't looking at it from anything other than a strictly matchup standpoint, Hurts is at the top of that run. To come all this way and get to your championships and then potentially be streaming a rookie quarterback, it's an interesting situation to say the least, but I don't know how you could say it's not the right choice, or at least not a choice worth very much consideration at this point. So, yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea. I'm glad that you're through the championships, and this is a good problem to have. Obviously, as you said, keep an eye on the weather. If you were to decide to go with Tannehill, he certainly has been great. Who knows? But Hurts has been the hot player. I don't think there's anything wrong with that choice whatsoever, and glad that worked out for you on the Montgomery choice there as well. So awesome to have you in the finals, and go out and get that W. And as I always say, no matter which guy you choose, I do hope that they crush it. All right, Shilwell, thank you again for being on the stream. One of our regulars, glad to have you back here on a Wednesday night. We will remind those of you on the stream that the live chat is open throughout the show. So just like Chill Will did, jump right in, drop us a chat. Even if we are going through other content, we will get to those chats as soon as we can, and that's what we love to do, and that's what we're here for. So absolutely, even if we're talking about something else, feel free, don't be afraid, jump in the chat, and we will get to those as quickly as we can. In the meantime, we will continue to go through our content, and that is talking about the top matchups. And Chill Will, you say, thanks, bro. And I say, nope, thank you for being on the stream, as always. All right, let's go ahead and look at the next quarterback in our run of top matchups for Week 16, and that's Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield's been on a little bit of a roll lately for the Cleveland Browns, playing at the New York Jets. The Jets currently allowing the third most fantasy points to the quarterback position. They have given up 20-plus fantasy points 5 times in their last 7 games and are currently allowing the third most passing yards in the league. Mayfield, 10 touchdowns over the course of his last 4 games. Certainly a great matchup and a nice run of games the past few weeks for Mayfield. Again, at this point in your fantasy leagues, if you're going for that championship, I don't know if I could potentially bring myself to stream Baker Mayfield. But again, this is not a start-sit list. This is simply looking at the top matchups that are in play this weekend. And, perhaps any of that information helps you out as you look towards your fantasy league championship. Next guy on this list, certainly a player that some of you could have going for your championships games. This is Tom Brady for the Tampa Bay Bucks this weekend, playing at the Detroit Lions, who are currently giving up the 4th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. They have allowed 20-plus fantasy points to 7 different quarterbacks this year and are currently allowing the 6th most passing yards in the league. Brady, 12 touchdowns over the course of his last 5 games, certainly has been playing great. Things have been looking up for Tom Brady. Even saw a little bit of Antonio Brown in this last game. So it'll be interesting to see how that continues for the Bucs. But again, Tom Brady, one of our top matchups for Week 16. The next guy on the list, we had him on the list as well last week. It's Jared Goff for the LA Rams. Just a very hard to predict player, a very hard to predict offense. Obviously, losing that game this past weekend, we never really saw that coming. But again, another great matchup for Goff against Seattle. Now, the last time they played Seattle, we expected big things out of their offense, and we didn't so much see it the way we expected it. So here we go again. But the matchup is there. Goff, Seattle allowing the 5th most fantasy points to the quarterback position. They have given up 20-plus fantasy points to 7 different quarterbacks this year, but none since Week 11. So things have turned around a little bit on that Seattle defensive side. They are, however, still allowing the most passing yards in the league. Goff, 20-plus fantasy points in just 2 of his last 9 games. So again, difficult to predict Jared Goff, but still a great matchup there. So we will definitely see what happens. All right, let me go ahead and jump away from the content. I see a new chat here, and let's get right to that. And this is from Chase Matheson. Welcome to the stream, Chase. I don't know if you might be a new viewer or not. Either way, glad to have you here or glad to have you back. And you say, what happened to Tyreek Hill? So let me go ahead and put up the headline that we have about Tyreek Hill. He did not practice today for the Chiefs. Now, it does appear that there were some issues in that last game for the Chiefs. I read a report saying that he was having his hamstring worked on a little bit on the sidelines. I'm not sure that he missed any time in that game. If it was very minimal. So perhaps they are just kind of a precaution by keeping him out from today's practice. But nonetheless, it's never good when you see a top player like Tyreek Hill with a did not practice in the middle of the week like this on a Wednesday. Again, the report is that Coach Andy Reid does think that he will be okay for Sunday versus Atlanta. But of course, this is something you need to monitor, especially if you're running Tyreek Hill into your championship game. So it does appear there's a hamstring issue going on. Not sure about how serious. Could definitely just be one of those rest days to make sure that he's ready to go for this weekend, but definitely something to monitor as you go through the week. All right, and thank you, Chase, for the chat. And I see Chill Will does back that up, saying hamstring. So yeah, just something to monitor. We do try to get those headlines out there because it's not always the information that you want to hear in a situation like this, but certainly will help you as you look forward to whether or not you need some sort of a backup plan, which you don't want to have to do that in your championship week. All right, we got a chat here from Munir N, one of our regulars. Welcome back, Munir N. Thank you for being with us tonight. You say pick a flex, full PPR, Godwin, Drake, Kittle, and Rodgers or Hurts, and Browns or Rams defense. All right, so a couple of different questions. We will tackle them one at a time. So talking about your flex first, we've got Godwin, Drake, Kittle. So 3 different. Let's look at the matchups in the order that you gave them to us. Wide receiver matchup. Chris Godwin for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is a good matchup for the Bucs wide receivers. On the road in Detroit, 10 o'clock West Coast. So that is 1 p.m. Saturday game in Detroit. Detroit currently allowing the 4th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I will remind you guys, if you do play on Yahoo, take a close look at those matchup numbers. When I was preparing this show earlier today and getting these graphics ready, the numbers on Yahoo had not been updated. They had gone back to last week's numbers. So all of tonight's matchup numbers are courtesy of Pro Football Reference. So of course, thank them, for having updated numbers when Yahoo didn't. But again, that's where these numbers come from. So a great matchup here for Godwin. I think he's certainly in play to be this choice. Go over to the running back side for Kenyon Drake. Let's see here. Arizona, that is a home game. Saturday, 4:30 against San Fran. San Fran 26th. So the 7th fewest fantasy points allowed to the running back spot. And then taking a look at George Kittle in the tight end spot. Same game. Arizona 28th to the tight end spot. That is the 5th fewest fantasy points being allowed. So I do want to take a look a little bit more in depth in this one. Based on the matchups, I think that Chris Godwin stands out right away as being the better matchup. Obviously, there are a lot of mouths to feed there. But if you look at some of Godwin's stats, he's had 13-plus fantasy points in 4 of his last 5 games at this point. Detroit has allowed 20-plus fantasy points to 6 different receivers in the last 5 games. They're allowing the 6th most passing yards in the league. So I'd already kind of researched some of the notes on that because we have Chris Godwin among those top matchups at the wide receiver spot. What I want to do is I want to take a look at George Kittle for the 49ers. Obviously, this is a wild card coming back off of the injury this week. However, what I wanted to note here was these two teams have played once this year. So in week 1 against Arizona, Kittle, 5 targets, 4 catches, 44 yards. I'm looking at a half-point PPR screen, which gives me 7.3 fantasy points. You would tack on an extra 2 for the full PPR. That would be 9.3. That was the game Kittle got hurt. He did not finish that game. To the best of my remembrance, is remembrance a word? To the best of my memory, nothing like good English to start off the night, right? To the best of my memory, that was the game where he got hurt. So he was certainly off to a good start against the Cardinals, despite that low number in terms of the matchup. That would tell me that if he's healthy, I'm sure he wants to get back and have a nice game versus that team, simply because of that fact, let alone the fact that he wants to get back in the lineup. Do you trust him over Chris Godwin? Hard to say, given the fact that he's been out for so long. Certainly think it's worth keeping an eye on those reports. If I compare those to Kenyon Drake is obviously, for those of you that have been with the stream all year long, not a player that I've been high on. A frustrating player to me in terms of how high you drafted him and what he's done throughout the year. He has had some nicer games, but again, this past weekend against Philadelphia, 10 carries, 26 yards, just 5 fantasy points. And I'm looking for any other reports here. It looks like, Chase Edmonds was a little bit banged up coming in that game, and it does say that Edmonds out-touched Drake 14-12, including a touchdown catch. So again, it's more the same frustration for that offense in terms of Kenyon Drake losing, touchdown, losing goal line touches to, Kyle Murray mostly, and losing a lot of his targets to. So this is a little bit of a rough one here for Drake. I don't know if I was going with him over those other 2 guys. I think in a full PPR, my thoughts are lean. I mean, it is the best matchup of those that are available there. And I am going to say, as I'm going through this, drop me a chat if you're having any issues with the stream right now, because my stream is a little bit choppy on my side of things, and I'm hoping that's only on my side of things right now. If you are having any issues there, let me know. If it looks okay, then no problem. I'll try to continue, and hopefully there aren't any issues there. It does look a little bit choppy side of things right now. So again, I think that, to me, I think Godwin is a choice here. It is the best matchup out of the matchups that we do see that are available here. Again, that matchup for Godwin is against Detroit. Detroit has been leaking just about everywhere this year. We've seen some great games through the air against Detroit. I think Godwin is certainly in line for that. Obviously, there are other mouths to feed there with Mike Evans and Antonio Brown, Rob Gronkowski. But when you have that good versus one player coming back from injury and another player who's been hard to trust, then it feels like leaning towards Godwin might be a reasonable choice for you. All right, let me check out the comments here real quick. Yes, so I see Chill Will. You do say it's choppy, and hopefully that will work itself out. Manir, and you say choppy, but sounds good. So just hopefully stick with us here, and that will smooth itself out. I do notice that it sounds like my setup here is running a little bit rougher than it normally does. So I do think it's on my end. I don't think it's the internet, so to speak. So we'll see what happens. It does look like it's getting a little bit better. Chill Will says sounds cool. Glad that's still working. Hopefully it'll stay up and running. I haven't had too many issues, knock on wood, throughout the season, but I did have one show just as I was getting ready to start the show, literally lost the internet entirely, started scrambling. That wasn't a whole lot of fun. So I'm hoping to not have to do that again tonight. At any rate, if something does happen, we'll try to get back as quickly as possible, but hopefully it continues to work for us. All right, so taking a look at the two quarterbacks that you've mentioned here, we've got Aaron Rodgers and Jalen Hurts. These sorts of decisions are going to be very prevalent this weekend because Jalen Hurts is such a hot player right now. We'll start in the order that you presented them. Green Bay home against Tennessee. That is the Sunday night game, 8:20 p.m. Green Bay, I'm sorry, I'm on the running back screen right now, so let's get the quarterbacks up. Green Bay currently 24th on that list, the 9th fewest points to the quarterback spot. And I will note that, let's see here, Chill Will has already noted in his earlier chat that the weather might be an issue in Green Bay this weekend with some snow. So take that into consideration in terms of Aaron Rodgers. Certainly he's used to playing. I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong matchup as well. He's certainly not playing against Green Bay. He's playing against Tennessee. Tennessee, the 6th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. So this is a nice matchup on that side of things. Just I think the weather is certainly something to keep an eye on. Again, that's the Sunday night game. Kind of tough when you have to make that decision early. Although not too bad. Philadelphia plays at 4 o'clock on Sunday, so at least you do have some time to kind of play that out and see how that's going there. On the road at Dallas for Philly. Dallas currently 12th on our list in terms of fantasy points to the quarterback spot. This one, to me, like I have a hard time saying whether or not, like, it would be like a fantasy game time decision to me on whether or not I want to take a chance on starting a rookie versus someone who's been as good and as consistent as Aaron Rodgers the entire season. This one might fall in the category that we talked about a little bit last week, and that is, especially since you've got a 4 o'clock and an 8 o'clock game here, you'll have the chance to kind of analyze your matchup and kind of decide, what do you feel like you need here? Certainly, I think that Rodgers has been so consistent this year. He probably is the safer floor of these two players. You probably can count on Rodgers to have a very consistent game. But again, playing against a team like who did I say they're playing against? Tennessee, I'm sorry. You would think this would be a competitive game too. So you wouldn't think it would end up in just an all running game. I do want to look at Rodgers' stats here just to call up the numbers, but I do know he's been awful consistent all year long. This last week, he was under 20 for the first time since week 6. He was literally 20 or above every game in that entire stretch since then. And even last week, he was just 18.32. The touchdowns have been amazing. 40 passing touchdowns for the year. To me, like, this could be a situation where, again, is it the floor that you're looking for? And also, Aaron Rodgers, I talked about this last week. I read a quote during the week talking about that the same players that got you to your fantasy football playoffs are going to be the ones that are going to get you to your championship games. This is kind of like the dance with the girl that brung you type situation. Rodgers has been so good all year. I would hate to go away from him, and then all of a sudden he's great, and the guy that you went to, who has been great, but we've only seen for a couple of games, all of a sudden things don't go the way you want to anymore. Obviously, we don't need to see Hurts' numbers. He had a great game last week. I won't be surprised if he has another great game. Let me see from Chill Will, backs it up, says snow not main concern. They send wind 14 miles per hour. That certainly would be a factor there. So again, the good news is you don't have to make this choice until 4. And that means you've got 2 reasons to wait and make that decision, because 1, you'll know the weather a little bit more by then. And 2, you'll kind of know where you're at in your matchup. And perhaps if you're winning big and you want to stick with your more consistent guy, then that might be the play. Or if you're down big and you feel like, hey, Jalen Hurts might have the opportunity to have the bigger game because of what we've seen him do, then that might sway you the other way. So again, this is like one of those answers that's not really so much an answer as it is like pointing you in the direction of a couple different options for you. I think that's something to think about. Taking a look at the defenses there, and I don't have a graphic for the defenses, so I will look them up. Again, these numbers are probably not going to be completely accurate because, like I said, Yahoo, for some reason, has not updated their numbers. They are still last week's numbers. But I will say the Browns playing against the Jets, you have to think anybody playing against the Jets, if you were able to get that defense, that's certainly a great option for you. So I don't know why I would possibly steer you away. I certainly wouldn't tell you that's a bad start. But in terms of the actual numbers and the fantasy points that are being allowed, let's see here. The Jets are currently allowing the most fantasy points in the league to DST. So you're talking about, again, a lot of times with defenses, it's more about the matchup and the team itself. Obviously, the Jets have been leaking. That's definitely a very reasonable start. Let's take a look at the LA Rams playing against Seattle. Certainly, you would think Seattle has the potential to put up some big points, even though they've been a little bit inconsistent lately. In terms of the stats, they give up currently, Seattle does, the 12th fewest fantasy points to the DST. So, although the Rams are a great defense, probably a better overall defense than Cleveland, the matchup is there. I know for me personally, a lot of times I will lean towards that matchup for the defensive side, especially because you're playing a team like the Jets. There are certainly, there could be weeks where it's just really bad from them in any given situation. So I think I probably like the Browns of those two simply because of that matchup. But as I always say, Munir, I hope whichever players and teams you pick here, I hope they crush it. Thank you for the chat. I want you guys to all win those league championships. So by all means, let me know how it works out for you and go out and get that W and take home that win. All right. Thank you, Munir, and again for the chat. Glad to have you back here. As always, we will move on to the next chat that we have. Welcome back, Vansco, one of our regulars. Thank you for being with us again tonight. You say, I made it to the championship in 2 out of 5 leagues. Decently happy. Yep. Anytime if you can get to 5 playoffs in 5 leagues, I mean, you're in good shape there. And at that point, you're just working to get through. Obviously, it's always going to be tough matchups once you get to playoff times. So to get through 2, you got a chance to win 2. You say debating Herbert versus Hurts in my most important league. Again, this is going to be a huge debate this year. I will say I'm in the exact same situation. I actually debated the same thing last week, Herbert versus Hurts. Stuck with Herbert, and it worked out just fine, even though Hurts did have the bigger total. This is just such a tough dilemma to be in. So let's take a look at the matchups. I will get back on my other screen here to show me each of these individual matchups so we can talk through that. And perhaps my computer will cooperate, although as long as the stream is still running, I guess I'm happy at this point. All right, LA Chargers, 4 o'clock window on Sunday versus Denver. Denver currently allowing, where do they fall on our list? I don't know why I have wide receivers up. We're talking quarterbacks. I'll figure this thing out. There we go. Denver, the 9th most fantasy points being allowed to the quarterback position. Jalen Hurts for Philadelphia on the road against Dallas. Dallas allowing the 12th most fantasy points to the quarterback position. So not a huge difference in matchups, but certainly not a bad matchup by any means for Justin Herbert. Again, this is just one of those awful, the good news again is these are both 4 o'clock games. So you will at least have a little bit extra time to make this decision and try to figure out which way that you want to go here. I can't say that I expect either one of these players to not have a nice game. I think the matchups are there. I think Herbert has been better as of late. Potentially, you want to keep an eye on the status of Keenan Allen. If Keenan Allen were not to be able to go this week, same thing with Mike Williams, then I would think that could potentially make you think twice if you were deciding to stick with Justin Herbert. I'm going to call up his numbers from last week just to take a look. 27.96 fantasy points, 2 touchdowns, 314 yards. Obviously, a couple of down games before that, but we kind of thought that this was a nice bounce-back spot for them last week. Again, that was against the Raiders. And so if you look on your list, the Raiders in 10th in terms of fantasy points to quarterbacks, Denver in 9th. Certainly not a big difference there. Again, another player to keep an eye on in terms of their health is Austin Eckler. Some reports that he might have had a little bit of a setback in that last game. It seems like more than anything, what possibly has impacted Justin Herbert this year has been the return of Austin Eckler. It does seem like once he came back, the numbers, they were certainly leaning more towards the pass without him necessarily than they were once he came back, or at least Eckler was getting more of the work, running wise or short dump off passes a lot of players to keep an eye on that might swing your way towards Hurts in that potential situation. Obviously, we know there are not really a lot of injury concerns on the Philadelphia side. A lot of their players starting to get back and starting to get a little bit more healthy. I did see Jalen Reagor left that game, but I do think that they've played most of the year without Reagor, so I don't know that he is going to make or break that matchup for Jalen Hurts. And he certainly gives you that running floor as well. So, yeah, a very decent debate there. I can absolutely see this one. I'm going to be interested to see what you decide to do with this one. You do follow up by saying it's hard to go against Herbert, who has only really let me down once, versus the Pats, but it's harder to deny the rise of Jalen Hurts, especially against the Cowboys. I definitely agree with all of those thoughts. I do think that Jalen Hurts is certainly working his way up the draft board for the 2021 fantasy drafts. It will be very interesting, and I really do think that there's a lot of talk about these dual threat quarterbacks in the league. I guess in some aspects there's some debate to be had in terms of real football, but in terms of fantasy football, like, this is your future. Like, there are guys next year that I feel is such an advantage to have a guy like a Hurts or Kyler Murray. We've even seen like Josh Allen, perhaps not as much as in the past, with that run game, Cam Newton in the past, Lamar Jackson with what he's done. Guys like that who have that running game floor protects you against a bad day throwing it. These are the guys like Patrick Mahomes, to me, is going to be the top quarterback in drafts. I don't know how you can go against him. And there are other guys who I think warrant being up there. I think Dak Prescott, when healthy, will be one of those guys. But I'll be hard-pressed, to not want to take a look at one of these dual-threat quarterbacks ahead of a guy like a Dak Prescott or a Ryan Tannehill, or somebody he just doesn't really have. I mean, not that they don't have some of it or can't have some of it, but they just don't have it the same way as what we've seen like a Hurts do. So, yeah, it is very interesting to see what happens there. This is a tough decision for you, Vansco. Again, the same thing I always say. I hope whichever guy there that you pick there, I hope that they do crush it. Let me know what you do, and hopefully you get those W's. And again, I'm thinking the same thing. I do have Herbert going in a championship game this weekend myself. I also have Keenan Allen in that league, so there are some reasons for me to keep that stack versus going against it. But last week I certainly thought about it, and if Keenan Allen had not played, it could have definitely changed my thoughts. So I'll be keeping an eye on that as well. Go ahead and get that W, Vansco. And thank you again for the chat and for being back with us on the stream. All right, we got another chat here from Chase Matheson. It says, hey, back again, no problem. Tony Pollard, my RB2 is out, CEH, and was thinking to sub him in. I also have Melvin Gordon I can put in too. So first thing we'll do here is let's go ahead and put up the piece of headlines that we have here that is pertains to this, and that is about Zeke. He was limited in practice today. He does say that he himself says he's on track to play in this game on Sunday. Now, if the player says it, that doesn't necessarily mean that the team is going to clear him per se. But I didn't get a soundbite from Mike McCarthy. I did check to see if there was one available, and there really wasn't anything good in terms of coach speak to help us out with this decision. But I do think that given the fact that Zeke was hurt the week before and did play and then was held out of that next game, I think there's a very reasonable chance that he does get back into that lineup this week. And that will certainly change your decision. I'm thinking that you probably can't trust going with Tony Pollard in that situation, given that Zeke, at very worst, would be splitting touches. Not the very worst for Pollard, but the very worst for him. That would be the very best for Pollard. And, I mean, you never know if Zeke makes it through the game, if he does play. But that's one of those where you really got to keep an eye on your reports as you get towards game time. For the Melvin Gordon side of that, let's put up the numbers. In terms of fantasy points to the running back spot, and let's take a look at that matchup. So for Denver, that is a road game, 4 p.m. Sunday against the Chargers. The LA Chargers, where do they fall? 17th. So right at the halfway point in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. I think it's very reasonable to end up going with Melvin Gordon in this spot. Obviously, it's tough to lose a player like this going into your championship game. At the same time, CEH has kind of been one of those players who you've been like, feeling a little bit up and down on anyways. So I think that Gordon is a very reasonable replacement and hopefully can get you through with a decent enough day. Obviously, you have Phillip Lindsay in that backfield as well. But let's do this. Let's take a look at Melvin Gordon's numbers over the past couple of games and find out what we look like here. All right, Melvin Gordon. I do know that he had a very nice game. I don't remember off the top of my head if that was last week or the week before, so that's why I'm checking the numbers here. Let's see. He's had a pretty good run of games here. The volume in terms of carries hasn't been huge, but apparently certainly been enough for him. Last week, 11 carries, 61 yards, 2 touchdowns, 22.10 fantasy points, and that's on a half PPR screen. Had 4 catches as well. So that means if you're playing full PPR, you would tack on another 2. That would get you to 24.1. That was against Buffalo. And so Buffalo on your list is in 12th. So the difference between Buffalo and LA is not a huge difference, only 5 spots. So you would think that there certainly is potential there that Gordon could have another nice day. Again, he's been double digits for 3 straight games now. He had 131 yards week 13 against Kansas City. And also, let's see, these teams have played once this year. It was week 8. And in that game, Gordon just 8 rushes, 26 yards. Again, on a half-point PPR screen, it was 7.7 fantasy points. So that doesn't make you feel quite as good, seeing that the numbers weren't great in that matchup before. But again, this is you're happy about the fact that this game is in LA, so there are no weather issues there. I think that's a very reasonable start. I think if Tony Pollard is the back there for Dallas, then I think there's a very good argument that you are playing him over Gordon. Again, let's take a look at that matchup just to try to make sure I'm not giving you bad information there. Dallas at home against Philadelphia, 4 o'clock Sunday. Philadelphia 20th. So the matchup is a little bit lower, but still in the same range. And Pollard, you would expect to have all the volume. So again, the 4 things I always talk about in these decisions are ability, volume, matchup, and game script in that order. So volume over matchup. Again, Tony Pollard without Zeke looks to have the volume. Should Zeke be back, then that kind of goes out the window, and you're probably looking at Gordon. And I don't know that there's really a whole lot of players that you might be able to look at on the waiver wire at this point. Guys like Salvon Ahmed, who it doesn't look like are going to be a factor so much this week, probably not available to you. So again, probably Melvin Gordon, your best bet there. And I don't think it's the worst ever. There certainly could be worse matchups there. So yeah, I think that you're okay. By all means, it's championship week, so you never want to have a spot like this where you're not able to start the player that you want to. But keep an eye on those reports. And I feel that if Zeke doesn't play, then you know you've got a player there that you can pop in there. Another guy to perhaps look for to back yourself up, potentially Benny Snell. If James Conner doesn't go, Pittsburgh against Indianapolis, not the greatest matchup either, but at least another guy that would give you an option there. So Chase Matheson, again, thank you for the chat. Glad to have you on the stream. Again, hit me up in the chat and let me know if you've been with us before. I'm not sure. I think that you may have been, but I'm not entirely sure. If you are back again, glad to have you. But if you are a new viewer, I always try to tell all the new viewers, make sure to hit that subscribe button because we are a new channel and we don't necessarily come up quite as high in the searches, and we want to make sure that you guys get those notifications whenever we have new content. And Chase, you say the 2 folding running backs are high on the waiver wire. And you say, Dolphins, not folding. Dolphins, that damn autocorrect. And forgot the name, but he is the running back wide receiver. That would be see, now you got me forgetting the name too. Yeah, come on now. It's not Gaskin and not Ahmed, but it'll come to me. It'll also come to me because I have this screen right over here to my left where I can just quickly look it up. And the name is escaping me, but I'll get it. Here we go. Come on. We got, where is he? Lynn Bowden. That's the guy you're talking about. Certainly that could come into play if guys like Jakeem Grant and Devontae Parker and Mike Gesicki are out again. He has been seeing a lot of work at wide receiver. This last week, 7 targets for Bowden. And let's see, he had 6 catches, 37 yards, no touchdowns. But he has had in the last 3 games, in terms of a half-point screen that I'm looking at, 7-2, 11-9, 7-6. So those are decent numbers, not great. I probably might be inclined to perhaps stick with a Melvin Gordon over a Lynn Bowden, but that certainly does make a difference in terms of what players are available for the Dolphins as well. So, yeah, it's an interesting spot there. But I think Melvin Gordon has played well enough in spots this year that the potential is there. There's some upside there. And, I mean, he is a guy that could have a nice game and win you that championship versus going with a guy that, yes, has been okay, but still a little bit unproven in a guy like Bowden. So, yeah, I would think if there's anybody that I would think about as a potential backup that you might want to take a look at, it would be Benny Snell for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Again, that's not a great matchup. They are playing the Colts, and the Colts a little bit lower. Let's see, where do they fall here? Fantasy points to running backs, 21st. So kind of right in the same range. If Connor doesn't play, even Snell ceded some of his work there to Anthony McFarland as well. So I don't think that Gordon is an awful choice for you. Hopefully it doesn't come down to that, and you're crushing your opponent, and you're just taking a victory lap anyways at that point. You know what I'm saying? So Chase Matheson, thanks for the help. No problem. Thank you for being here, and absolutely glad that you are on the stream with us tonight. All right. Let me go ahead and put up this notification again to remind everybody that the live chat is open, answering your fantasy football questions all show long. That's what we'd love to do. That's what we're here for. We have plenty of other content, but we will jump back to these chats as soon as they are there, and that is the most important thing that we have here. And here we go with a new one from Colton Cash, one of our regulars. Welcome back, Colton Cash. You say Swift or Gio Bernard. Let's take a look at the numbers. Fantasy points allowed to the running back spot on the left side of your screen. DeAndre Swift, first player that you mentioned there. Detroit, that I believe is a home game. Don't quote me. Let me make sure that I'm saying that correctly. One click too many over here on this other screen. Yes, that is a home game, 1 p.m. Saturday against Tampa Bay. So in terms of the numbers, Tampa Bay currently 31st, second fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. Swift is a guy that I've liked a lot this year, has played well, but this is a tough matchup. On the flip side of that, you've got Gio Bernard for the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, we did see a report already that Joe Mixon will not return this week. So, again, you do expect it to be Gio Bernard in that backfield. Coming off the miracle against Pittsburgh, I have no idea how in the world that happened. Ryan Finley just running the ball everywhere. I watched that game, and I was like, what are they going to do? Finley's just going to take it and run again. Like that was their best play, is give it to Finley, just snap it and do something. But Gio Bernard did have a very decent game. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I will get those for you momentarily. The matchup is, let's see, Cincinnati on the road against Houston. Houston, a great matchup to running backs. Second most fantasy points in the league to the running back position. So the matchup edge here is clearly in Gio Bernard's favor. I know that Swift has been somebody who has been very good and has probably overall been better than certainly Bernard has been. But in this situation, you're still talking Swift, is not the only guy in the backfield there, although he's been getting most of the work. Does say he dominated backfield touches last week. Looks fully healthy. His numbers last week, 15 rushes, 67 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a half-point screen, 20.20 fantasy points. So certainly a great game there. Let me take a look and see if there is any other information that could help us out here. I don't believe so. Again, the situation is not as good of a matchup against Tampa Bay. Certainly Swift is a player that is capable of overcoming that matchup. But when you look at the flip side and you talk about Houston, Houston has absolutely been leaking fantasy points to running backs throughout this year. A great matchup here. I think difficult to not go with this one in this spot. When you're talking about a team that's playing the team that's giving up the second most rushing yards in the league, I think that's a matchup that you absolutely like in order to win your championship. Let me just take a look, because I did do a little bit of research on this one already. Let's see. Houston has allowed 15-plus fantasy points to 13 different running backs this year, currently allowing the second most rushing yards in the league. I think I said, if I didn't say Houston, that's who I meant. That's allowing that. Then this last week, again, Bernard, 83 yards, 25 carries, had a touchdown there. That was 22.7 in a full PPR, 22.2. So we had one catch that was added on the half. I mean, I know Swift has been good, and it's a little bit difficult to sit a Swift for a Bernard in this situation. This is one of those cases where I will tell you, like, you guys know your rosters better than anybody. If you feel like this is your fantasy championship, you've trusted Swift, and you want to go with the guys that got you here, then I don't fault you at all. At the same time, with that matchup being as good as it is for Bernard, I think that if it were me, I would put serious consideration into making that swap for Gio Bernard and taking the chance on that matchup. Again, it might be a situation where, do you feel like, are you in a spot where you are projected to be behind your opponent and you feel like you need a more swing for the fences play that certainly is Bernard here. I think the potential based on that matchup to have a big game is there. Perhaps Swift, you like the talent over Gio Bernard. Both teams are, I mean, it's very easy for both of these teams to be down and to have to kind of abandon the run. I don't think you have any better of a chance for Detroit to be leading in that game versus Tampa Bay than you do for Cincinnati. So I don't think the game script really comes into it. So it's simply a case of, do you trust the player that's you've been running with all year, more or less, or do you take a shot with this guy who has been just kind of but has a great matchup and had a great game last week? I personally like Bernard here, but I can't fault you for sticking with Swift if you do. But certainly, hopefully the information helps. The matchup edge is definitely there for Bernard if you want to take that chance. I can't fault you either way on that one. Let me take a look at a follow-up here from you. You say, what do you think the Seahawks odds to get to the Super Bowl? The way they've been playing, I can't say that I like them at this point. I think I like New Orleans. I think I've liked New Orleans the entire year to come out of the NFC. I know a lot of people want to talk about Tampa Bay. I will be surprised if it's Tampa Bay that makes their way there. I don't know who else it is that's necessarily challenging them. I think Green Bay, certainly a Green Bay New Orleans championship game in the NFC would be very interesting. I think the potential is there for that. The Seahawks is, I mean, for the way they started the year, it's weird because like to start the year, like defense non-existent and Wilson throwing the ball everywhere, crushing it. And now the defense has kind of picked it up and the offense is just like, what happened? So, I think it's hard to say. Obviously, matchups when you get to the playoffs are going to be a lot of that. But I think that New Orleans, the way they played without being fully healthy the entire year, if they can get completely healthy, Michael Thomas back in the fold, Breeze healthy, Kamara still crushing it, I still like that team. I think Green Bay is an interesting opponent there in the NFC. I certainly think there could be other teams in play there. But I think those two are very, very reasonable thoughts to clash to make it to that Super Bowl game. So we will definitely see what happens. Colton Cash, I'm curious if you're a Seahawks fan, if you're out in the Northwest there, or if you're just thinking about that team making it there. But either way, glad again. Thank you for the question. And as far as that goes, the Swift or Gio Bernard, as I always say, I do hope that whichever guy you pick there, I hope they crush it, and want to see you go ahead and make your way to your fantasy league championship. All right, let me say again here, as I go through these chats, let me just remind you guys, if I miss anybody's chats, because sometimes I start jumping around, please do let me know. Just be like, hey, just drop a chat and say, hey, Joe, you missed mine. I don't do that intentionally, but sometimes it happens. We'll quickly remind you that the live chat is open the remainder of the show, and I haven't gotten one of these up in a while, so I want to hit these up really quick. I do see more chats, and I will get to them. But I do want to give you our information in terms of our main show, and that's the TFF Live Sunday pregame show. Week 16, championship week. We're on this Sunday at 12 noon. Same deal as this, answering all your fantasy football questions and getting you ready for that big weekend matchup. And again, the rest of our information, you're here with us on YouTube, and we're glad that you are here. We are also on Twitter at The Fantasy Follow, and that's fantasy spelled FNTSY. You can also send us your fantasy football questions to our Twitter account during the week using the hashtag AskTFFLive, and we will answer those questions live on our Sunday pregame show. And then Facebook/The Fantasy Follow and our website, fantasyfollow.com. More than anything, I want to remind you guys, especially for the new viewers, because we are a new channel, we want to make sure that you guys are all able to get those notifications whenever we have new content. So if you like what you see here, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And again, we appreciate you guys that have been with us all year doing the same. So, all right, back to the chats. And again, the live chat is open for the entire show. We have plenty of other content to go through, but the chat is what we love. We will get to those first before we go to anything else. So let me scroll back down and see where we are at next here. And I'll say Colton Cash follows up and says, yeah, I'm a Seahawks fan. Absolutely wish you the best of luck. Always good to have a team to root for. I will say that I am in Buffalo here, so I am Bills Mafia. And the year that we've been having it's been absolutely a ton of fun. We haven't had the greatest of years. Obviously when as a fan base, we're known mostly for jumping through folding tables, not that I've tried to do that myself, but when that's what you're known for, it's kind of nice to have some wins to go along with that. So yeah, it's been nice. So absolutely, for real football, always good when your rooting interest can make a nice run. All right, let me go ahead and move on to the next question here. Again, if I miss anybody, please let me know. But I do think that next up is Jared Mendez. Jared Mendez, I'm not sure if you were if you've been with us before or if you are new. Either way, glad to have you with us tonight. I do try my best to remember all you guys that have been with us in the past. The more we continue to grow and the more people we have on the chats, again, sometimes I'll lose my mind a little bit and I'll not really remember, but I try my best to remember which guys of you have been here before. So either way, glad to have you. You ask, Deshaun Watson or Justin Herbert? All right, let's take a look at the matchup numbers on both sides of this. Fantasy points to the quarterback spot. Houston, they are on the road, I believe. No, they're home against Cincinnati, 1 p.m. on Sunday. Cincinnati, 21st in terms of fantasy points allowed to the quarterback spot. So a middle matchup. Again, Watson last week didn't have a great matchup, but he's one of those players that I feel like overcomes those tough matchups with regularity. And he is a top player. So I feel that Watson, a lot of times, even when the matchups aren't great, still a player that a lot of times you will still continue to trust. Justin Herbert on the flip side of that, Chargers home against Denver, 4 o'clock Sunday, and Denver currently the ninth most points to the quarterback spot. So certainly the matchup edge is there for Justin Herbert, and I definitely think that Justin Herbert has played plenty good throughout this season to warrant this being a potential to be a fine start for you. What I do want to do is look up Deshaun Watson's numbers from last game. Just to take a look. I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head that he had. I do think that he had a very nice game. 23.42 fantasy points. Yeah, 373 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. Again, that was against Indianapolis. So if you look at your matchups, Indianapolis currently 25th. So 8th fewest fantasy points to the quarterback spot. This matchup is not as far down the list, still kind of in that same range. But again, I do feel like Deshaun Watson is a player that frequently overcomes tough matchups. And in this game, the chances of game script hurting you a little bit for Watson here, potentially this is a game where Houston might not necessarily be down quite as badly as we've seen them be down in some of their games. So perhaps they are running the ball a little bit more. And Deshaun did have 25 yards on the ground last week as well. So he can always add those yards on the ground. I think in this case, to me, I find it like Herbert's been very good all year long, and he did have that little bit of a dip, but then last week a nice bounce back and another really good matchup here. I probably lean towards Herbert, I think, in this situation. Again, the weather's not a factor, being that it's a home game in LA, so you're not worried about that. I don't know that. Let me go back. Houston I did say a home game as well, right? Let me double check that. Yes, I do believe Houston was a home game as well. So weather not a factor in either game. I think that I actually don't think that either one of these guys is a bad start. Now, I think if you had Deshaun Watson versus someone else that had a lesser matchup, I might be more inclined to go with the Watson side of it because of the fact that he is solid. But I also think that you could call Herbert very solid this year as well, and he has the better matchup. So again, I like to talk about those 4 factors being talent, volume, matchup, and game script. The talent level, I think, is there for both of these guys. I think Watson is a stud. Herbert will probably be saying that same thing about in upcoming seasons, being that it was only his rookie year. I think that you still give the edge a little bit to Watson in terms of the higher tier player, but I think the matchup is much better for Herbert here. I probably lean in that direction. And again, I think that Herbert has been good enough all season that although Watson has also been good, you can certainly go that way and feel pretty good about it. So, again, I always say whichever guy you pick, I do hope that they crush it. I think to me, if I had to pick one, I think Justin Herbert's a fine start here. But again, whichever guy you pick that, wants you to get those W's, and definitely hope to see you back here and let us know how it went here. Let me just see if there are any follow-ups. No, I don't see any. So thank you, Jared, for the question. Let me see. Vansco says I missed a question here about Robbie Anderson. So let me scroll back up and find that question. Here it is. I see it. Sorry about that, Vansco. Thank you for letting me know. Again, if I do miss these chats, just let me know. On my streaming service here, I end up scrolling back and forth, and it does happen. So I appreciate you doing that for me, Vansco. You say, how do you feel about Robbie Anderson this week? I currently have him in my flex with Kupp as my WR2. I have a few other options, Le'Veon Bell, Pittman Jr., and Antonio Gibson if he plays. All right, let's put up some numbers here, starting with Robbie Anderson. I can't say that I feel great about this matchup at Washington. It's a 4 o'clock game on Sunday. Washington, obviously, in terms of the numbers, second fewest fantasy points allowed to the wide receiver spot. I don't love this one for them. It's obviously not a great matchup. I don't know if we have really any other information to go on besides that. This is not a repeat game for these two teams, but I feel like I would be a little bit hesitant on that one. I have to say I don't know how I feel about the Seattle matchup either. Because playing against the Rams, obviously that is a tough one, and the Rams the second fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Neither one of them are great. I think I probably feel that in terms of the fact that you have Kupp ranked ahead of Anderson as your WR2, I don't think I would disagree with that. Although I do want to call up Kupp's stats from the last time they played this year and take a look to see what he did the last time. This Rams offense is so unpredictable to me. Like, I just feel like you never know what you're going to get from them so much. What did I say? Cooper. I got the wrong side of it. What am I talking about? Cooper Kupp doesn't play for Seattle. Cooper Kupp plays for the Rams. Well, that's a little bit different. Seattle, the fifth most fantasy points to wide receivers. And there goes my camera out of focus again. You know, this thing. I'll fix that in a minute. So the last game against Seattle, Cooper Kupp, 7 targets, 5 catches, 50 yards, 7.5 fantasy points. That's in a half-point PPR. If you're playing full, that would take you up to 10. You expected him to have a big day against Seattle. Same thing with Robert Woods. It didn't really happen. Seattle that was kind of the start of their run where Seattle, like, all of a sudden, like, why is Seattle playing better all of a sudden? So, yeah, I think either one of those are a little bit iffy, in my opinion. I think some of those other players that you mentioned are certainly interesting. If we put up the running backs, Le'Veon Bell with no CEH, certainly Bell played pretty decent when CEH wasn't in the game this last week. And the matchup is home 1 p.m. against Atlanta. Atlanta not great in terms of fantasy points to running backs, the 5th fewest. So not necessarily a great spot. So far, it looks like a lot of bad matchups we got to choose from here. Indianapolis on the road against Pittsburgh, 1 p.m. on Sunday. Pittsburgh at the 24th, so 9th fewest. Pittman kind of been a little bit up and down. I would say out of all these guys, I probably would like to see Antonio Gibson back this week. I think that'd be fantastic. Washington at home against Carolina. Carolina, the 8th most fantasy points to the running back spot. I think if perhaps you can get Gibson back this week, that's a huge one for you. I would certainly feel much more comfortable with him, given his health, as your flex over a guy like Anderson in a tough matchup. As good as Gibson's been this year, you'd love to be able to have him for your championship. And I think Vansco, tell me if I'm right here, but I'm guessing that you would probably play Gibson all day if you had that opportunity. So look for that report. I think I like Gibson over Anderson, and I do see that you have Gaskin as well. Gaskin expected to be back here. I also might consider playing that Gaskin in that flex spot because you expect him to get all the volume for that team. And again, Miami, the matchup at Las Vegas. Let's see, that's a Saturday night game. But again, the Las Vegas matchup, fantasy points to running backs, the 3rd most fantasy points in the league. So I think that either one of them, I'd be hard-pressed not to at least make that consideration to swap out over Robbie Anderson. Certainly Anderson could play well, but the matchup's not there. A lot of times it just simply comes down to that. So let me go ahead and take a look at numbers here just to help back that up a little bit. I'm going to call up what Anderson has done in the past couple of weeks here. And I do see another chat saying that I missed one. I will skip back to that as soon as I can here. I probably did, as I do from time to time. Let's see. Anderson the past few weeks. This last week, just 5 targets, 2 catches. That was against Green Bay. Let's see where Green Bay fell on that list. 22nd. And then this week we're talking about Washington, so an even tougher matchup. I think there's a reasonable chance with the quarterback situation in Washington that this either is a game that Carolina is leading and perhaps running the ball more, or simply perhaps a very low-scoring, ugly game on both sides. I think that's very possible. We did see Anderson have a couple of double-digit games before that, 13-7 and 17-4. Again, those are half-point numbers, so if it was full PPR, you'll tack on a couple more for each. But in terms of the other options there, I would think very hard about Gaskin, and I would think I would want to play Gibson if I could. I would love to have Gibson after having the year that he has had. I would love to be able to take a run with him to go after that championship if possible. Gaskin, the last game he played, 13.1 fantasy points and a half-point PPR. He had 90 yards on the ground. That was sandwiched between a lot of missed games. So if he's healthy, I feel like they'd probably go with him. I wouldn't think that he's going to lose that many touches because it seems like Miami has kind of been leaning with one guy, whoever that guy is that they happen to have. I think that's definitely a decent option for you. And again, the matchups for all those seem to be a little bit better compared to that Anderson matchup. So I would at least give some consideration to both Gaskin and Gibson. Obviously, I know that you are plenty capable of making that best choice when you get to five playoffs in a season. Vansco, I know that you have the backlog and the information to be able to make that choice. I do think that going with either one of those guys is certainly not wrong. And I think even like Le'Veon Bell, I don't know that I would necessarily trust a Pittman going that far down the line because Anderson is still probably going to be that number one guy for Carolina. And again, Indianapolis is the matchup all that much better. Let me take a look here. Getting back to my screen. And again, I do see the couple of chats that I missed. I will get back to those next. Indy, let's see, on the road at Pittsburgh. Yeah, the matchup's not going to be all that much better there on that side either. So yeah, Pittsburgh at 24th. So yeah, I think Gaskin's matchup is better for Miami, way better in that aspect against Las Vegas. And Bell's matchup is not that much better. But if you can get Gibson back, then you've got two great matchups in either one of those two guys, and then slotting in Kupp potentially as your WR2 and sticking with him. Against Seattle, certainly Seattle, the potential is there. Although with that Rams offense, you never quite know exactly what you're going to expect lately out of there. But it seems like the potential is there. Let me go ahead and see if you say this is about passing over your Robbie Anderson. No pressure. I'm going to hit your follow-ups here. Let's see. I don't see any follow-ups about questions, so I will get I see one about the Bills. I'll talk about that later, so I can get to these other ones that I missed first. Vansco, thank you for the question again. This was the original one, just for any of those that's watching, that's curious. I do hope whichever guys you're there that you picked there do crush it. I can't fault you with the way you have these guys slated here, and I think that the lines that you're thinking along are very valid. And I think that if you get a Gibson back or even potentially a Gaskin, I think there is a very good argument to slide one of those guys in over a Robbie Anderson, especially since I can't remember if you're playing in PPR or standard. Standard for sure. I think there's even more argument to be made there about one of those running backs. Let's see here. And you say, thanks, man. I always appreciate the help. Sometimes you need multiple viewpoints before you can start someone. I absolutely agree with that. And again, that's why, I know that there are a lot of streams out there, and I don't know, how much different mine, is from other ones in terms of the way I present these points. But I like to try to put up, and you say full PPR. That is certainly a reason to consider to think about Anderson as that spot. In terms of these questions, I do try to give, I'll always give you my opinion, but I try to back it up with a lot of information because, again, like I always say, you guys know your rosters. So I might say something when talking through one of these matchups that kind of leads you in the direction that you want to go, even if it's different from the opinion that I happen to say. I mean, you might listen and you might say, okay, Joe, that makes some sense. Or you might say, no, something else you said there, kind of like one of these other guys, I have a feeling. And if that's the case, by all means, I don't fault you at all to go with that spot. That's kind of why I like to give all this different information so that, not only my opinion, but fantasy football is all about opinions, and there are many. And by all means, I don't think that mine is the only one. So I do always try to back it up with some information to help you make those decisions in the long run. Want you guys to be able to use all that, take it to your advantage, and go after those wins. So again, Vansco, one of our regulars, appreciate you being here. Thank you very much for being on the stream as well. And I'm going to move back up. Okay, so Ben says I skipped over your question. So I'm going to look up for Ben, and I think that I see you up here. Yes, here we are. Tell me if this isn't the original question that you had and I missed another one, let me know. But I think this is the first one you had. Ben, welcome to the stream. If you're not sure if you're a new viewer or not, I think you might be. Glad to have you on tonight, and let's see what we can do. Pick one: Ayuk, Keenan Allen, A.J. Brown. And I think you had another. Yes, you do. It says actually pick two: Ayuk, Keenan Allen, A.J. Brown, Nick Chubb. All right, so let's get some matchups up here on the screen to take a look at. We will start in the order that you presented. Brandon Ayuk, who I have loved this year for San Francisco. That is a road game, 4:30 Saturday against San Francisco. Let's see where the 49ers fall. 18th in terms of fantasy points to wide receivers, right in the midway point. I think Brandon Ayuk has such a high usage in that offense. They do so much with him. It gives you a very nice floor and the potential for nice games regardless of the matchup. Now, I do think what's going to be interesting to watch this week is the return of George Kittle. Does that impact? Certainly, Ayuk without Kittle gets a tick up because that volume is going to be even more or even better for him. Kittle certainly is going to work his way back into that passing game if he plays. So certainly something you want to keep an eye on in terms of whether or not George Kittle does return to that lineup this week. Might sway your decision one way or the other. LA Chargers home against Denver, 4 o'clock Sunday. Denver on our list, 20th. So that is the 13th fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot, right about in the middle. Not a whole lot different from Arizona, really. I mean, 14th is a little bit better at 14th. But again, Keenan Allen is a guy that you got to look at in terms of his health. He was not fully healthy for this last game. They expected him to be on a little bit of a snap count. They certainly limited his usage. And I did see a report that they were concerned that he did suffer a little bit of a setback in that last game. So you want to monitor Keenan Allen during the week to get a decision on whether or not he's going to be a full go in this game. Keep an eye on that. A.J. Brown for Tennessee. That's a road game against Green Bay. A.J. Brown has been great this year. Sunday night, 8 o'clock. Let's see the matchup. Green Bay currently allowing the 22nd most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. So they're right about in that same range as Denver. I think, again, A.J. Brown is a top-tier player. Probably you would make the argument out of those three wide receivers that you mentioned that A.J. Brown would be the top tier of those players. And again, I always talk about 4 factors here: talent, volume, matchup, game script, in that order. So in terms of when I say talent, that's what I'm talking about. Who is your top tier players? Who are your top tier players? Who have you been leaning on all year? I think that Brown gets the nod in that one. But I think that potentially Ayuk, if Kittle doesn't play, could be equal or better in terms of volume. And that's reason to consider that. And then when we go over to the running back side, Nick Chubb, who has been great all year, and I like a whole lot. This is a 1 o'clock game Sunday against the Jets. The Jets currently allowing, let's see where they fall, 22nd in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. That number has been sliding. They were up in the teens recently. So they have been a little bit tougher as of late to the run game. Now, Nick Chubb is great. The Cleveland Browns are a great run team. I would trust him against most all matchups. Again, to me, in terms of top-tier player, you're certainly talking Nick Chubb is one of them. I think out of all these 4 players, I think if I had to order them, I probably, believe it or not, I probably put Keenan Allen 4th at this point because of the potential of him not being fully healthy. I would probably have to slide him down that far. I think that Brandon Ayuk probably, the matchup is better there. I'll probably move Ayuk to 2nd because of the matchup against Arizona. But if let's put it this way, if there's no George Kittle, I'll put Ayuk 2nd. If George Kittle is back, I'll put him 3rd. I would probably put Nick Chubb at number 1, unless you're playing in a PPR league. That would change my thoughts. I think that Nick Chubb has been so good, and Cleveland has been so good on the ground. I think it's hard to go against him. I would probably put A.J. Brown at number 2 because the talent that he's had all year and the amount of great games that he's had, his upside is there. I think it's close. I think really those 3 guys are all reasonably close. There could be other factors involved. Let me see, Ben, if there are any other follow-ups. You said pick 2, right? I know sometimes I get going with these things, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right, pick 2. I'm glad you reminded me of that. So, perfect. If we only got to pick 2, then I don't have to sit Nick Chubb, and I'll say A.J. Brown and Ayuk. Make that choice based on whether or not George Kittle plays. If George Kittle doesn't play, then Ayuk has the better matchup, and certainly the volume is there. If Kittle plays, then I think there's a very good chance he cuts into that workload some, and perhaps that takes A.J. Brown up a little bit higher, and that's, again, against Green Bay. The matchup is a little bit lower down, but A.J. Brown is a stud. You've been trusting him all year long. You probably lean on those players that got you here. They got you this far, and try to let them take you through to that championship. Keep an eye on those reports. And again, I do think that Ayuk and Brown are close. I think that Keenan Allen, unless you hear that he's completely healthy, and Keenan Allen's one of those guys that has had, as we know, injury problems. There could be situations where perhaps you're playing a guy that's playing Justin Herbert, and I might be able to find an argument for why you play Allen there to make sure that you get the points. You do say that it's full PPR. So yeah, certainly I do think that in that case, you could actually find an argument for playing both Ayuk and A.J. Brown. So I guess what I'm saying is, Ben, I've got it down to 3. And 2 out of those 3 is what you're looking at there. Full PPR, I could see you going Ayuk and Brown over Chubb. I just think that Cleveland has been so good running the ball. I find it hard to put Nick Chubb on the bench at this point. So that's why I kind of feel like, you might be picking between Ayuk and A.J. Brown. And Ayuk is the better of those 2 matchups. Again, without George Kittle, you're not worried about his volume taking a hit at all. So I would look for that. If Kittle doesn't play, I think I'd probably slide Ayuk to number 2. If Kittle doesn't play, then it might be more of a coin flip, and you might be able to lean on your stud in A.J. Brown in that situation. But I do think that out of those 3 guys, I think you're going to find, good production there. So I would say if you're, again, being that it's full PPR, if you're the type of player who likes to lean towards having that wide receiver in your flex to get that PPR value, then I think Ayuk and Brown. If you're the type of player who likes, like I am, I like to have a running back in my flex. I feel like it gives a better floor, a safer floor. And certainly Chubb has been so good. I know he doesn't get as much involvement in the pass game there, but I've liked his work a whole lot over the course of the season. So again, yeah, I think I've narrowed it down to those 3. And hopefully that gets you where you need to get from there. And again, you have some thoughts. Check out your opponent, see if there are any players in common. If you're playing against Ryan Tannehill, then those are reasons to play A.J. Brown, because you want to make sure if he has a big game that you get some of those points and you protect yourself. Or if you're there's probably not, the only other person you'd probably be worried about there is Justin Herbert that might be in that situation. But I like your choices. I think Ayuk is in for a big game, and Chubb I think is in for their typical Cleveland run game. As long as George Kittle isn't playing, I like probably those as your 2. But I could certainly see A.J. Brown as a thought to slide in there, especially if Kittle plays. And Ben, again, I hope whichever guys you do pick, I do hope that they crush it. I want to see you get those W's. And of course, in this situation, you're talking about a fantasy championship, so we want to see all you guys on the stream come back with those championships. The more, the better. So do hope those guys crush it for you. And thank you, Ben, for being on the stream. And thank you for the question. Let me just make sure there are no more follow-ups. I see one. Thank you. I subscribe. I say no, thank you. Definitely appreciate the sub. Again, all of you guys that have been regulars, we totally appreciate you being with us all year. We're working our way towards that goal of 100 new subscribers, and all of you guys have helped us towards that as we continue to grow. So it's been great, talking fantasy football throughout the season with you guys. And again, I want you guys to all win those championships. And hopefully some of that information helps out Ben. Go out there and get that W. All right, let me see who's next up here again. If I miss anybody, please let me know. Next up, I see here Braden Toll, one of our regulars. Welcome back, Braden. You say, I made it to the championship. Awesome, man. Congratulations. And Vansco joins in and says congratulations as well. Glad to have you in here, Braden Toll. Glad to see you're having some success. First time in a money league. Hoping I have a healthy Tyreek Hill and Keenan Allen. Well, I definitely will agree with you on that one. I have Keenan Allen going in a league for the championship this weekend as well. I have him stacked up with Justin Herbert in that league. Last week, it was quite a dilemma for me because when Keenan Allen is the guy that's hurt, there's certainly, I had all these things going through my mind. Like, should I get Keenan Allen out of there? Should I get Justin Herbert out of there? And if I do, what do I do? It just so happens in that league that I was also waiting on Julio Jones to see if he was going to be healthy, and he didn't end up playing either. So it's been rough. Sometimes these things happen, but luckily it worked out. I hope it works out for you with these 2 guys as well. I think that you are going to be fine with Tyreek Hill because it doesn't sound like this is a real serious concern. I think this is just precautionary. I would be more concerned with Keenan Allen at this point. He's been more the injury-prone player, I guess you would say, over the course of his seasons. And I did read a report where they thought that he might have had some sort of a setback. I don't believe he practiced today. I think that I did see that as a report. So again, that is a rough little spot there for you. But hopefully you have some backup plans just in case one or both of those guys aren't going. You don't like to have that situation when you get to a championship. But again, hopefully that you're able to make it through and get that first W. So always that first fantasy football championship is a great one. So go out there and get it, Braden Toll. We're glad you've been with us all year, and hopefully you go out there and get that win. All right, next up, Mary Dedon. Welcome back, one of our regulars, Mary Dedon. You say A.J. Brown or Marvin Jones. This one is a tough one. Let's put up the numbers. Start out with A.J. Brown, Tennessee on the road at Green Bay. That is an 8 o'clock Sunday night game. Let's see here. Green Bay, 22nd in terms of fantasy points allowed to the wide receiver spot. The flip side of that is Marvin Jones, who has been very good as of late. Home game, Saturday, 1 p.m. against Tampa Bay. Tampa, let's see here. They are 11th. I got a bug flying around. I hope that's not coming through on the stream. Tampa Bay 11th in terms of fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Better matchup for Marvin Jones. Certainly A.J. Brown has been a stud this year, so it's hard to sit him on the bench. But Marvin Jones has been pretty good and has the better matchup. This is a tough sit. This is a tough move to make. This might be one of those where I would suggest to you to try to kind of figure out where you're at going into your matchup. Like, do you feel that you are possibly projected a few points behind and you feel like you need more of a swing for the fences play? In that case, you might be able to make that move and go away from your stud and go to Marvin Jones. Again, Jones, in the past 4 games, has had this is his targets in the last 4 games: 12, 12, 8, and 12. He's been locked in without Kenny Golladay there. Again, Matthew Stafford, as long as he's healthy, which he got through that last game, it seems, is just fine. This last game against Tennessee, Jones was 12 targets, 10 catches, 112 yards with a touchdown, 22.20 fantasy points, and a half-point PPR. In a full PPR, it would be 27.2. So that's certainly great. I think he's a fine start. And again, I know it's tough to sit a guy like A.J. Brown. I would have a hard time sitting A.J. Brown as well. I'm wondering if perhaps you have some way that you might be able to work them both in. Perhaps you have a running back in your flex that you might like A.J. Brown over. Hit me back in the chat and let me know as soon as I can spell the name Brown correctly. I'm going to call up his stats, but hit me back in the chat and let me know if there are any other situations that you might have with like a running back in your flex that you might feel more comfortable with an A.J. Brown over him. And hopefully by then I'll have my computer actually working. AJ, how come A.J. Brown isn't listed like when you type in A.J.? That's kind of frustrating. I'll do it this way. Tennessee, wide receivers. All right, here we go. A.J. Brown's got a questionable tag right now. I don't know what that is all about. Last week, 5 of 6 targets for 44 yards, had a touchdown, 12.90 in a half PPR. Tack on the extra for a full, and it's 15.4. He's had very few bad games. Again, this might be a situation where I would even say, like, I don't even know if I can say that Marvin Jones, the safer floor is probably with A.J. Brown because he's the higher tier player, but Marvin Jones has been so good for the past few games without Kenny Golladay. I mean, it will be surprising if he doesn't play well. And again, that matchup for Jones is very good. So I'm hard-pressed to not say that the answer that I lean towards in this situation is Jones between these two guys, despite how good A.J. Brown has been. Tampa Bay, 11th. And the flip side of that, Green Bay is 22nd. That's a pretty good difference. I probably have to like Marvin Jones in this one. Again, I hope whichever guy you pick here, Mary Dedon, I hope that they do crush it. Let me see if there are any follow-ups here, and I don't see any. So absolutely hope that you are able to get that W in your championship round. All right, let me go ahead. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this graphic on the left side. Let me put up real quick another reminder before I get to the next chat. All right, let's do this one. We'll put up the live chat reminder, letting you know that we are here to answer your fantasy football questions all show long. I see a couple more next in line, and I will get to those next. Before I do that, I want to re-hit this information about the TFF Live Sunday pregame show, letting you know that we are here every Sunday at 12 noon streaming live with our TFF Live Sunday pregame show. Same deal as this, answering all your fantasy football questions and getting you ready for your matchups each week. That starts at 12 noon on Sunday. And then we will re-hit our information up there for those of you that might be new viewers, or if you're watching on the replay. We are a brand new channel this year on YouTube. We appreciate those of you who have been with us. And as we continue to grow, make sure if you are new, I want you to hit that subscribe button so that you can get all those notifications. We don't necessarily always come up quite as high on the search, but want to make sure that you guys are all aware whenever we have new content, just as we did tonight. And we are also on Twitter at the Fantasy Follow. That's fantasy spelled FNTSY. And you can also send us your fantasy football questions to Twitter using the hashtag AskTFFLive, and we will answer those questions live on our Sunday pregame show. Facebook/FantasyFollow and our website, fantasyfollow.com. All right, let's get back to the chats. I do see a few more here in line, so let's go ahead and get to those. We have plenty of other content to get to, but we aren't going to do the other content until we get through all these questions, because that's what we like doing the best. All right, here we go with A. Aladdin, one of our regulars. Welcome back, A. Aladdin. You say pick one, standard, Jefferson, Evans, Drake, Moore, and Ahmed. All right, let's go ahead and put up some stats to help you out with this one. There are some good matchups available amongst these guys. We'll start with wide receivers because that's where you started. Starting with Justin Jefferson for Minnesota. Friday, 4:30 in the afternoon on the road against New Orleans. Let's see, New Orleans, where do they fall to wide receivers? 16th. So right about halfway up there. Justin Jefferson has obviously had a very good season. Mike Evans for Tampa Bay on the road at Detroit. A great matchup. Detroit, the fourth most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Obviously, a lot of mouths to feed there. After we go through the rest of these, I will go back and check Evans' stats from the past couple of games for comparison standpoint. I know Jefferson has been very good lately, so I can tell you that just off the top of my head. Flipping over to the running back side with Kenyon Drake for Arizona, home against San Fran. San Fran, 26th, 7th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. We saw Kenyon Drake kind of lose some of his work to Chase Edmonds this last week, kind of strangely. And Drake is not necessarily a guy I've been really high on all year long. He has played a little bit better recently, but a lot of games that, especially for as high as you draft him, kind of left you a little bit frustrated with his play. Not sure if he would be the guy I would definitely go for here. At the running back, I'll stay with the running back side. I'll skip over DJ Moore. Salvon Ahmed, the interesting thing here is Myles Gaskin is back from the protocol list, and I believe he's expected to play this week. And I would think that at the very least, even if that's like a splitting touches situation for Ahmed, then you're taking a downgrade in volume. I think there's certainly the potential is very good that Gaskin simply takes over the backfield entirely. It seems like that's what Miami has been trying to do more than anything with him. So I do think that Ahmed probably is not a guy that you want to lean to in this situation unless you were to find out that Gaskin isn't playing, in which case that might bring him back into the equation. And then DJ Moore, Carolina at Washington, 4 o'clock Sunday. Washington, the second fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Another tough matchup. I probably simply on the matchup would not move DJ Moore ahead of either Jefferson or Evans. So I think to me this comes down to Justin Jefferson and Mike Evans. And here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up numbers for both of these guys. I'm less familiar at this point with what Evans has done in the past couple of weeks, so I'm going to call him up first. And let me take a look at those numbers. They had a nice matchup this last week. Let's see what he did with it. 7 targets. Oh, yeah, 7 targets, 6 catches, 110 yards. 14.0 and a half-point screen. You say you're playing in standard, so you're going to subtract 3. That would have been 11 points in a standard league. A great game for Evans. The matchup is there. My gut is leaning towards Evans at this point over Jefferson, because even though there are a lot of mouths to feed there in Tampa for Mike Evans, Jefferson, you still have Adam Thielen on the other side of things, and you still have Dalvin Cook with the run game to lean on there. So there are a lot of ways where he loses work as well. I certainly think that he could potentially have another nice game. He has a nice run of games here. This last week, 104 yards, didn't have a touchdown, 14.4, 8 catches. So if you subtract the extra 4, it would have been 10.4. They were virtually even this past week. And that was a tough matchup against Chicago. So he's had some big games, 100 yards, a bunch of them, 4 of them I see on my screen right now. He's certainly, the upside is there, but the matchup is not for this particular game, it's just not as good. I mean, New Orleans is a tougher matchup, 16th. I do feel like they have potentially moved up that list. I think that they were lower on that list previously. I don't have previous numbers to look at, but I would guess that they probably were. I wonder if this will tell me if I look back to last week where they were ranked going into that game. No, I'm not looking in the right direction here. It doesn't help me out. Yeah, I don't have that. Nonetheless, I think between these two players, it's hard to sit Justin Jefferson, but that matchup is really good for Mike Evans. I feel like that probably is the way that you are more comfortable to go in this situation. I think either one of them could have nice games, but I think you got to take advantage of that Detroit matchup when you can. 4th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. So I think out of all these guys, again, like I always say, I try to give you as much information as possible because sometimes your decision based on, what you hear me say, you might be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Or, well, I don't know. I kind of like Jefferson here. I want to play him. So, you know your roster, the guys that you've trusted all along. And certainly I don't fault you for going either way. If I had to pick, I think I'm going to say Mike Evans, a fine start here because of the matchup. But I can certainly see you going a different direction if you feel that's best for your team. Either way, as I always say, Aladdin, I hope that whoever you pick, I hope they crush it and want to see you come out with your fantasy championship. So thank you, Aladdin, for being back with us on the stream, and go get that W this weekend. All right, let's scroll down and find the next one here in line. And I believe, again, if I miss anybody, just drop me a chat that says, hey, you missed mine. I don't mean to do it, but sometimes it happens. I do believe the next one in line here is Frank Salcido. And let me know, Frank, if I'm saying that name correctly. I feel like you've been on the stream before, but don't quote me because I'm not entirely certain, but I feel like I've tried to pronounce that name before. So if you are, welcome back. And if I'm wrong, then welcome either way. Glad to have you here. Let's take a look and see what you've got. Full PPR, WR3, DJ Chark, Laviska Shenault, or Alan Lazard. All right, let's get some information up on the left side of your screen. Wide receivers, take a look at some matchups for you. DJ Chark has been tough to trust as of late. Jacksonville at home against Chicago. That is a 1 p.m. game on Sunday. Chicago 28th on the left side of your screen. So that is the 5th fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. That's in play for both Chark and Laviska Shenault, obviously. I know that Gardner Minshew played last week, but the report during the week was that he is splitting reps during practice this week with Mike Lennon. So for somehow it seems like Jacksonville may decide to go back to their quarterback shuffle. I don't think Jacksonville is too concerned about winning football games at this point of the season. It just seems to be that way. James Robinson is banged up. They're holding him out of practice. There are a lot of reasons to think that Jacksonville doesn't play that well this week. And certainly Chark has been tough to trust. And I wouldn't say that I would trust if Chark is their number one and he's been tough to go with, then going with a guy that's not the number one like Shenault, I think would be also difficult. So I think even by process of elimination, before I get to this next one, I might lean Lazard here. The matchup against Tennessee. Oh yeah, the matchup is there. Tennessee, the 7th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. So given the fact that you don't know what you're going to get out of the quarterback in Jacksonville, and I'm going to call up DJ Chark's numbers because I kind of want to back it up with some information here. You expect DJ Chark to be a better player than he's been, but it just hasn't been going well there. I know I've had him in a couple of spots this year. It's been frustrating. He hasn't had a double-digit game since week 9. This is week 16 in a half-point PPR, and you say full PPR. So actually, let's see. Has he had double digits in a full PPR? No, he hasn't even had that. This last week he had 9.3 in a full PPR. So it's been quite some time, and this is a bad matchup. I can't say that I would feel comfortable starting a guy who has had less than 10 points in 5 consecutive games that he's played. I can't say that Laviska Shenault has done much better, so why don't I call it up just so I can try to figure out what those numbers are. He is not the easiest name to spell. Shenault. There we go. I got him. Let's see what we got here. I'm guessing not a lot better. He did have in week 13, he had 14.3, had a touchdown that week. He was over 10 in week 14 as well. He had 11, not a lot huge games there, decent games. I think that to me, like in this situation with a team that you don't know what you're going to get in Jacksonville because you really don't, you don't even know what quarterback they're going to play. You're talking about playing an Aaron Rodgers offense. even though Allen Lazard is, clearly not the top guy there. Obviously, Devontae Adams is going to get his just about every game. You have the potential there to still get a good pop at a good high-scoring offense. Let's see. Allen Lazard is reported to be questionable right now. Let me see if there's anything about that. Doesn't say anything. His last game, 6 targets, 5 catches, 56 yards. So in a PPR, that would have been 10.6. His targets have been kind of hovering up and down right along that range. It does say, the report here says last game was the team's worst passing output of the season. Still had 5 of 6 targets. It said he was far more involved than Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who failed to register a catch. It also says it'd be difficult to trust Lazard in your lineups this week. That being said, now that I've talked up Lazard the entire time, here's the thing. I think your choice here is between Chark and Lazard. And which is the lesser of two evils? Chark, to me, is the number one guy on a team that's been struggling. Very possible that team is losing that game and you're picking up garbage time points. It's also possible that the entire offense looks completely out of sorts with a different quarterback from the first half to the second half. There are a lot of question marks there. He is the higher tier player to me, for sure. He just hasn't been performing. In this situation, you may trust the higher tier player and the number one guy and hope that he gets it done versus Lazard, who is a number 2 and a clear number 2 on that team, meaning that there are going to be weeks where he just doesn't get the volume. I think either one of those guys, if it were me, I probably consider going Lazard just because I've been so down on Chark. But there is an argument there that you would expect at some point Chark is going to play well. It's just the matchup is just really bad. Chicago's been really tough to receivers, although they did have some guys out banged up last week. So keep an eye on your reports. If their secondary is banged up again, there might be enough reason to go Chark there. And I will actually say that if their secondary, if they still are lacking the guys that they were without last week, that might be enough argument to swing you to Chark. Because, again, he is the number one guy. It's just he hasn't been playing well. So it's just tough to trust him. But I see what you're saying. This is a choice between a couple of players that it's kind of tough to figure which one of them you really like better. To me, it's down to Chark and Lazard. Check Chicago's reports. If they are without their secondary players, then I can certainly see an argument to go Chark. Lazard in the better offense of the two. It's like a coin flip situation to me. I'm going to say Chicago with a fully healthy secondary, I take Lazard. Chicago with a banged up secondary that's missing some of their top players, I can find myself leaning to Chark. And hopefully that information helps sway you in the direction that you want to go. And again, as I always say, Frank, whichever guys you pick here, whichever guy you pick, I do hope that they crush it. And Frank, thank you for being on the stream. Appreciate your chat. And hope that you're able to get that fantasy football championship for you this weekend. All right. Builder 1K, I'm out of the playoffs, but what's up? What's up, Builder 1K? One of our regulars. Welcome back. Glad to still have you on the stream. Hey, listen, even if you're out of those playoffs, you still can talk fantasy football. You know, what's better than that, right? So, yeah, glad to have you here, Builder 1K. Hopefully, maybe you've got some consolation matchups or some friends that you're playing against this weekend that you can at least get bragging rights up against. So either way, if not, then you can absolutely just enjoy the weekend of football and have less fantasy football stress to deal with. And let's see here. We got Adrian Allegre. Tell me if I said that right, Adrian. I think you might be a new viewer on the stream. So welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. And you say, how goes it? And I say, not bad. How you doing, Adrian? You have got a question here. I need help. Emmanuel Sanders, Cole Beasley, or Le'Veon Bell for the flex standard PPR. All right, let's take a look. I just see the same. Emmanuel Sanders, Cole Beasley, Le'Veon Bell, flex standard PPR. All right, let's take a look at the numbers and work our way through. I think Emmanuel Sanders is in a decent spot this weekend. New Orleans at home against Minnesota. Minnesota on the left side of your screen. Fantasy points allowed to the wide receiver spot. Currently the third most in the league. So this is a very nice matchup. And again, no Michael Thomas. Drew Brees is back. The only thing with Sanders is that there's been a lot of times when I felt like he should have had better games for New Orleans. And he's just kind of, it's like he never seems to have, and then he'll have this one huge big blow-up game. But that's kind of difficult to predict. Certainly the matchup is there. The fact that there's no Michael Thomas means he should have a good shot at getting the passing volume there. So I think Emmanuel Sanders is a very reasonable thought here. But let's look at the other guys that you have listed. Cole Beasley for my Buffalo Bills. Let's see what we got here. Monday night game on the road against New England. Fantasy points, New England to the wide receiver spot. Where do we find them here? Very low, third fewest to the wide receiver spot. Potentially no Stephon Gilmore in this game. Not sure if he is still out. I think he was injured last week in that game. The Buffalo side of things is interesting because New England, I feel like, has been vulnerable to the run this year, and the Bills' run game hasn't really been there. So I don't know how much they end up leaning on that. I think it's very possible that they try to establish the run in that game. You would think that Stephon Gilmore, if he does play, would probably be locked up on Stephon Diggs. I think that's very possible, and that Cole Beasley out of the slot could still see some work there. John Brown, potentially on his way back from IR. Keep an eye on his reports because a healthy John Brown will impact the amount of volume to Cole Beasley there. Either way, I think if you're picking strictly between Sanders and Beasley, I might give Sanders the nod because the matchup is so much better. And with no Michael Thomas, the chance for him to get the bulk of the volume there, you would think, is very good. The Le'Veon Bell thing is a little bit of a wrench. Changes up the situation a little bit. So if we put up the numbers to the running back spot, Kansas City, home against Atlanta. So Atlanta's not a great matchup. Fifth fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. However, you're going to expect Le'Veon Bell to get all the work there in that backfield. So is the amount of work there enough to carry the day? I'm curious. Hit me up in the chat, Adrian. Drop me a follow-up here because I want to make sure I'm understanding when you say flex standard PPR. Is this a standard scoring league or is this a PPR scoring league? I think that's going to make the difference between these two. I will say, before you even follow up, I would say very possible that if it is PPR, then more than likely Sanders, you might get swayed to go that way. I'm going to call up their numbers here as we talk. If I can spell. Emmanuel, another name that's not the easiest one to spell in the league. So I do want to see what he's done recently. I don't think that he had a huge game this last week on Michael Thomas. Only 5 targets, 4 catches, 76 yards, so still decent. Kansas City not the easiest matchup to go against for receivers. If I put back up the wide receiver graphic here, let's see here. Kansas City is 29th, so 4th fewest. So this matchup against Minnesota is considerably better matchup than what he saw last week. And he still did get to 9.6 points and a half-point PPR. If it was full, it would have been 11.6. The volume you would think is there. Hopefully, Breeze a little bit more healthy. Of all these guys, right now I'm leaning, and let me see. Here's your follow-up. It says PPR scoring league. I am leaning towards Emmanuel Sanders in this one over Cole Beasley because I think that there is, of those two players, there is more reason to believe that you expect Sanders to get more volume or more confidently get more volume than Beasley. Because Beasley, it could go, Diggs and Brown, Gabe Davis. There are a lot of players there. Josh Allen just running the ball himself. There are a lot of players there that can take that away. Drew Brees is not going to run the ball. Certainly Kamara is there as well. I'm going to call up Le'Veon Bell because I do want to see exactly what his numbers were from last week. Le'Veon. Apparently they don't spell, on Yahoo, they don't spell Le'Veon with an L-E. That's weird. Okay, he comes up under V, so I'll just keep typing V, and then I'll get in that way. Of course, whenever you want a computer to actually cooperate with you, this is what you get. Let's just go to Kansas City. There we go. All right, Le'Veon Bell's numbers from this last week. I think a very interesting player here to think about. 15 rushes, 62 yards, and a touchdown. That was 14.1 points in a half-point PPR format, and that was against New Orleans. And if I put up New Orleans numbers to see what kind of a matchup he had there, New Orleans, the fewest fantasy points allowed to running backs in the league. So although Atlanta is the 5th fewest, it is still a better matchup. So therefore, given the fact that you would expect him to get all the volume this week, he is very reasonable to think about playing. Let's put it this way. So again, I talk about this a lot. When going through these decisions, 4 factors you want to think about: talent, volume, matchup, and game script. In that order for a reason. A lot of times you're going to trust volume over matchup, okay? So even someone that's got a bad matchup, if you expect them to get all of the volume, then that might make the difference. So of these two, the two that I would feel you're expected to get more volume are Bell and Sanders. So I'm going to put them at 1 and 2 in terms of your decision to make in this league. I really think that either one of them could be reasonable. I want to hear, if any of you are in the chat right now, I want to hear your thoughts on this one, because this is a very close decision for me. So hit up the chat and just say Sanders or Bell, whichever you guys think. I want to hear what some other opinions say on this. I would be tempted to go with Bell because of the fact that, you expect Le'Veon Bell in that Kansas City offense, a high-scoring offense, to have a really good chance to get some points, even though it's a tougher matchup. Emmanuel Sanders, a lot of times you've seen where he's had good matchups and he hasn't come through. So I don't know if I trust him more than I trust a Le'Veon Bell in this spot. My instinct, because it's PPR, is to put Sanders 1 and put Bell just slightly below him. So I think this is like a coin flip decision for you. I think because of the fact that it's full PPR, that probably Sanders gets a very small edge between the two. I can see reasons to go Bell if you wanted to go that direction instead. So I'm hoping that that's enough information to help you get the decision that you're looking for. If it was me, I probably it's tough, because if Bell had played more this season than just part of this last game, then I might feel more comfortable in understanding how they would use him in that offense. That's one of the things that's holding me back from just strictly saying Bell. And again, it might be a situation of what do you need to win your matchup? Do you need to swing for the fences? Because, Sanders is going to be more of a boom or bust. He could have a huge game in that matchup because it's a good matchup, or he could have a bust game. It's always possible. You would expect Le'Veon Bell to be a little bit more steady. So if you're in a situation where in your matchup you are projected to win big, you might go with the more steady guy there. If you're in a situation where you need a big swing for the fences and you just live with it if it's not a good game, then it might lean you towards Sanders. Again, not one of these situations where I'm necessarily giving you a straight answer, but I'm kind of just saying I'm pointing you in one direction or the other, and wanting you to make that best decision for your team in the end. So absolutely hope whichever guy you go with here, that they crush it. Adrian Allegre, welcome to the stream. If you're a new viewer, I believe that you are. And if that picture is also of you, thank you for your service. Absolutely glad to have you with us here on the stream tonight. And again, I want you to get those fantasy football championships. All right, let's go on to the next. And again, if I miss anybody, please let me know. And are there any others that I missed? And you say thank you so much, and I say no, thank you. Again, glad to have you guys here. Without you guys on the chat, we have lots of other content. We can do that all night long, but, we'd much rather be talking with you than just talking to you. So you guys are an integral part of these shows, and we appreciate you being on as always. All right, let me move on to the next one here from Bobby Schmerda, one of our regulars. Welcome back, Bobby. You say Herbert, Brady, or Baker? Tough one here. You got a couple of them, so I'm going to start in order. I'm going to start with this one first and go with the quarterback spot. Let me get the matchups up on my other screen. We've talked a little bit tonight already about Justin Herbert. I've liked Justin Herbert all year long. I think he's been very good. I know he's had a couple of down games. He had a nice bounce back spot last week. The matchup that he has this week, just a smidge better than even the week before was, playing against the Denver Broncos. That is a home game, so the weather is not a concern. Sometimes in Denver it could be, obviously, but that is a home game for the Chargers. And let's see what the game time is here. Where are we at here? It is 4 o'clock Sunday. Denver, the 9th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot, as you see on the left side of your screen. Tom Brady for Tampa Bay, another nice matchup here. At Detroit, the 4th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. And then also Baker Mayfield has a nice matchup this week. Let's see, Cleveland at the Jets. The Jets have been much more vulnerable to the pass than they have to the run game as of late, which is going to be interesting in this one because Cleveland is such a good running team. Nonetheless, the Jets, the 3rd most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. I'll say this first. I would have a hard time out of these guys. I'm going to eliminate Baker first. As good as he's been lately, you've made it this far in your league, playing probably Herbert or potentially Brady for almost all of your matchups. And I'm going to guess you were probably rolling with Herbert for a lot of them. So I'm going to eliminate Baker because I feel like in this spot, these guys that have been so good for you all year long, when they have, unless they were for, to some reason have a really bad matchup, I feel like you how they say dance with the girl that brung you. Like you go with those guys that got you here and hope that they can bring you home a championship. So I'm gonna bring it down to Herbert and Brady. And to me, I think that, Herbert is the guy I would probably pick of these two, because Tom Brady, a lot of times, even when he has the big matchups, you don't see him really have huge games. I mean, he had a nice matchup last week. Let me see what his numbers were, because I don't remember what they were off the top of my head. I'm sure they were very good. 23.40 fantasy points. That was 390 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. So he's been, kind of like flippy floppy, I guess that's not the right way to put it. 14-6-4, then 23-7-0, then 15-6-4, then 23-4-0. Last week was against Atlanta, the number 1 matchup. The week before that was against Minnesota, who are, where are they fall? 20th, so a tougher matchup. Before that was Kansas City, a tougher matchup. And then the week before that was the Rams, another tough matchup. So, yeah, he's had some tough matchups in recent weeks. I do think this is a very nice matchup for Brady. I think it's a fine start. For me, if you've been trusting Justin Herbert this far into your leagues, then I would have a hard time putting him on my bench for the chance for Tom Brady to have a better game than Herbert has. Last week, Herbert was 27.96, 314 yards, passing, 2 touchdowns. Like we said, he did have a couple of down games. This was a nice bounce back spot. It was against Vegas. Vegas is at 10 right now. Denver is at 9, so the matchup about the same as it was last week. I feel like this is a situation where I would feel awful if I started Tom Brady in this matchup and Justin Herbert, played as well as he's been playing all year, and then all of a sudden Brady just had, like, even if he had a decent, like a 15, 16-point game, that's certainly a potential there that can happen. He could have a very nice game as well. I think it comes down to which of these guys have you trusted all year long. If Herbert's the guy you've trusted all year long, then I feel like you might go stick with that guy that got you there. Keep an eye on your reports, because if Keenan Allen doesn't play, it could change things. Although even without Keenan Allen, we still saw Herbert play okay. And also Austin Eckler might be looking at some issues injury-wise as well. So all these things come into play, but I think that if all things are equal and everybody is healthy, I feel like Justin Herbert, I would have a hard time going away from him. And I will say, last week I had a decision with Herbert in one of my leagues in the semifinals, and I thought really hard about swapping him out for Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts had a great game and got more points, but I don't by any means feel like I stuck with Herbert. And the points that he got me, I don't feel like that was not necessarily the right move, just because Hurts played better. Still think that Herbert played plenty good enough to warrant the decision there. So I would probably, if anything, if I have to here, lean Herbert's way. Although I think that Brady is closer than Baker. I don't think you can trust Baker. He could have a great game, but he's had a lot of down games, and you've gotten this far, you probably haven't played him very often. So I'm probably leaning Herbert on that one. Let me get to your next one here. Woods or Thielen PPR. Let's put up these numbers for wide receivers, and let's take a look. So the Rams thing is really interesting to me, because Seattle for most of the year has been so bad against the pass, but in recent weeks, like, it's not been that way. So I know I looked up these stats already. Seattle, so they've given up 15-plus fantasy points to 18 different receivers this year. None in the last 5 weeks. They haven't given up a single receiver over 15 fantasy points in the last 5 weeks. They're still giving up the most passing yards in the league. But what's going on in Seattle? Like, why has this changed around like this to where all of a sudden you're not seeing that production? Do you trust Woods in this spot? Potentially, because Woods has been pretty good. The matchup numbers are still there, but Seattle, for most of the year, we saw them at number 1 in terms of fantasy points to wide receivers. And a lot of people were talking about they were historically bad. They're down to 5. So think about how good they've had to be over the past few weeks to take how bad they were and actually get away from that number 1 spot on that list. That makes me a little more hesitant about going against them. Also, the last time these two teams played, we didn't see really Woods or Kupp. You expected them to have a really big crush it game, and they didn't really have it. So I'd be a little bit worried about that game. Minnesota, on the road at New Orleans, Friday, 4:30 p.m. New Orleans, not a great matchup either, right? 16th. So a worse matchup. That makes it a tough decision, really does. Because I could definitely see where I think probably Thielen, I think you lean with, like, again, if I put it in the terms of ability, volume, matchup, game script, like, Thielen is, I would say, the higher tier player by a little bit over Robert Woods. Not that Robert Woods hasn't been good. I might trust Thielen in this situation. Thielen didn't have a super game last week. So, Bobby, I'm guessing you must not have gotten that trade for Calvin Ridley then. Because I know you were talking about possibly trading Thielen in a deal with Ridley involved, right? Hit me back in the chat and let me know if I'm remembering that right from last week while I look up Adam Thielen's numbers. Because that would have been a great trade for you if you'd ended up with Ridley. He had a great game last week. Wow, Thielen only had 3 targets last week against Chicago. 2 catches. Did have a touchdown. Seems like he's been like one of those guys where even when he has games that don't have a lot of catches, a lot of times he sneaks that touchdown in there and saves the day. But it was 8.1 fantasy points last week on a half-point screen. If it was full PPR, it would have been 9.1. So that's not a great game. This certainly is a better matchup, although New Orleans, it can be tough on the defensive side as well. I might lean Thielen here, and just because I'd be more hesitant somehow about Robert Woods, and Thielen is the bigger name player, and we have seen him overcome some rough matchups. So I think I'm probably leaning. Even though the match was better, I'm probably leaning Thielen, kind of on one of those deals where this is one of the guys that, he got you there, you drafted him high, you give him that shot to win you that championship at this point and hope for the best. And then let me see the next question here from you is Gaskin, Swift, or Rojo PPR. Rojo's going to be out again this week, so you can take him out of the equation. They don't expect him back. It's going to be Leonard Fournette getting the work there for Tampa Bay. I don't think that you're going to see Ronald Jones. If something changes there, keeping an eye on the reports, but I don't expect that to be the case. Myles Gaskin expected to be back. I would think he's going to get the bulk of the work there for Miami, so I don't think that's a terrible choice. So here's your numbers in terms of the running back spot. Let me get the matchup up on my other screen here. Let's see here. Miami on the road against Las Vegas, a great matchup. Las Vegas, the 3rd most fantasy points to the running back spot. This is a great spot here for Myles Gaskin. DeAndre Swift, who certainly has been good all year. This is a home game against Tampa Bay, 1 o'clock on Saturday. Tampa Bay, as you look at your numbers, 31st. So the second fewest fantasy points allowed to the running back spot. Unless Gaskin is not healthy for this game by some reason, I think Gaskin gets the edge among these players simply because of that matchup. Again, Tampa Bay against Detroit, there's a good chance that Detroit falls behind in that game and has to abandon the run of some sort. Miami against Las Vegas, you would expect a much more competitive game. 2 teams that have been pretty good this year. I probably lean Gaskin in that one. All right, and let me see if that's all. If there are any follow-ups from you here, Bobby. And let me say, let's see, anything else here? I see you have follow-ups from some other stuff here, but I don't think any follow-ups here on yours. You do say that you started Jefferson over Thielen last week. That was a very good choice. So are you still starting Jefferson this week then? Does that mean that Thielen is your flex most likely? I'm going to guess that's the situation. Yeah, in that case, if you're starting them both, then you might end up just living with that. But I'm not sure how I feel about Woods at this point. I think there's certainly potential there for him to have a nice game. I'm just really like the Rams offense is just so weird to me sometimes. I might feel more comfortable staying with a guy like Thielen here. At any rate, Bobby, I don't think that I've missed any others. I do see some other chats from you, but I think they're corresponding to other people here. So I hope that information that I've given you there has helped out. And absolutely, whichever guy is there that you pick, I do hope that they crush it. And Bobby Shmurda, get that Fantasy League championship for yourself out there. All right, let me move on to the next question in line here. Again, if I miss anybody, please drop me a chat and let me know that I missed you, and I will get back to you. Marcus Tamez, tell me if I said that right, Marcus. Looks like you might be a new viewer, so welcome to the stream if you are. You say Allen or Watson, and I'm going to assume you mean Josh Allen. And so let's take a look at the quarterbacks here. All right, some matchups to look at. Josh Allen, who has been great all year long, on the road against New England. Fantasy points to the quarterback spot. New England, currently the 3rd fewest in the league. Let's take a look at the flip side of that. Deshaun Watson for Houston against Cincinnati, a better matchup, 21st in terms of fantasy points to the quarterback spot. This one comes down to a who do you trust type situation because both of these guys have been very good. Deshaun Watson is a proven stud. He's really been great over the course of the years, and Josh Allen has had a great year of his own. So I'm going to look up Deshaun Watson first, see if there's anything that helps us out making this decision here. Let's see. Last week for Watson, 23.42 fantasy points. He has been 20 or more 4 out of the last 5 games, a couple of those going over 30. Even without Will Fuller, he has still been great. And I always like Deshaun Watson as a player who can overcome matchups, even if they're a little bit tougher. I do think that he's one of those players that is almost always going to get you what you're looking for. Plus, the floor that he gives you in terms of running the ball certainly never hurts you. Josh Allen, in the last few games, I mean, he's had great numbers. Over 30 in 2 of the last 4, 3 of the last 6, actually, if you go back farther, and over 20 in 4 of the last 6. His last game against New England is what I'm looking for here. Okay, week 8, home against New England. That was a 24-21 win. Josh Allen, 13.46 fantasy points, 154 yards passing, no touchdowns. Don't remember if he had any touchdowns on the ground in that game. Did have 1 interception. So playing a Bill Belichick team where, you know, he sometimes has success taking players out of the game that have been playing well, this could potentially make you hesitant to play Josh Allen here. I kind of think that's why this comes down to a, like, who do you trust situation? Are you like, do you feel that you want to go, you know, perhaps Josh Allen is the guy that you've been playing all year long. He got you here, so you want to have him carry you through to your championship, or have you been kind of just switching back and forth based on matchups? If that's the case and you've been playing the matchups all year long, then the better matchup here is on the Watson side. And we did already see that that New England and Belichick had some success in stopping Josh Allen. Now, that was during a stretch where Allen had some down games, and we've seen him pick it back up. So I do actually think that he's in line to probably have a better game this time against New England. But I think that Watson's matchup is there, and he is also a stud. So it's not like you're talking about picking up somebody who is like a Sam Darnold or something like that, who happens to have a great match. Or perhaps someone like a Jared Goff is a better, because you're not going to play Sam Darnold. But someone like a Jared Goff could be like, oh, this is a great matchup, but I don't know, do I trust Jared Goff? Like, Deshaun Watson seems to get the job done almost all the time. So he seems to be a player that you can trust. I think in this situation, despite the fact that I'm a Buffalo Bills fan, and I'm Bills Mafia up here in our area, fantasy football is separate from your rooting interest. I think in this potential situation, you might feel more comfortable not having to play against Bill Belichick going for your fantasy football championships. And that says Deshaun Watson. So hopefully that helps you out, Marcus. Again, I hope whichever guy you pick here, I do hope that they crush it. I do see, actually, here's another one from you, so let me get to that one. Carson, Bell, Metcalf, Gibson, Gaskin, Jeff Wilson, Taylor, Fournette. You have all, does anybody else in your league have a running back? You got them all. How'd you do that? Non-PPR, 2 running back, and a flex. All right, let's see what we can do here. Let's take a look. Let me get on my other screen some of these matchups here. You asked about Gibson first, so why don't I put up the wide receiver, or Metcalf first? I'll put up the wide receivers first. DK Metcalf has been great all year long. Even in bad matchups, I feel like he is still going to be a player that you can trust. This is, however, a bad matchup. The LA Rams, that's a home game for DK, 4 o'clock Sunday. The Rams, the second fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver position. Just simply a bad matchup. Let's move over to the running back side of things. Antonio Gibson, if he's back and healthy, I've liked Antonio Gibson all year long. He's a player that you'd love to have going for you for your championship. A great matchup, home against Carolina. 4 o'clock on Sunday. Carolina, the 8th most fantasy points to the running back spot. I think he is in play for you if he's healthy. Myles Gaskin on the road at on the road at Las Vegas. Saturday, 8 o'clock at night, Las Vegas. The 3rd most fantasy points to the running back spot. Provided that there are no reports saying that Gaskin is not fully healthy, I think he's certainly in play for this one. Jeff Wilson for San Francisco on the road at Arizona. Arizona, the 18th, so the right in the middle in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. I know that Mostert is banged up. I would expect Wilson to get more run, but I don't know if I would be able to move him up ahead of Gibson or Gaskin when talking about this order of players. Let's see, Jonathan Taylor for Indianapolis. Where do we see them? On the road against Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, the 3rd fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. Taylor has been really good. I think he's in play for this, but the matchup is not quite as good, so potentially we see if we take him out of this equation. Tampa Bay at Detroit. Leonard Fournette. Detroit, the most fantasy points to the running back spot. So Leonard Fournette, I feel like, has to be in this equation. We don't expect Ronald Jones to play this week. Again, you've got a couple of really good matchups in front of you here. Non-PPR, 2 running backs, 2 running backs, I guess is the way you'd say that. It's English. What are you going to do? Fournette and Gaskin, to me, are great matchups there. I think out of these run of players, I probably pick them. Even though Taylor's been really good, we'll leave Gibson as a possible flex for you here. But if you're going to go with your two best matchups, it is those two: Gaskin against the Raiders and Fournette against Detroit. And that's 3-1. Two fantastic matchups for you, and two guys that you'd expect to get all the workload. So I think those are two very reasonable choices to be your RB1 and 2. In your flex here, I'd probably go away from Wilson just because I'm always so hesitant with San Francisco's backfield. There's so many times when, like, all of a sudden, what's happening? Like, oh, hey, here's Tevin Coleman again this week. Like, hey, oh, Jerick McKinnon is back. Like, yeah, Jeff Wilson's been pretty good. It's just that there are a lot of other things that can happen in that backfield. I'm reading his report just to see if there's anything. Oh, Jeff Wilson left the 49ers last game with an ankle injury. So I don't see a report that updates that. It says he had 16 rushes for 60 yards and a touchdown last week. Wilson only gave up 3 carries to Tevin Coleman. Yeah, I could see it. If Mostert is back, I don't think Mostert's going to play this week, so I don't think that's part of the equation. Let's keep him in the back of our mind. Against Arizona, that's kind of like a middling matchup in 8th. I don't know. I'm hard-pressed to not play DK Metcalf after you've had DK Metcalf in your lineup the entire year long. Like, I think it'd be difficult to sit him at this point, given the fact that basically he's probably a big part of the reason why you're in your championship game. So I might feel like even if he's going to be a flex because the matchup is bad, if I go back to that matchup, I might feel like I owe it to DK Metcalf to get me there. I missed a couple of guys here, Carson and Bell. So let's see, Carson's matchup for Seattle. Again, didn't have a great game last game against the Rams at home. Rams 4th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. A tougher matchup. Le'Veon Bell for Kansas City, also a tougher matchup against Atlanta. Home game, 1 o'clock Sunday. Atlanta 28th, 5th fewest. I probably would not if I'm gonna pick one of those two guys in a tough matchup. Carson's the guy that's been there all year long, and Bell is the guy that's just kind of in a fill-in spot. I feel like Bell potentially might play very well this weekend. I just kind of have that gut feeling, but I don't know if I will put him over Carson. I'm going to stick with Fournette, Gaskin, and I'm gonna say this: if Antonio Gibson is healthy in a matchup against Carolina, allowing the 8th most fantasy points to the running back spot, I think I'd be hard-pressed to not make Antonio Gibson the next person on this list that I would start. It's a great matchup. He's been great all year long. Again, he's probably one of the reasons why you are in a championship game. Like those people who took a chance on Antonio Gibson in a late round in their drafts, they got repaid for that in a big way. He's gotten you here. I would probably want him in that lineup. If you were going strictly on matchup after that, like there's not a lot of great matchups beyond those guys. Given that fact, because there's not a lot of great matchups, I might really want DK Metcalf playing for me this weekend. I mean, he's been so good that I feel like you've made it all this way. You're in your championship game. If you were to put him on the bench and he put up 20 points for you, then you might be really upset that you did that. And perhaps he doesn't. Of course, it's possible that he doesn't have that sort of a game. But again, I read a quote earlier this week saying that the players who got you to your playoffs in week 14 are going to be the same players that get you to week 16. It's kind of that dance with the girl that brung you type situation. He's been so good all year long that hopefully he overcomes a bad matchup. As I say that, I'm looking up his points from the last time they played the Rams, and he put up a whopping 3.8 points in a half-point PPR screen, 2 catches for 28 yards. Whew, not good. You expect him to see Jalen Ramsey in this one? Yeah, that's not great. So all the things that I just said about trusting DK Metcalf, I kind of just took those all right back away when I looked at his actual points. Who would I start over him? I definitely would start Antonio Gibson over him if he's healthy here. I think that's a great spot. I have to ask myself, would I start Jeff Wilson over him? I'm not sure. Would I start Jonathan Taylor over him? I'm not sure. Not a great matchup for Indy, right? Who did I say Indy was playing against? I'm scrolling back on my screen here to get the matchups in front of me. Oops, one click too many. Let me see. I don't remember that Indy was playing a very. Of course, my other screen has gone completely blank. That's always helpful when you're in the middle of a live stream. Thank you, Yahoo. There we go. Yahoo hasn't been very helpful so far today. Back to Indianapolis. Yeah, Pittsburgh. That's right. Bad matchup. although Pittsburgh hasn't been playing that well. Carson Bell. It's a kind of a toss-up at that flex if Gibson's not available. I could see going Carson there because he's going to have the volume. I could absolutely see going Le'Veon Bell and taking a shot to seeing what he's going to do. If you take Bell, you have to be prepared for the fact that, what happens if he just doesn't show up, because we haven't seen a lot from him there. But I think the potential is there. I really kind of think out of everybody here, if I felt more confident playing San Francisco running backs, I might say Wilson, but that's just a team that I'm not altogether confident in. I feel like it might be Le'Veon. If Gibson doesn't play, I feel like that guy that you could start over Metcalf could be Le'Veon Bell. You expect him to get all the volume for Kansas City, a high-scoring offense, capable of catching passes out of the backfield, so it gives you the opportunity to get some points, whether he's running the ball if they have the lead or if they have to throw it if they're playing from behind. I probably would put him right up there as a possible choice here in this situation. Again, my first choice would be Gibson as that flex. But I'm going to say if you feel like you want to lean on Metcalf because you played him all year long in a bad matchup, I don't fault you there. But if you're not going to go that direction, I might consider Le'Veon Bell next in line. Again, Marcus Tamez, thank you for being on the stream. I hope that I said that name right. I didn't see a follow-up in here telling me if I did or not, so hopefully I got that right. And if you are a new viewer, glad to have you here, and certainly we look forward to seeing you on future streams. And by all means, whichever guys you pick there, I do hope that they crush it. All right, let me see here who I missed here. I see another one here from Mary Dedon. I think that perhaps you might have missed. I think I did answer this one earlier between A.J. Brown and Marvin Jones. I think that's going to be Marvin Jones for you, despite how good A.J. Brown has been. With no Kenny Golladay and with Matthew Stafford healthy, Marvin Jones has been fantastic lately. I think I would probably lean his way, even though A.J. Brown is a stud. The next one here, Leonard Fournette or James Robinson. The interesting thing here is that I will put up the matchups for this one. James Robinson is being held out of practice this entire week for Jacksonville with an ankle injury that he suffered in that last game. They do expect him to play, but you're talking about him playing on a week of not practicing for a team who is squarely in the hunt for the number 1 draft pick. I don't think Jacksonville is at all afraid of not winning this game. Is that the right way to say it? I don't want to say it any more strongly than that. A tough matchup at home against Chicago. Chicago 23rd, so the 10th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. Not a great matchup. Fournette for Tampa Bay playing against Detroit. No Ronald Jones again this week. Don't expect him to play. That game is 1 o'clock Saturday, and Detroit is the very most fantasy points to the running back spot. I think that's Leonard Fournette in that situation between these two players. I think you look towards him to have a very nice day there for Tampa Bay and perhaps help you win your fantasy football championship. And I'm looking for another follow-up. I'm going to hit your follow-up here. I'm going to jump down to this one, and then I'll go back to the previous chats after that. So let me see here. Edit my lineup for Murray, Stephon Diggs, Robert Woods, Jarvis Landry, A.J. Brown, Marvin Jones, Eckler, James Robinson. I think that means James Robinson, Leonard Fournette, Jonathan Taylor, Chase Claypool, Pollard, Kelsey. I'm going to assume this is 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. Kyler Murray is your quarterback, and where is he? Kelsey is your tight end. So here's who we can eliminate. Tony Pollard, we'll eliminate him because we expect Zeke to play this week. Let's see here. James Robinson, Fournette, we just talked about that. We're going to pick Fournette over Robinson's. Marvin Jones, we're going to pick him. Stephon Diggs, I think you have to play him, even though it's New England. I think he's simply been too good to sit in any matchup. I know the matchup is bad there. 30th. Let me call up what Diggs did the last time they played, and hopefully that helps us out here. If for some reason you want to go away from that matchup, I think that Jarvis Landry has the best matchup that we see there of all those other players playing against Cleveland. Cleveland playing against New York Jets, allowing the 9th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Diggs against New England the last time they played, 9 targets, 6 catches, 92 yards. It was 12.2 points and a half point. So if it was full, it would be 15.2. We do know that there are some injury concerns to Stephon Gilmore in the New England secondary. I think you have to play Diggs. I think he's one of those guys that's just having a fantastic year. He got you where you are, and you got to go with him. So that means my receiver picks are Diggs and Jones. My running back picks are, although I don't dislike Austin Eckler, I'm not going to pick him because I think the matchup is fantastic for Fournette. And I also think that, who else did I pick? No, I didn't. I only picked one running back so far. So we've got another running back spot available. Let me take a look at Austin Eckler's matchup here for the LA Chargers. That is a home game. Just getting the matchups up on my other screen here. Chargers home against Denver. Let's see. Fantasy points to running backs. Denver allowing the 13th most fantasy points to the running back spot. I think that's a very decent matchup. I will probably select Austin Eckler as the other running back in that situation. That leaves you with a flex. Let's see here. We got to choose from Woods, Landry, Brown, and I'm not going to pick Robinson, and I don't think I'm going to pick Taylor either because the matchup is tough. So Woods playing against Seattle. It's a good matchup to the wide receiver spot, although Seattle has been a mystery on defense. They've been tougher. 5th most fantasy points to wide receivers. Jarvis Landry, that is Cleveland at the Jets. The Jets 9th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I probably, believe it or not, might like Jarvis Landry over Robert Woods here. A.J. Brown for Tennessee on the road at Green Bay. Green Bay 22nd. I really think you have to get A.J. Brown into that lineup. He's one of your studs. I can't see sitting him for a Jarvis Landry or a Robert Woods, even if the matchups are better. Like I always say, 4 factors here: talent, volume, matchup, and game script. A.J. Brown is clearly the higher tier player there. I think you got to get him in your lineup. So I would at least put A.J. Brown at your flex. If I'm going to consider Diggs and Jones 1 and 2, I think I got to put Brown at that flex. And then the other guy that we didn't talk about is Claypool for Pittsburgh. Indy, a little bit tougher defense. Where are they at right now? 19th. I think I will start A.J. Brown over Claypool. So here we have it. Murray, quarterback. Kelsey, tight end. Diggs and Jones, wide receivers 1 and 2. Eckler and Fournette, running back 1 and 2. With flex A.J. Brown. And hopefully married to Don. That all helps you out. And as I always say, whichever players that you pick, I do hope that they crush it. And you have Jarvis Landry at flex. He's a sleeper. I do agree that there is potential to have a great day for Jarvis Landry. The only thing that worries me with that Cleveland offense is that they are such a good running team that they, even though the Jets have been a little bit tougher against the run, they are still a team that could potentially put up a huge running game and not have to throw the ball quite as much. So that would be my thought. But I don't fault you if you go that direction at all, because I do think that Landry has potential in a great matchup there. The Jets have been leaking fantasy points to the pass game. So yeah, absolutely. Go with the players that you like the best there. Marry to Don, get that fantasy league championship, bring it home. That's what we're all looking for. All right, let's move on here. Let's see what's next. And again, if I missed anybody, please let me know that I missed you. Bobby Schmurda says no Gilmore. He'd be on Diggs anyway. I do agree with that. Ilias Giftopoulos, I believe, is next here. Welcome back, one of our regulars. Ilias Giftopoulos. You say Montgomery or Aaron Jones. All right, let's take a look at fantasy points to the running back spot. This is a little bit of a tough choice. I sat David Montgomery in one of my leagues last week, and I almost paid the price for it. Somehow I still managed to win. It wasn't the right choice. And Montgomery's matchup is even better this week, playing on the road against Jacksonville. Jacksonville, the 4th most fantasy points to the running back spot. He's been really good lately, surprisingly good. I really kind of, for a while there, thought it was just the matchups. And this last week, when it was more of a middling matchup, I was like, all right, well, this might be the week where he goes backwards. And another great game. You expect him to get all the volume there. I think it's tough to not have David Montgomery in your lineup at this point, as good as he's been. Aaron Jones for Green Bay. Home against Tennessee. Tennessee, the 7th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Can you start them both, Ilias? Is there any way you can get them both in your lineup? Because those are 2 great matchups. You would love to be able to play both of those guys. Bobby Schmurda says Montgomery. I do think it's difficult to sit Montgomery at this point, as good as he's been, even though, you like Aaron Jones as a great player. Man, I wish there's some way you could get both of those guys in that lineup. Tell me if there's some flex potential that you could move someone out. Like if there's a wide receiver in your flex that you could potentially flop out of there and get Jones in there instead. I think I'm hard-pressed to not pick Montgomery out of these 2. They both have really nice matchups, but Montgomery has been so good. I know that in that league where I sat him, I still managed to win, and I absolutely have to play him this week. There's just no way that I can sit him on the bench again. So I think he's a fine start, but I think both of these guys, like if you only had one of these 2 guys, then you'd still be happy with where you're at this point, because they both have great matchups, and they've both been playing well. So, yeah. I wish there's some way you could get one of those guys in there. And Ilias, you follow up with you say also Jefferson or Julio. Well, I'm going to put up the numbers, Ilias, but my gut tells me that Julio doesn't play this week. I just will be surprised. Let me put up this little deal here from our other information, and I'll get back to the numbers in a moment. But from our headlines here, Julio Jones did not practice today for the Falcons. They do say that they believe he may be a little bit closer this week than he was last week, and Julio himself has said that he does not want to shut it down for the season. However, he has been so hampered by injuries this year, it's not going to surprise me if he doesn't play there. So that is a headline to keep an eye on, Ilias, in terms of, obviously, you don't need me to tell you that, but I want to put that up there just for the benefit of everyone else that's watching. That is what's worth keeping an eye on this week between these two players. If we look at the matchups, numbers to the wide receiver spot, Justin Jefferson for Minnesota on the road at New Orleans, 16th most fantasy points to wide receivers. So right in the middle. Julio Jones for Atlanta on the road at Kansas City. Kansas City 29th, fourth fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. So if both of these players were healthy, this is a scenario where when I talk about talent, volume, matchup, game script, I would probably go Julio all day because Julio is a player when healthy that I just don't think you can sit. He's just too good, even in bad matchups. But he's not healthy. We know he's not healthy. And the matchup is worse. So all those things point to Jefferson here. Even though New Orleans has been tough on defense as well, I think you're hard pressed to start a Julio Jones when there's a good chance he plays a quarter and then leaves at this point. I just don't think we've seen anything that tells us he's going to be fully healthy. All the times when he's tried to come back, he's ended up with setbacks. I don't know that there's any way you can actually justify going with him. Despite the fact that he's that good, you're going for a championship here. What could be worse than having a guy start the game and leave, and then you're stuck getting nothing out of him? So I probably lean Jefferson here. And Bobby Schmerda follows up, and you say Jefferson as well, and Julio won't play this week. And Bobby, you actually think that they'll hold him out for the rest of the year. I certainly think it's a possibility. I don't know if they necessarily will do that, but I do think that it's certainly a potential. So we'll definitely see what happens there. Ilias Gitopoulos, again, thank you for the chats. And whichever guys you pick there, I do hope that they crush it. And thank you for being back with us on our stream. I do want to put up from Adrian Allegre saying thank you so much. And I say, no, thank you. And welcome to the stream as a new viewer. And you say, and thank you for the military support. And I say, not a problem. Again, thank you for your service. Absolutely. All right, let's see. Now, tell me again if I miss anybody. I'm not trying to do that, but I'm just going right down the line. And as I'm scrolling up and down, if I do, just say, hey, Joe, you missed me. And I'll go back and find it. But I do believe next up in line here is Trey S. All right, Trey S. Ben couldn't get me 12 points to make both ships, but I did make one. All right, that's good. Yeah, Ben has had a rough game. Big question. Full PPR. Choose 3. Marvin Jones, Melvin Gordon, Chris Godwin, Josh Jacobs, DeAndre Swift, DJ Moore. And you say thanks. All right, Trey S., let's take a look. And glad to have you back again tonight. Let's take a look at some matchups for you here to help you out. We'll go in the order you presented them. So let's see, starting with Marvin Jones. This is a great matchup to me. No Kenny Golladay again. Stafford should be healthy. Jones has been great without Golladay. This is a home game against Tampa Bay. Tampa is allowing the 11th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. In addition to the fact that the matchup numbers are good there, I do think there's a very reasonable chance that Tampa Bay is ahead most of this game against Detroit, forcing Detroit into a game script where they're throwing the ball a lot. I think that bodes well for Marvin Jones. He's been pretty good in these past few weeks. I think he's definitely in play for this selection here. Chris Godwin for the Tampa Bay in the same game, Tampa Bay Bucks. Detroit, 4th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I also like Chris Godwin this week. We haven't seen the huge games. It's more difficult to have a huge game in that offense because, as I said on a previous stream, Tom Brady is not Jameis Winston. And in the past, Jameis Winston, when he locked onto a guy early in the game, you could count on the fact that he was going back to him just about every play for the rest of that game. So when you saw it start going with either of those guys, Godwin or Evans, and he got started off to a good start, you were like, man, this is a big one for me this week. We just don't see that anymore because Brady just spreads it around. So that certainly brings down the potential for a huge game there, but I think it's still a very nice matchup. Sticking with the wide receivers, DJ Moore for Carolina at Washington. That is 4 o'clock on Sunday. Washington, the second fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I think simply based on that matchup, we probably take DJ Moore out of this equation here. Let's move over to the running back spot and start with Melvin Gordon. That is 4 o'clock Sunday on the road against LA Chargers. The Chargers 17th, so right about the midway point in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. And then we got Josh Jacobs, home game against Cleveland. No, I'm sorry, that's not Cleveland. That's a home game. It's Miami, Saturday, 8 o'clock, 8:15 actually. Miami has been tougher on defense. Where are they matchup-wise? 25th, the 8th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. And then DeAndre Swift, home game against Tampa Bay. Tampa, the second fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. So let's, unfortunately, since even though DeAndre Swift has been very good, that matchup is really rough. And I also think the game script is not going to be in his favor. So let's take DeAndre Swift out of this equation, the same as we did DJ Moore. That takes us down to choosing 3 between Marvin Jones, Melvin Gordon, Chris Godwin, and Josh Jacobs. Marvin Jones has a very nice matchup and has been playing great. Chris Godwin has a very nice matchup, and you know there's a lot of mouths to feed there, but perhaps you take that chance in that offense in this particular situation. And if they just happen to go to Antonio and Mike Evans, then you just have to live with it. The potential is there in that game for Godwin. Melvin Gordon and Jacobs. Melvin Gordon is going to be splitting time with Phillip Lindsay, and Josh Jacobs is going to be the main guy there, provided that there's not some weird thing going on where he's still a little bit hurt. I wouldn't expect that that's still going on for him. The matchup for Jacobs is tougher, but again, I always talk about these 4 factors: ability, volume, matchup, game script, in that order. And what I mean by that is a lot of times I would rather take the volume over the matchup. If you know a guy is going to get likely all of the touches or the bulk load of the touches versus a guy that's probably going to split them, that leans me towards Jacobs, even though there's a potential that it's a tougher matchup. Now, I will say Josh Jacobs, for me personally, is a player who I kind of always feel like you can trust. I know there have been some games that he hasn't gotten you what you've wanted this year, but I do feel like he is that good of a player. It's only his second year, so these things are going to happen sometimes. But I feel like he's that good of a player that even though the matchup was a little tougher, you like to trust him. We do see like he had the week 14, he only had 8.0 against the Colts. Last week against the Chargers, 18.90 fantasy points and a half-point screen, 76 yards and a touchdown. Let me see if it says anything other about his reports here. That was also an overtime game. That helps. It says entered last game with an ankle issue and exited it with a knee aggravation. Okay, that was not something I was aware of. In between, he was running into one brick wall after another. Interesting that the reports make it sound like he played terrible, although the points don't tell you that. So he's not listed as questionable. I haven't seen any other reports. I guess he's a guy you got to watch the reports on. Apparently, I didn't know there was really an issue there to be aware of, but apparently that there is. So I guess what that means is if Jacobs doesn't look healthy, I guess you probably go Gordon here. But I think if Jacobs is healthy, I would probably rather trust Gordon over Jacobs, especially in this spot going for your championship. Like I say, you take that guy that you call a stud, that you figure Jacobs has been one of your studs all year long, and he got you to this point, you got to let him bring on that title for you. That's probably the way I would go if given that choice. Jones, Godwin, Jacobs, full PPR. That way you're getting 2 receivers in there to get you those PPR points. And then you're going with the guy who has been probably your top running back, or at least your second top running back, depending on who else you have on your roster, in Jacobs. That's kind of the way I think I lean towards these. Again, I try to present as much information as possible so that, you might take what I'm saying and be like, oh, it makes some sense, Joe, or, well, I don't know, Joe, I kind of like Swift here, or, I kind of like Gordon. And I want you to go that way if that's how you feel, because, you've been playing your roster the entire year. You know your lineup. You know the times when you've been frustrated or when you've been hesitant and how they have worked out for you. But I'll throw in, those are the ones that I'm looking at in terms of those 3: Jones, Godwin, Jacobs. I think those are fine starts. But by all means, whichever guys you pick, I do hope that they crush it for you. And let me see if there's any follow-ups. I don't think so. I do see where you dropped this chat again. I think that was probably because it took me a while to get to it. But hopefully that helps you out, Trey S. And go get that Fantasy League Championship. And again, thank you for being on the stream with us. All right, let me see how we're doing here. I'm going to try to pick up the pace a little bit because I can see based on times that these are a little bit farther behind for you guys. So I do want to try to give you guys as much info as I can. Unfortunately, that means sometimes the questions aren't quick answers, but hopefully that works for all you guys. Sebastian Doiron, welcome back to the stream. Sebastian Doiron, one of our regulars. Glad to have you back. Here's what you say: David Johnson, Myles Gaskin, Kenyon Drake, half point PPR. All right, let's get stats to the running back spot. My gut right away says Myles Gaskin in this one. Watching your reports to make sure that he is fully healthy. But the matchup is great for Gaskin playing against the Raiders. Las Vegas, the third most fantasy points to the running back spot. That's a tremendous matchup there. And again, that's a Saturday 8 p.m. game. If we look at David Johnson for Houston, he had a great game last game. It was one of his best games of the year, I want to say. Cincinnati, that's a home game at 1 p.m. Sunday. Cincinnati, 10th most fantasy points to the running back spot. So that is a possibility. Keep an eye on your reports because I do not know the status of Duke Johnson. I know he's been out for a little bit, and that certainly has made for more work for David Johnson. Of course, when I try to call this up, it doesn't work for me. I'm looking up Duke Johnson's status. So just when I said I was going to go through these a little quicker, here I go looking up other stuff. Yeah, Duke Johnson is listed as questionable. Let's see. Remained out during Wednesday's practice. And let's see. It doesn't really say if they expect him to play or not. I think that makes a difference in your decision. I think if Duke Johnson plays, then Gaskin is a clear favorite. Kenyon Drake for Arizona. Kenyon Drake, as you've seen on my stream several of these weeks, I haven't really been very high on Kenyon Drake. We saw him lose work last week to Chase Edmonds. Even though they thought Edmonds was a little bit banged up, we still saw him get out-touched by him. The matchup is Arizona home against San Francisco. San Francisco 26th on the left side of your screen, so 7th fewest. I think to me it's Myles Gaskin out of these guys. I think David Johnson is a close second if Duke Johnson doesn't play. But if Duke Johnson does play, I think that widens the gap because I think you expect Gaskin to get the bulk load of the work there, even though Salvon Ahmed has been good. I think Miami is a team that's been working basically with one running back most of the year. So I think I probably pick Gaskin out of those three. And then you say Murray or Lamar or Hurts. I think that this is, again, I think it's tough to not play Lamar Jackson going for your fantasy football championship. You drafted him high, expecting him to be one of your main guys all year. Perhaps there was, some people who had Lamar Jackson might have had some frustration at not seeing the huge gains that you saw last year. But this is a home game against the Giants. Where's the matchup look? Giants 28th, so 5th fewest fantasy points to the quarterback spot. A little bit of a tougher matchup. Kyler Murray home against San Francisco. San Fran 23rd. So the matchup not really much better there. And then Jalen Hurts is the wild card. And that is on the road against Dallas. And that is 4 o'clock Sunday. And Dallas, the matchup is 12th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. So if you're going to take a shot here, it's probably Jalen Hurts. That's a big shot to take. To feel out where you're at in your matchup and get an idea for, do you feel like you are going against a super strong team that might be perhaps projected to beat you based on points? If that's a situation and you feel like swinging for the fences with Jalen Hurts, we saw what he did last week. I can't fault you for that at all. The flip side of that is Lamar Jackson is a stud. You drafted him high for a reason. You trusted him entering this year before you even had played a game by taking him that high in your league in expectation that he was going to take it to a championship. And here you are on that doorstep. Do you want to sit that guy at this point? Again, you know how it's been all year. Has the frustration level been enough with Lamar? Like for me, it's Kenyon Drake. Like I feel super frustrated with Kenyon Drake from this past year. Not everybody probably feels that way. You might feel more frustrated with Lamar and you might want to go towards Hurts. I think it comes down to that decision. Do you trust that guy that you started the year with, expecting him to be, your main guy for the whole year, or do you take a pop at swinging for those fences? And that's going to come down to what you feel like you need in that lineup. If you feel like you need that big game, then perhaps you do swing for those fences. But I think it's between those two guys. And hopefully whichever guy there you pick, you crush it with them. And then I do see Miami DST or Bills DST. I don't have those numbers right in front of me, so let me call them up really quick. Let's see here. Miami against Vegas. It doesn't seem like that would be a bad matchup by any means, but it's going to take me a second here to call these up. Miami has been the tough defense all year long. I don't think that they're a bad choice in any aspects because they've been so good. Why? Of course, they have to be on the second. There's like 4 teams on the second page, and they're not one of them. All right, I'll find them. Here we go. Miami. There we are. Against Las Vegas. Las Vegas allowing the 16th fewest fantasy points to defenses. Buffalo Bills against New England. Ooh, that might be a Buffalo Bills. New England allowing the 12th most fantasy points to defenses. Yeah, no, that's tough. That might be a Buffalo Bills. I don't want to say the Buffalo Bills have been stellar all year. They really haven't in terms of fantasy points. The last 2 weeks have been a little better, 12 and 12 in each of those weeks. But if you looked at Miami and compared them, I bet you Miami has had more double-digit weeks by far. Yeah, they've had 3 double-digit weeks in the last 4. They've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them overall. They had 9 last week against New England. So, yeah, it does say that Vegas is not allowing as many points. Probably the matchup isn't on the side of Buffalo, but I might stick with Miami given the fact that they've been the tougher defense overall throughout the year. I can't say that I expect New England to play that well against Buffalo. And that's not just me being a Bills fan. Like, I'm just not so sure that I see it happening there. It seems like they're at the end of a rope there of a frustrating season. But I might still trust Miami in that situation. That's a coin flip. That's a coin flip. The Bills are the better matchup. If you like playing your matchups, which a lot of times you do like that when it comes to defenses, then it's the Bills. Miami's been more steady. Again, do you want a floor or do you want to swing for the fences here? Miami might give you the better floor of those two. Again, Sebastian Doran, I hope whichever ones you pick here, I know some of those answers were more information than answers. I think either one of those is okay, Miami or Bills. I think they're pretty close. So I don't think there's a huge edge either way. Like I said, the Bills matchup is better. If you like the matchups, then that's a reasonable thought. And whoever you pick there, Sebastian, I hope that they crush it. I'm looking for any follow-ups here and don't see them. So, all right, good to go on that one. Let's move right along. Catching up a little bit here. Let's see. I got married to Don already. Here we go. Jimmy J. Jimmy J, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. And I see a few more. I will get to those as we work our way through these. Jimmy J, you say, here we go. We need a flex. Mike Evans, Marvin Jones, or J.K. Dobbins. I'm going to put up numbers as I talk my way through this, but I'm going to say right away that without even looking at numbers, my gut says Marvin Jones. He has been awful good with Kenny Golladay not in that lineup in the past few weeks. Still no Golladay. We expect Stafford to be healthy. Marvin Jones, let's see. Detroit home against Tampa Bay. The matchup numbers to wide receivers on the left side of your screen. Tampa Bay, the 11th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Mike Evans in the same matchup. So Detroit's matchup is a little bit better. 4th most fantasy points to wide receivers. However, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Antonio Brown, Rob Gronkowski, Scotty Miller, Cameron Brate. Do I need to keep going? There are a lot of mouths to feed there, and we know that Tom Brady spreads the ball around. I think that gives the edge to Marvin Jones on volume. You would expect Jones to have more volume, and if you look at his numbers over the past few weeks, they have been outstanding. In the running back spot there, J.K. Dobbins. I certainly think Dobbins is a fine start this week. Baltimore playing the Giants at home. The Giants, where do they fall here? Let's see. Let's find them. 14th in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. However, you're still talking about, I know it's only down to 2 guys there most of these weeks now between Dobbins and Edwards. We haven't really seen Mark Ingram be much of a factor. But still, that's 2 guys. And it's splitting volume. Marvin Jones is a clear number 1 guy. I think especially if this Jimmy J is a PPR league and you say that it is, I think that makes you lean towards your receiver. And I think of those 2, I know that Evans has the better of the 2 matchups, but I think Marvin Jones is the guy with less mouths to feed, and he's had the higher production over the past few weeks. I'm going to go with Marvin Jones for that one. And Jimmy J, I hope that whichever guy you pick there, I do hope that they crush it. And I do see another follow-up here. It says I have Aaron Jones and Derrick Henry, and Jones popped up with a questionable with a toe injury. That is interesting. I did not see that. it's possible that they're just being cautious with him. I'm going to look it up real quick here as well, because I do want to see what those reports are. I have not heard that there's any potential of him not playing, but you certainly don't want to be in a situation, especially with the Saturday night game. Now it says questionable, but there's no real report there noting the injury or missed practice or anything like that. So I would say that's one where you keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on your reports. Certainly, if you have Aaron Jones, Derrick Henry is no question, but you certainly want to play Aaron Jones if you have the opportunity to. He's been really good, and he's a top-tier player in my opinion. So I would hate to see that not work out for you. So hopefully that does. And again, I think that's the last one I see there from you, Jimmy J. So appreciate you being on the stream. And again, hope whichever guys you pick there, hope that they crush it. Let's move right along here to Justin Young. All right, Justin Young with a question here. Welcome. Glad to have you here on the stream. You say Jalen Hurts or Justin Herbert, thinking Hurts because of his rushing ability. We talk about this a little bit tonight. This is a really interesting situation for a lot of people that are thinking about playing Jalen Hurts. He's certainly been the hot player, and I cannot fault you at all if you go after Jalen Hurts after the week he put up last week. Matchup-wise, if you look at the matchups, Philadelphia at Dallas. Dallas, the 12th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. Justin Herbert at home against Denver. Denver, the 9th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. Again, this one I think comes down to when you play fantasy football, what are your tendencies? Are you the type of player who likes to take a big swing and go for it all? If that's the case, it's Hurts for you probably. Are you the type of player that likes to take a player that you've played all year long and has been good and trust them to come through for you when it's the biggest matchup of the year for you? And if that's the case, it's probably Herbert. I know Herbert had a couple of down games, but really when this season is over, when you look back, I'm guessing you're probably going to say, wow, Herbert was really good for me this year. So this really, I don't know if I can give you an exact answer on these two because I actually think that they're both going to have good games. They both had good games this last week. If you were facing the same decision last week and you went with Herbert, I don't think you feel bad about it, even though Hurts got you more points or would have got you more points. I don't think you feel bad about choosing Herbert, and I think it's the exact same choice this week. So therefore, I think it's going to be one of those deals where it comes down to how do you like to play this game? Like if you were the type of person who likes to roll the dice and take that big shot, then that's Hurts. Again, yes, you are right. The rushing ability does provide you a floor. Or if you're the type of player who wants to lean on the player that got you there, then it's Herbert. I think I'm guessing if you're asking me this question, you are probably going to start Hurts. That's my guess based on the way you're asking this. And again, I can't fault you for that at all. And I do hope whichever guy you choose there, I do hope that they crush it. Let me see a follow-up from you here that says, Monty, David Johnson, Swift, Dobbins, or McKissick, Gibson in standard need 3 running backs. All right, let's take a look. David Montgomery, I will say this. I sat him in a league last year in the last week in the semifinals, barely won. He put up a ton of points on my bench, and I said to myself, well, I'm not sitting him again. Not this week, not for the championship. The matchup there is pretty good on the road against Jacksonville. 4th most fantasy points to the running back spot. I think David Montgomery, a great start this week. David Johnson for Houston, home against Cincinnati, 10th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Again, I think another player who is definitely startable. I do think that you watch your reports and see if Duke Johnson plays and understand that if he does, he may take away some of the work that you saw Johnson get all of last week. DeAndre Swift for Detroit, home against Tampa Bay. The matchup here, not so good. 2nd fewest fantasy points to the running back spot, as you see there on the left side of your screen. Swift has been very good all year, but it's a tough matchup. I probably take him out of this equation. Dobbins for Baltimore against the Giants, 14th in terms of that matchup list there. A decent matchup. Again, you're splitting time with Gus Edwards, but you do like that Dobbins has been getting more and more of that work, so perhaps you trust him a little bit more. And then the last one is McKissick or Gibson. The matchup is great against Carolina. Washington, let's see here. Carolina, the 8th most fantasy points to the running back spot. I love that matchup. I don't know if it's Gibson that's playing, then Gibson has been great all year long. I don't know how you can keep him on the bench. I know if I had him on a roster for the championship and he was back, I'd love to start him. Like that, this guy's been so good. I love him to be in there helping me try to win that championship. I think if it's McKissick instead, then your decision might be a little bit different. And I could definitely see where you might pick Dobbins over McKissick here because Dobbins has also been very good. And I want to say, without looking at reports, that he's had like a touchdown in like 5 straight games or something like that at this point. Again, the situation in Washington is a little bit more up in the air. We don't know who the quarterback is going to be at this time. These things are a little bit of question marks. So that might lean you away from McKissick, even though McKissick did have a nice game last week. 4 straight games for Dobbins with a touchdown. 4 straight games way into the double digits in terms of fantasy points. I'm thinking that he's probably my next choice in line out of these players, behind Johnson and Montgomery. I think Montgomery is for sure. I think David Johnson you like after the game that he just had, and I think if it's Antonio Gibson that plays, I'd love to get him in that lineup for sure. I think Gibson is the choice there. I think your next choice is between Dobbins and McKissick. McKissick has the edge in terms of the matchup just by a little bit. And you know, I shouldn't say Dobbins so quickly. I could definitely see starting McKissick over Dobbins too, because the matchup against Carolina's been pretty bad against the run this year. So yeah, that's might be in more of a coin flip. You're probably in about the same boat with both there. You know, Baltimore's going to run the ball. Washington, you don't know, but at least McKissick gives you a little bit of floor because you have the pass catch in there. Not sure if this is standard. You said standard at Dobbins over McKissick. McKissick, a lot of his value comes from pass catching. In a PPR league, you're getting those free points. In the standard, you're not. I like Dobbins because of the touchdowns that he's had. So Monty Johnson, 1 and 2. If Gibson plays, Gibson next in line. If he doesn't, Dobbins next in line, followed by McKissick. And I'll move Swift, even though Swift has been good. Afraid of the matchup. Afraid of the game script. That'd be the direction I would go. Justin Young, I hope that those bits of information help you out there. And by all means, whichever guys you go for, I hope that they crush it. And thank you, Justin, for the question and for being on the stream. Up next, we got Mary DeDon, says Gilmore is not playing. Diggs going to have a field day. I agree. That's very possible. Next up, we got Zach93. Zach93, thank you for your question. You say, well, thank you for your statement. Happy holidays. Same to you. And you say Kupp or Thielen, standard scoring. Put up the wide receiver points. Cooper Kupp against the Seattle Seahawks. A little bit of a mystery to me. You would expect good things. The matchup there, Seattle 5th most fantasy points to wide receivers. I will say this. They've been at the top for most of the year by a lot. They were way ahead in first place for a while. And the fact that they've made it all the way down to 5th now is amazing. That means that things have really changed around there. So that might be a little bit of a deceptive 5th. Let me say this. As I did the research, Seattle, they have given up 15-plus fantasy points to 18 different wide receivers this season. They have given up 15-plus to 0 in the last 5 games. None. So things along that defense have changed. Is that enough to keep you from starting Cooper Kupp? I don't know. I know that the last time they played, I expected Kupp and Woods to have great games, and it was kind of a mystery. It wasn't the production. Josh Reynolds was getting the bulk of, or got the most targets, I think, that game. So a weird one there. The flip side of that, Thielen, Minnesota at New Orleans. New Orleans 16th in terms of fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Do I think Adam Thielen, if I talk about these 4 factors being talent, volume, matchup, game script, do I put Adam Thielen at a tier above in terms of him as a player to Cooper Kupp? Probably. Again, the matchup is not great against New Orleans. Do I think they can overcome that matchup? Yes. I'm not sure whether or not I trust Kupp enough in this matchup to move him past Adam Thielen. I think Adam Thielen is probably your higher tier player, and you may end up wanting to go with that guy who's been your best guy all year long. I can't fault you for going Kupp the other way. Let me do this before I see some follow-ups from you. Before I move on to the follow-ups, I'm going to call up exactly the amount of points that Cooper Kupp scored the last time against Seattle. And if that might help you out with this decision some, let's see if it does. I don't think it was that great of a game. Let's see. It was week 10 against Seattle. 7 targets, 5 catches, 50 yards, 7.5 points in a half-point PPR. You said standard scoring, and that takes you down to 5 points in a standard league. Adam Thielen, let's see. Cooper Kupp has how many touchdowns? 1, 2, 3 touchdowns for the season. How many does Adam Thielen have? Much more than that. I'm feeling like I'm talking my way into trusting Adam Thielen. Right? Does that sound like the same thing to you as you hear me talk this through? Adam Thielen has 13 touchdowns this year. I don't see how I can start Cooper Kupp over him at this point, given the fact that the last time they played, he didn't do much, and that Thielen has that many times finding the end zone. Even in bad matchups, he's found the end zone here and there. I think Thielen's been your higher tier player. It's week 16. He got you here. I think he gets you through, or at least you lean on him to give him that opportunity to win you that championship. I think Thielen out of these two. Let me see here. Wilson Jr. or Jonathan Taylor, half-point PPR. Wilson, I think if Mostert is out, I think all of the reports kind of lead towards him being the guy. Again, I am not a huge guy on the San Francisco running backs just because it's such a difficult situation. But if you've been playing them all year long, you may have more confidence in starting them than I might potentially have. So I could see that possibly the matchup against Arizona if I put up the running back information. Arizona giving up the 18th, so right in the middle in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. Jonathan Taylor, I've liked a lot, but the matchup is not good. At Pittsburgh, the third fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. Also potentially splitting touches there. If you feel confident in Wilson getting the work, if Mostert is out, and you don't feel hesitant about any of those other guys, we saw Tevin Coleman get a couple of snaps or a couple of touches last week, but nothing huge. McKinnon's there. If you feel good about Wilson, I think the matchup leads you towards that direction in terms of this one in particular. And then Rams D or Eagles D. All right, I don't have a graphic for that, so let me get rid of this graphic for you here, and I will call this up on my other screen. Obviously, the Rams D has been quite good. Seattle has been a higher scoring team all year long, but not necessarily in the past few weeks they haven't. So I think that they are by default one of the best defenses in the league, and I don't fault you for going that direction. I want to see what they've done lately. Let's see here. They have had double digits in 4 of the last 6, although they only had 2 against the Jets, which that is mind-boggling. But the last time they played Seattle in Week 10, they had 13 fantasy points, 6 sacks, 2 interceptions, 1 fumble recovery. So based on that, this is a very nice start for the Rams. Philadelphia on the flip side of that, playing against Dallas. Let's see here. Dallas is the 4th most fantasy points to the defense position, and I didn't give you the other one. Seattle is the 12th fewest, but you look back at that previous matchup and you like it. Philadelphia has not had a double-digit fantasy point output since Week 8. They've only had 2 all season long. And like I said, Rams, I think I said 4 of the last 6. To me, I like the Rams of these two. I'm hesitant about going with Philadelphia, even though the matchup is better. The Rams have produced more throughout the course of the season. I think I like the Rams of these two. I can understand going the other way, but if I were going to pick it, I would say Rams, a fine start here. And you say thanks, and I say no, thank you. And Zach93, I will say whichever choices you make here, I do hope they crush it, get that fantasy football championship. All right, Mary to Don, you say thanks. I say thank you. Let's see who's next. Benjamin Bregman. Looks like a new viewer to the stream. Welcome, Benjamin Bregman, to the stream. Glad to have you here. You say, yo, what's up, man? Pick 2, J.K. Dobbins, Tony Pollard, or Mike Davis. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at some matchups. The first thing I will say is you'll have to take a look at your reports because it's looking like Zeke wants to play this week. And my thought is that because Zeke did play through the injury that he had a couple of weeks ago, and then missed the game after that, the fact that he has had a game off at this point now makes me think there's a good chance he makes it back for this one. I don't know if you can trust Tony Pollard with Zeke not in the lineup. So this changes your decision quite a bit. Let me see. On J.K. Dobbins, we talked about a little bit for Baltimore, and that is home against the Giants. And the matchup there is Giants 14th most fantasy points to the running back spot. And then Mike Davis for Carolina is on the road against Washington. Washington, a little tougher matchup, 27th. So that's the 6th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. And let me do this for you, Benjamin. Let me, because we talked about potentially Zeke possibly playing, but kind of along that same line, Christian McCaffrey, I think, of course, Carolina would love to get him back into the lineup this week. We did hear from Matt Rule earlier on today talking about Christian McCaffrey's status, and here is Matt Rule.
Yeah, he's doubtful. He worked today. We're not yet there. Maybe he can get there by Sunday, but I really think he needs to practice too. So him not practicing today would put him in the doubtful category for me.
All right, so again, that at least helps you out some in feeling more confident that Mike Davis would still be expected to go again this week. Again, I do think that there's a very good chance that Zeke does play in this game. I think that takes Tony Pollard out of your equation. If Zeke does not play, and that is Dallas home against Philadelphia, the matchup there, Philadelphia in 20th, we saw Tony Pollard have a very nice game. I think Tony Pollard moves ahead of both of these guys if Zeke doesn't play. Because he's going to get all the volume. And again, I talk about those 4 factors: talent, talent, volume, matchup, game script. And the reason why I put them in that order is because volume over matchup, you're going to take that guy who you expect to get all the work and take that shot over someone who is not going to get all the work. And that's potentially J.K. Dobbins. He is splitting time with Gus Edwards. Of course, he has played well. But after that game we saw Tony Pollard have, and expecting him to get the work if Zeke doesn't play, he moves ahead, and I feel the same way about Mike Davis. If Christian McCaffrey doesn't play, which it doesn't look like he's going to, certainly the matchup is a little bit tougher for Mike Davis against Washington, the 6th fewest, compared with J.K. Dobbins, who is in 14th. But again, you're splitting time in terms of Dobbins. Even if it is 1A and 1B with Gus Edwards, there always is that chance where perhaps Edwards gets that hot hand, or Edwards is the guy that gets all the touchdowns in a given week. I do think it's a little bit closer because Dobbins has been pretty good. He's had touchdowns in 4 straight weeks now. He seems to be the guy that has elevated. So if you are someone who is kind of hesitant or on the fence about Mike Davis's play, I personally have liked Davis all year, although he has had some down games. I have been more to trust him along the way. The volume certainly helps there. I think it's closer between these two. For me personally, like I said, if Zeke doesn't play, I probably take Pollard and Davis. Pollard for sure, and then I think Davis and Dobbins are very close. So if you decided to go Dobbins instead of Davis, I don't think I could fault you for that one bit. If Zeke plays, I think you take Pollard out of this equation entirely, and you go Dobbins and Davis. And hope that information helps you out there, Benjamin. And as I always say, whichever guys you pick there, I do hope that they crush it. And absolutely, if you are new to the stream, as I want to let everybody know, those people that are new, we thank you for being with us. We appreciate you all being here. We are a new channel this year, so we don't necessarily come quite as high on the searches. So if you enjoy what we're doing here with our videos and our streams, by all means, click on that subscribe button. Make sure that you can get those notifications whenever we have new content. We're glad that you guys found us, but we do know that you might have had to dig a little bit farther to find us right now as we continue to grow. So we want you to get those notifications. Again, thank you for being with us. All right, and Lucius Varenas, I'll get to you next. I was trying to click on Travis Elkins here, and he says JK and Mike Davis. And again, that kind of backs up the whole deal with whether or not Zeke is in there. And thank you, Travis Elkins, for popping in there with that as well. Next up in line, I will get to you, Lucius, but the next one in order here is Harry 2K. Welcome, Harry 2K. Glad to have you on the stream tonight. You say, I have Diggs, Juju, Emmanuel Sanders, and Marvin Jones. I need 2 wide receiver spots and 1 flex. All right, we can talk about that. Let's put up the numbers. Fantasy points to wide receivers this season. Stephon Diggs for Buffalo against New England. A rougher matchup, 3rd fewest fantasy points. However, Stephon Diggs has been phenomenal all year long. Earlier in the stream, we did look up his performance in that last game. I didn't call it back up, but I believe it was 9 targets, 6 catches, 90 yards. Again, he's been so good. I don't know how you can sit him at this point, even if the matchup is tough. I think you have to have him in there, and if for some reason it's a tough matchup and it goes poorly, you kind of just have to live with that. It's one of those situations where he's gotten you this far. You probably drafted him fairly far down, your draft into the later rounds compared to like where other receivers fell in that draft. He's one of those guys that carried you to a championship game. And again, he carried you here. You have a chance to ride it right through to a championship. I think you probably have to go with Diggs here. Juju for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is a little bit weird at this point, huh? This is a home game against Indy. The matchup is 19th most fantasy points to wide receivers by the Colts. Kind of a middling matchup. Let's keep him in mind here. We're doing 3 players out of these 4. Emmanuel Sanders. This is a good matchup for New Orleans, home against Minnesota. Minnesota, where do they fall? 3rd most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. We've got no Michael Thomas there in that game. So, again, you would expect Sanders to have a decent shot at a good day. I put it in those terms for a reason because there's a lot of these games where I've expected Sanders to be really good, and he hasn't necessarily had the games that I thought he was going to. So he's kind of a player that I would start with hesitation in any case. And that's kind of still the way I feel about this one. With Drew Brees back, I certainly think that bodes well for him. There's some potential there. Marvin Jones, home against Tampa Bay, 11th most fantasy points to wide receivers. No Kenny Golladay. Matthew Stafford expected to play again. We've seen Marvin Jones be very good in the past few weeks without Golladay. I think he's a guy that you continue to stick with as well as he's played the past few weeks. So to me, I think your two wide receiver spots there are Diggs and Jones. And then you're talking about between Sanders and Juju for your flex. The matchup is in favor of Sanders by quite a bit. And also with Juju, it's always Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, even James Washington in the mix there. With Sanders, Traquan Smith. Can you name anybody else off the top of your head for New Orleans as wide receivers? Obviously, Alvin Kamara gets a lot of the work, but without Michael Thomas there, you have to think that there's a shot there for Sanders to have a nice day. And again, I put it that way because Sanders is a guy that I'm a little bit hesitant with, but I can't say that I would be any less hesitant with Juju. I have not looked up Juju's numbers in a little bit here, so I will do that real quick. Just to see where we're at, because potentially I will see something that points me in a different direction. Juju. There we go. All right, Juju's numbers here. He has had decent targets in recent games, kind of up and down. The last 4 games, targets are 9, 10, 7, and 6. But the only game over 40 yards is week 14, where he had 55. Did have a touchdown in 2 of those 4 games. Double digits in 2 of those 4. Last week, it was 6 targets, 3 catches, 1 fantasy point in half-point PPR. And 2 weeks before that, Washington, 10 targets and still only had 6.3 in a half-point. So I'm not probably sold on Juju in terms of confidence. I could see the argument that, are you more confident with Sanders over Juju? I'm not sure that you are. But when it comes down to that, if the confidence is equally then perhaps the matchup makes the decision, and the matchup for Sanders is 3 Minnesota, and the matchup for Juju is, 19 Indianapolis. So the clear edge in matchup. And of course, when I click on Sanders, I got Jason Sanders, the kicker, which doesn't help me at all. Let me try to get the right Sanders on my screen. There we go. The past couple of games for Emmanuel Sanders have just kind of been middling games. 6 targets in week 13, 5 targets in week 14, 5 targets in week 15. Again, 2 of those 3 were with Taysom Hill. This last game was with Brees. He did have 76 yards receiving with Brees. That was the highest total that he's had since week 5, when he had 122 yards in week 5. He did have some better games earlier on in the year. Again, with no Michael Thomas. My gut says Sanders here, and you take that chance because of Thomas is not being there, and there is a potential for a big game. And being at your flex spot, you hope that Diggs and Jones give you your floor at your 2 receiver spots, and that your flex gives you a shot at a nice number in addition to that. My gut's pointing me towards Sanders here, but I certainly can't fault you if you go Juju. I think it's reasonably close. But again, to me, I will say if I had to pick, I think Diggs, Jones, Sanders, fine starts. But bottom line, whichever guys you pick, I do hope that they crush it. And you say thanks, and I say nope, thank you. And we're a little bit caught up on the chats now, so we're not as far behind, which is a good thing. Not a bad problem to have when we have this many people on the chat. We certainly do love talking fantasy football with you guys, and we're glad to have you all here. All right, let's go ahead and go to the next one. We do have some other, for those of you that might be watching on replay, we do have other content for you during this show where we're going through the top matchups for this weekend. We will do that after we go through all the chats, but the chats are our main deal. That's what we're here for. That's what we love to do. So we do that first, and we can always do the content afterwards. So let's get to the next one. It's Lucius Varenus 44. Welcome back, Lucius Varenus 44. Glad to have you. You say, in my championship game. Oh, you're in your championship game. Awesome. Great. I'd love to hear that. Appreciate the help you've given. And I say thank you for being here, and glad that you're enjoying what we're doing here. And we're hoping that good things are for all you guys. Lineup help: Lamar, Brady, Thielen, Godwin, Metcalf, Sanders. 1 tight end: Logan Thomas or Mark Andrews. DST: Browns or Bills. Thanks in advance. All right, let's go through these. All right, starting with the quarterback spot. Again, I have a hard time sitting a guy like Lamar Jackson after you drafted him probably in your first or second round of your league, most likely, if not very high. He's the guy you picked to be one of your leading players on your team. I know that there has been some frustration among fantasy players this year over, not seeing the huge games that you saw the year before. He has played better as of late. Baltimore home against the Giants. The numbers, the Giants allowing the 5th fewest fantasy points to the quarterback spot. Of course, that is a little bit of a rougher matchup. We compare that with the running back numbers, 14th in terms of fantasy points to running backs. We know that Lamar is going to get some of his value in terms of running the ball. So that does play into this as well. Brady's got a nice matchup on the road against Detroit, the 4th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. That is definitely the matchup edge there. Can I see you taking that matchup and going with it in this situation? Yes, I can see that. We've talked about this a little bit on other parts of the stream. Is this a situation where, do you like to go with guys that you've been going with all year long, or do you like to take a chance when it comes down to one big game to get you your championship? If you want to go with those guys that you've been going with, Lamar, you take a look at his last few games. He has been 20 or more fantasy points in 4 of the last 5 games that he played, including over 30 for the last 2. And that was 34.92 week 14 against Cleveland, 30.22 week 15 against Jacksonville. You take a look at where their numbers fall. Cleveland is at number 8, and Jacksonville is at number 2. Obviously, those were better matchups. This is a tougher matchup. Do I feel that Lamar can overcome that matchup? Absolutely. He's a top-tier player, no question. Taking a look at what he did in some other tougher matchups throughout the year. Let's see. When he played the Colts, they are at 25. Against them, he had 18.6 points, a little bit lower. When he played, let's see, what other tough matchups did he face? Washington, in week 4, he was 26.02 against them. Washington right down in that same range with the Giants. Let's see. Those are really the 2 toughest matchups that I see along his line. So one game he played well, and one game he didn't have quite as good of a game. If it were me, I would have a hard time sitting Lamar Jackson for Tom Brady. But that's simply because I probably don't have as much. If I don't feel as much confidence in Tom Brady's week in, week out. Obviously, that he is a great player, but he's going to spread the ball around. He's going to dink and dunk where he has to. Is he going to have the big plays? Who knows? Certainly a great matchup. Brady's last, let's see, he's been over 20 points in 3 of his last 5 games. 23.4 this last week against Atlanta, and 23.7 in week 12, and 31.84 in week 10. He's had some down games as well. 15 in week 14, 14 in week 11, 5 in week 9, 19. He's had probably as many games under 20 as he has above. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games over 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games under 20. So half and half. I didn't count up to see with Lamar specifically, but that's the situation that you're looking with there. If it were me, simply the way I probably would play this, I would probably be going with the guy that's got me there the whole year. And perhaps for you, that is Brady. Perhaps you've been playing Brady for a lot of this year if you've been frustrated with Jackson. In that situation, then that guy that's got you there is Tom Brady. But if that guy that's got you there has been Lamar Jackson and you drafted him that high, I feel like a lot of times it's tough to sit that guy because, listen, you started this deal 16 weeks ago with a draft, and you decided to put a lot of your stake in Lamar Jackson, and here's your chance for him to win a championship for you. Is the matchup tougher? Yes. Can I see you starting Brady? Yes. But to me, it's probably a little bit of a coin flip when it comes down to that. I can kind of see you going either way on this one. Let's take a look at the other side of that. Again, some of the times when I talk through these questions, and let me see here. You say you need 2 wide receivers in that question. Sorry about that. Not a problem. I will look back at that. Some of the times when I answer these questions and like the answer comes out as like a non-answer and just more information. And sometimes, I feel like in that information, you may find your answer without me even giving you one. When I say, hey, who's the guy that you trusted? And you're like, oh, yeah, I trusted Tom Brady all year. I'm going to go with him. Or, yeah, I trusted Lamar. I'm going to go with him. Like a lot of times I think it comes down to that. Thielen, Godwin, Metcalf, Sanders. Let's put up wide receiver numbers. Oh, I already did that. Let's look at the matchups. Adam Thielen. Let's see here. This is against, what did I say? I'll find my matchups here. Come on. I believe this is the very first game of the week, Friday. Yes, it is, at New Orleans, 4:30 on Friday. New Orleans, 16th in terms of fantasy points to wide receivers. Middling matchup. Chris Godwin, Tampa Bay at Detroit. Great matchup there. Detroit allowing the 4th most fantasy points to wide receivers. I think he's in the mix. DK Metcalf against Washington. Let's see what time they play here. 4:25 on Sunday. Washington, the 2nd fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Tough matchup. Emmanuel Sanders, again, the New Orleans game against Minnesota. Good matchup. 3rd most fantasy points to wide receivers. So I don't trust Emmanuel Sanders enough to go after that matchup over these other guys because the other guys are too good. We already talked about Adam Thielen, 13 touchdowns this year. DK Metcalf has been great all year. Yes, those are tough matchups. Me personally, if I had these guys the whole season and they played that well for me, I'm probably not going to slide in a guy like Emmanuel Sanders who could do anything and you have no idea what to expect from him. So I'm probably not going to go that direction. Now, Chris Godwin is different. Chris Godwin has been a top player. You drafted him high. He probably hasn't had the season that you had hoped, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that Brady's going to spread it around more than Jameis Winston did. But the matchup is there, so I can definitely see picking Godwin as one of your players. Then it's going to come down to Thielen or Metcalf at the other spot. I'm a little bit leery of that Seattle matchup against the Rams, the fewest fantasy points to wide receivers. In that situation, I might consider that Thielen could get the nod over Metcalf. I would hate to be sitting DK Metcalf for my championship, but purely based on the matchups, I could see where you have to do that. And then let me say this, going back to the first part of this, if Godwin is one of your choices, then I absolutely feel that a Brady choice for quarterback would make a lot of sense for you because now you've got the Brady-Godwin stack. And not only is that good for you if Godwin gets a lot of work and gets the touchdowns, but it's also good for you if Tampa has a great game and Godwin doesn't get the work. It protects you against picking Godwin and watching Mike Evans or Antonio Brown or anybody else get all the points. At least you're still getting Brady points in that situation. So that makes me think that the Brady choice is a little bit better for you as well if you go with Godwin there. Tight end wise, let's see, tight end points. Logan Thomas or Mark Andrews. Let's see if I can take a look at these matchup wise. Logan Thomas for Washington. Of course, he's been great against Carolina. Carolina 11th to the tight end spot. And then Mark Andrews, Baltimore against the Giants. The Giants are 24th to the tight end spot. This one's a tricky one because if you felt like there was more consistent quarterback play in Washington, then you might go with Thomas. But yeah, he's been good with Haskins there. He's been good with Smith there. But I feel like there's a lot of things that can go wrong. Again, this is kind of the same thing. If you're going to play Andrews, there's reason to start Lamar Jackson because now you got a stack there. I have a hard time sitting Mark Andrews for Logan Thomas, given the fact that Mark Andrews, you probably drafted in your 4th round, possibly your 5th round, and Logan Thomas, you probably picked up off the waiver wire, right? Has Thomas been good lately? Yes. Let me call him up here and see what he's got exactly. I just feel like there is potential, and it's the tight end spot. Anything could happen at the tight end spot. Logan Thomas has had this last game 101 yards, 2 games before that 98 yards, double digits 3 out of the last 4, 15 targets this last game, 13 catches against Seattle. That's great potential. It's hard to go against that. It's just the fact that Mark Andrews, starting the year, you would have said Mark Andrews is probably tight end 4 overall behind, Kelsey, Kittle, and Waller. You would have put Mark Andrews at 4. I think most people would have said that. It hasn't panned out. In the last 2 games, double digits in both of those 2 games. Last game, 5 targets, 5 catches, touchdown, 15.1 points and a half-point PPR. The game before that, 6 targets, 5 catches, 10.3. I feel safer with Mark Andrews over Logan Thomas, especially because of the quarterback situation and things are kind of a mix right now in Washington. I probably feel safer with Andrews. But again, Thomas might give you the swing for the fences choice there. So this might be one of those situations where you keep an eye on your matchup and take a look. Are you favored to win, projected to win, and do you want to go with a safer player there in consideration that Logan Thomas has been more boom or bust? Or is your opponent favored? Are you going to be required to have some huge games out of some of your players to get that W? And does that mean that Logan Thomas would be – because you got to figure Baltimore is probably going to be winning that game against the Giants, and they're probably going to end up running the ball more. Wouldn't necessarily have to be throwing the ball. You would have to think that Washington will be required to throw the ball more in that game, and that's kind of the way it's been going for them. I guess against Carolina, it could go either way. I don't know. For me, like I'm the type of player where if this guy got me here the whole year long, easy for me to say, I might lean on him in my championship game for Andrews. That's a tough one right there. So yeah, I guess what I'm going at here is what I've gotten to out of all, and I didn't do Browns or Bills, but I'm not even going to get into the Bills. I talked to them about them a little bit against New England. I certainly think New England is beatable on defense, but Cleveland's playing the Jets. Anybody playing the Jets on defense all day for me, that's a huge matchup. I think they're allowing the most fantasy points without looking it up to the defense. I looked it up earlier. I didn't re-look it up. But to me, it's Cleveland, because a lot of times with defense, it's about who you're playing and not necessarily who you are. I think I'd probably roll with Cleveland in that situation. Godwin, Thielen, Brady, Andrews, Cleveland. Those are my leans. None of them are huge, clean-cut ones. So, again, this is why I present a lot of information, because I can see you going other ways on some of these, and if from what you heard me say, what you got out of that was going a slightly different way, I don't fault you for that at all, because I think there are a lot of choices you can make here. I think Godwin is definitely a step above in terms of the matchup in that end. Then you're talking between Thielen and Metcalf. Probably lean a little bit Thielen there. And then I think when you start Godwin, that gives you a reason to start Brady. And then possibly to back that up with, just in case Lamar plays great and Mark Andrews gets some of those points, if he is your tight end, that's an argument to be made there. But these are a lot of tough choices, man. I hope you win that championship. I want to see you take this down, Lucius Farinas 44. Appreciate you being in the chat tonight. And I do hope that whichever guys you pick there, I hope that you crush it. If you're still thinking about it when you get to Sunday, feel free to join us back on our Sunday pregame show. I will take this opportunity to give that a little pop before we go on to the next one. For those of you that might be new to the stream, we are TFF Live Sunday pregame show. That is Sundays at 12 noon. Same deal as this, answering all your fantasy football questions, taking you right up until game time, getting you ready for that big Week 16 matchup. And again, the rest of our information, we are the Fantasy Follow. We are a brand new channel this season on YouTube. We thank all of you that have been with us. You can also find us on Twitter at the Fantasy Follow. That's fantasy spelled FNTSY. And you can ask us your fantasy football questions during the week on our Twitter using the hashtag AskTFFLive, and we will answer those questions live on our Sunday pregame show. Facebook / the Fantasy Follow, and the website, fantasyfollow.com. All right, back to the chats, and we will remind you before we get to our next chat, if I still have my beginning notification here. Yes, I do. It's also pinned up there on your chat. Our live chat is open throughout the entire show, answering your fantasy football questions. Even if we're doing other content, feel free to drop a chat, and we will get to those as soon as we can. We have plenty of other content, but we have hardly even scratched the surface on that yet, because we've been talking fantasy football with all you guys, and that's what we like to do the best. So by all means, drop us a chat. And if I miss anybody, please let me know. I don't do it on purpose, but sometimes when I'm scrolling up and down, it happens. So if I do miss anyone, please let me know, and I'll make sure to get back to you. And I think, Lucius, that looks like I did miss you from earlier, and then that you re-asked that. So thank you for re-asking that question, because I don't mean to miss you guys, but sometimes scrolling up and down through this thing, it definitely happens. I'm just looking up to see if there's anybody else that I might have missed. I think I got everyone. All right, so moving up next in line here. Next up here is, all right, let me see. Uzi2 Goated. I don't know if I said that right. Uzi2 Goated is what I'm going to guess on that one. If I said that right, then please let me know, because I do like to try to get these correct. It looks like you might be a new viewer to the stream. So if you are new, welcome. Glad to have you. And you say Evan Ingram or Rob Gronkowski. And I do see a couple of other questions here. I will follow with those as well, but we'll start with the tight ends. Evan Ingram for the Giants. That is on the road against Baltimore. Baltimore, the 18th most fantasy points to the tight end spot, right about halfway there Rob Gronkowski for Tampa against Detroit. Detroit is not one of the higher ones, 23rd, 10th fewest. So a little bit further down in this matchup, although I do like the passing game for Tampa Bay in this matchup. Evan Ingram is a player that I have always had a hard time predicting. I've had him on rosters in the past. I have him this year in some spots. I always struggle with predicting Evan Ingram. And I do think he's someone who you need to keep an eye on this week, because I do know that there's been some injury issues with Evan Ingram in recent weeks. So I would keep an eye on him. You say full PPR. I probably trust Gronk more than I trust Ingram. That's hard to say because Gronk has been up and down this year as well. So let me call up Gronkowski's numbers just to kind of get more of an idea for where he's been at in recent games. That will help me make a more informed decision here. Rob Gronkowski. All right. I liked Gronk quite a bit last week. He didn't have as big a game as I thought that he would. He did have 7 targets last week, 3 catches, 29 yards. Had a touchdown the week before that. Had 106 yards the week before that, which was before his bye. He's had a few games in double digits, and probably about half and half at this point. Probably even a few more under. I have to say that of the two players, like I said, Evan Ingram is so unpredictable to me. But let's look at his stats to see what we got here. It does say he's questionable still for this game. Let me see if there are any reports on that. There isn't. Last week, he said caught 4 of 7 targets for 46 yards, loss against the Browns. So his points that he's had in the past few weeks really haven't been any better than Gronk's. He had that huge game in week 12 where he had 129 yards. But since then, he has had 5. I'm looking on a half-point PPR, and you said full PPR, so I'll read it to you in terms of that. 7-2, 3-8, and 8-6 are the last 3 games before that. And the week before his 129 yards, he had 3.5. So he's had a lot of stinkers. He's actually only had 2 double-digit games. In half-point PPR, 2 double-digit games. If you went to full PPR, you'd have, 3, 4. That's still only 4. I probably trust Gronk here. Again, my personal bias might be different than yours. If you're someone who's been playing Evan Ingram and you're plenty comfortable with kind of his up and down nature, then that might be different for you, and you might be plenty fine with going Ingram. For me, I'm very hesitant with him. So to me, I probably lean Gronk in that situation, but perhaps it's different for you. Again, that's why I try to talk all these things through. I would probably lean Gronk, but you may like Ingram if you've been playing him throughout the year. Then you say Tannehill or Herbert. Let's put up the quarterback stats, and we'll take a look at those matchups. Ryan Tannehill on the road at Green Bay. That is the Sunday night game. Green Bay, fantasy points to the quarterback spot, 24th. So that is the 9th fewest in the league. I think Tannehill has been very good all year long. I don't necessarily feel this is as great of a spot for him this week. Justin Herbert, let me just make sure I got all that right for you yet. Green Bay, Sunday night game. Justin Herbert, on the other hand, that is a home game, 4 o'clock Sunday against Denver. Denver allowing the 9th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. I think this is another good spot for Herbert. I know he had a couple of down weeks. He had a nice bounce back week last week against the Raiders. And as you look at those matchups, the Raiders are in 10th. I should sit up so that I'm not completely at the bottom of my screen. The Raiders are in 10th, Denver in 9th. So the matchup again this week is right about in the same area. If you liked the game that you saw from Herbert last week, I feel like that matchup is in the same range, and he's in line to potentially have that same sort of a game this week. Of course, Tannehill was very good. The matchup just isn't quite as great this week. And also, when you look at as I always do, the running back side of things, there's always the potential there for Derrick Henry to have a huge game, meaning less passing for Tannehill. And Green Bay against the run, they allow the 5th most fantasy points to running backs. So you would think that there is always that potential that Derrick Henry carries the day. For Tennessee, that might lean me towards Herbert in this case. Again, Tannehill, if he's someone that you've trusted all year long and you want to go with the guys that got you there, I definitely see that argument as well. Herbert is a guy that I've had across a bunch of leagues, so I've been playing him a lot. I certainly have more familiarity in that situation with Herbert. I think there's very reasonable matchup there for him to have another nice day. Let me see if there are any other follow-ups here. Yes, I do see another follow-up from you. Hunter, A.J. Brown, A-Rob, and Keenan. Let me see. I don't see or you may be answering another question here from somebody else, possibly. I'm not sure if you're asking me that as a question or if you are responding to somebody else on that one. I'm just looking up here. So do me a favor, use a goated. Let me, if I'm saying that right, just hit me back with a chat and tell me if that's a question or if you are answering, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I see the question that you might be answering from above. So I'm going to assume that's an answer to another question. But if it's not, hit me up and I'll get back to that afterwards. But I think that is the run of yours. But again, appreciate you being here. And hope I'm saying it usually to go to the way you intended to be said. And again, it does look like you're a new viewer to the stream. So we do welcome you, and we certainly love to see you on future live streams as well. All right, let's see who is up next here. And I believe Harry 2K is next. I don't know if I got this one earlier. So I'm going to go ahead and hit this one. And you say I don't think I got this one earlier. I have Dobbins, James Robinson, Hunt, and Salvan Ahmed need 2. I feel like I answered a question almost identical to this before. I wonder if I actually answered. This is your question, and it's just a well, I'm going to answer it anyways because I'm looking for the other ones. And by this point, we've been on the air for over 3 hours, and I'm partly losing my mind. So let's just go ahead and say this. Salvan Ahmed is not going to be part of this equation to me because Myles Gaskin is back for Miami, and I don't expect, and usually go to you say thanks, and I say no, thank you. I just saw that one pop in, so I wanted to go ahead and get that one. Again, thank you for being on the stream. Going back to Harry 2K. I do not think Ahmed is part of this equation. If Gaskin plays, I would expect Ahmed would not get very much work. I just think kind of that's the way Miami's been doing things. I do think that Dobbins is a nice matchup at the running back spot here. That's home against the Giants. The Giants 14th there on the left side of your screen in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. So I think this is a decent matchup. James Robinson for Jacksonville. Robinson, they've said they're going to hold him out of practice the entire week. In fact, let me do this. Let me give you the soundbite because we do have a soundbite here from Doug Marrone talking about James Robinson's status for this game. So that might interest you. So here's Doug Marrone talking about James Robinson for this weekend.
James, what we're going to do is we're going to rest him. You know what I'm saying? I think, be cautious with him. But obviously he's already said he wants to play, and it feels like he will play. That's him speaking. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so that kind of gives you an idea of where they're at with James Robinson. Obviously, the deal in Jacksonville is kind of weird right now because they're winning the race for Trevor Lawrence. So it's hard to say what happens there. Certainly, Robinson has been very good. The matchup is not great. The game script is probably not great against Chicago. Chicago is allowing they're at 23 on the list there, so 10th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. So that's not a great matchup. Kareem Hunt for Cleveland against the Jets. The Jets are, let's see where they fall, 22nd to the running back spot. Again, that's a number that we've seen go up. They were allowing more points to running backs before this last little stretch where they've kind of been pretty tough against them. So not a great matchup there. And that's what kind of makes this, I understand the question, a little bit of a tough spot. I think matchup-wise, Dobbins is the best matchup out of all of these. At 14, certainly splitting some time. Again, I don't know if this is PPR or standard. I think if this is PPR, then perhaps there is more of an argument for Hunt. But if it's standard, I think Dobbins is the guy who's had touchdowns in each of the last 4 games. Hunt, you will probably look for a little bit of pass catching out of the backfield as well. I think Hunt has been very good all year, although the last game didn't pan out that well for him. And I think, to me, if James Robinson plays, you probably have to play him, even though the matchup isn't great. Again, I talk about these 4 factors when it comes to these decisions, and that is ability, volume, matchup, game script, in that order. And the reason why in that order is because most of the time you're going to look to volume over matchup. And if you know a guy's going to get all the work, even if another guy has a nice matchup, losing work to another running back never helps you. So Robinson is the guy you expect to have all the work for Jacksonville so long as he is healthy. And I will say I think Chicago, between the pass and the run, probably a little more vulnerable to the run than the pass over the course of the year. So perhaps you like Robinson there to kind of work through that game. Keep an eye on his reports. Make sure that he is healthy. I probably pick Dobbins and Robinson out of these 2. I think the matchup is a little bit better for Dobbins. I certainly think Hunt can have great games always, but we have seen him be a little bit up and down, a little bit tougher to predict, and Dobbins has seemed to be a little bit more steady over the past few weeks. So I think Harry 2K, out of these four, I probably pick Dobbins and Robbins. It's hard to say those names back to back, Dobbins and Robinson. But again, watch your reports. If Robinson doesn't play, then you slide towards Hunt, expecting that Ahmed probably doesn't get very much work with Myles Gaskin back this week. Again, Harry 2K, thank you for being on the stream. As I always say, I hope whichever guys you go with, I hope they crush it, and we want to see you guys win that championship this weekend. All right, next up, as we go online, if I missed anybody, please let me know. Let me see. I'll get to that. Harry 2K, I see that follow-up. I already clicked Stefan X up here, so I'll get to your follow-up as we run through the rest of these here. I'll get back to you on that one. Stefan X on the stream. Welcome. Glad to have you here, Stefan X. You say Le'Veon Bell or Austin Eckler, PPR. Also Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. So many tough choices going for these championships this week. Oh, my goodness. Le'Veon Bell and Austin Eckler. So here's the deal. Le'Veon Bell, like, it's a little bit of an unknown because of the fact that we haven't seen him be like the main guy for Kansas City yet. I have thought for quite some time that Le'Veon Bell still has the ability and that he was just lost in that Adam Gase offense. So I do think that there's a lot of potential with him being the only guy with CEH out there that he's going to play well for Kansas City. The matchup is not that great. Playing against Atlanta this week, let's see, that is a 1 p.m. game on Sunday. Atlanta 28th on the list there on the left side of your screen in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. So that's the 5th fewest. Not a great matchup. Contrast that with Austin Eckler for the Chargers, home against Denver, 4 o'clock Sunday. Denver 13th on your list there in terms of fantasy points to running backs. Keep an eye on Austin Eckler because he has seemed to have still being a little banged up. It seems like they might have kept him on a little bit of a snap count last game. So that's going to play into this a little bit. I do kind of think this is a little bit of a toss-up because Le'Veon Bell last week had a pretty tough matchup as well and had a rather nice day, really. I mean, when it comes down to it, I'm going to call up his numbers here, and let's take a look. So Le'Veon Bell last week, and that was against New Orleans, which also, again, if you look, New Orleans is the very last in terms of fantasy points allowed at a running back spot. Le'Veon Bell put up in a half-point PPR screen 14.1. So in a full, I don't see how many catches he had here. He had 1 catch. So that would have been 14.6 he would have got you last week in a full PPR. Let's contrast that with what Austin Eckler did last week in that matchup. And again, last week we saw Mike Williams banged up for LA. We saw Keenan Allen not at 100% for LA. Eckler, 13 rushes, 60 yards, 9.9 and a half-point PPR. Let's see. Said he saw only 4 targets last week. He did have 4 catches, so you tack on an extra 2. That's 11.9, right about in the same range as Bell. And it does say more likely to do more damage this week against the Broncos than he was last week. I don't hate either one of these players at all. I think that perhaps because of the fact that Denver is also not good against the pass, that you may see more pass work in that game out of Justin Herbert. Again, the Bell matchup is, it's such a question mark because you are taking a little bit of a chance by playing Le'Veon Bell because of the fact that he hasn't had really the opportunity to show you what he's going to do as the main guy. Can I call up Le'Veon Bell? There we go. However, that being said, I've liked Le'Veon Bell, and I've thought when he gets his opportunity, he was going to play well for this team. So that would be tough to make that choice. I think Eckler's a guy who you had since early rounds of your draft. There is definitely an argument to stick with Eckler here. Perhaps it's the safer play. You know more what you're going to get, but at the same time, Le'Veon Bell might be a little bit more upside if he does have a nice game. Let me go see if there are any other follow-ups here on this particular point. I don't see any other follow-ups. So, yeah, this is a little bit of a coin flip. I don't dislike either of these guys. If you are one that likes to play matchups and you prefer to take a shot at the guy who's, in terms of stats, like what you're seeing on the left side of your screen, then the matchup edge definitely goes to Eckler in this game. Denver, now here's the weird thing. If you look this up on Yahoo right now, they're showing Denver as the 10th most fantasy points. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. For those of you that play on the Yahoo platform, They actually have not updated their matchup numbers. These are last week's numbers that they're showing on Yahoo right now. And as I was preparing the graphics for tonight's show, I realized that, and I went ahead and on all the numbers that we have tonight, they're coming from Pro Football Reference. So certainly thank them for actually having updated numbers. I don't know why Yahoo is not showing, but they, at least at the time when I was preparing for the show, they were still showing last week's numbers. So Denver, the accurate number I have is 13th to the running back spot. Still the better of the two matchups. I think because of the fact that these two are so close to me, that it might be a reasonable thought to lean on the matchup in this case and go with Eckler, especially given the fact that you're playing for your championship. It's kind of tough to start a guy going against a team that's allowing the fifth fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. He might have a great game, but it is not the better of the two matchups. So I think it is really close, but I think that matchup might be reasonable to lean that direction. That would lean you towards Eckler in this case. Let's put up the numbers for quarterback in addition to that so we can talk Josh Allen or Lamar. Again, Josh Allen's been great all year against New England. New England, the third fewest fantasy points to the quarterback spot. Against New England, the last game, Josh Allen was in like the low teens in terms of fantasy points, so not great. Lamar Jackson, I think he's been solid all year long. He hasn't had the huge games that he's had as of last year, but Baltimore home against the Giants, again, not a great matchup. Fifth fewest fantasy points to the quarterback spot. I probably lean towards Lamar Jackson if it were me in this situation. And it's tough to say because Allen's been really good all year too, but Jackson has been, well, they've both been good as of late. I was going to say he's been better as of late, but that's not necessarily true. They've both been good. Jackson is, let's see, in his last 5 games, he's been 20 or more points, 4 of them, and over 30 twice, and those were the last 2 games. So he's been on a little bit of a run here, and I don't know that I wouldn't expect that to continue. I also think that the matchup for Buffalo against New England, I don't expect New England. Easy for me to say, I guess, as a Buffalo Bills fan, but I will say I try to keep that separate from fantasy football. I have a feeling that New England is just kind of at the end of their run here. Not necessarily. I don't mean that in terms of their dynasty, but I feel like they're just kind of playing out the string this year a little bit. Allen, let's see, in his last 6 games, he's been over 20 4 times. He's been over 30 twice. No, he's been over 33 times. Wow. It's hard to sit either one of these guys at this point. Perhaps you do take the hot hand and take Josh Allen here. The only thing that worries me is that I think New England's been kind of vulnerable to the run this year. If perhaps Buffalo plays with a lead this game, then does that mean that they run the ball more? Buffalo's running game has not been very good this year. It really hasn't. There hasn't been, again, this last game against Denver, they were up huge, and Allen still put up 37.66, still threw it 40 times. So this is pure toss-up in my opinion. I think either one of these guys has played well as of late. Neither one of them has a very good matchup. Who do you trust more as the overall better player? And talking about those 4 things: ability, volume, matchup, game script. The matchup is pretty much a wash. The game script, either one of these guys could be leading and just be running the ball. The difference is if Baltimore is leading and they run the ball, then Jackson's probably going to get more of that work in terms of the run game. Is that enough to sway you? Josh Allen's been really good as of late. I would have a hard time sitting him if he's somebody that I've been playing all year long. You've probably, if I had to guess, Stefan X, you've probably played Josh Allen in more games than you've played Lamar Jackson this year. That's my guess based on what they've done. I would probably say this is one of those situations where, again, you trust that guy that got you there, and whichever those guys that is for you. If it's been Josh Allen, you probably stick with him, knowing that he got you to a championship game. Let's let him win it for you. And if it's not, if it's Jackson that got you there, it's kind of the same thought. Like, listen, this guy got me here. I'm going to let him win it for me. That's probably the way, if it were me, I would go, just because it's so close between those two. There's not a lot distinguishing the two of them in this game other than just your gut. So in that situation, I might kind of want to say, hey, listen, Josh Allen, I'm in the championship game because of this guy. I'm going with him. Or same thing if it's Lamar. So I would say whichever one of those guys that is for you, I would stick with that guy and trust him through there. And I probably, again, think Austin Eckler gets a slight edge on the other side of that. All right, let me see. Back over. Thank you, Stefan X, for the comments, and glad to have you on the stream. Appreciate all you guys that have been in the chat. We've had a really good night of chats so far. We still got a little bit of content to go through, but we got plenty of questions left on the line here. Hunter's Navy Life is here. Welcome to the stream, Hunter's Navy Life. Looks like you might be a new viewer, so welcome to the stream. Glad to have you with us. You say Allen Robinson, A.J. Brown, Corey Davis, Gio, Fournette, Keenan Allen, Robert Woods. Start 2 wide receivers, and let's flex one of them. All right, so let's do this. Let's work through this, starting with the wide receivers. I will say Allen Robinson. First off, I like a whole lot. He's got a very nice matchup this week. I already researched him a little bit against Jacksonville. Jacksonville currently allowing the 6th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Let's see. They've given up 20-plus fantasy points to 9 different receivers. They have given up 100-plus yards to a receiver in 9 of the last 10 games. I think Allen Robinson, right off the bat, seems to be a great start here. He's averaged 20 point, I believe that says, what does that say? 20 point, I don't know, 20 point something fantasy points the last 4 games. At any rate, if you're averaging 20.1 or 20.9 fantasy points for 4 games, either way, you're doing really good. So I can't read my writing, but you get the idea there. He's been playing really well. I like Allen Robinson there in a nice matchup. A.J. Brown, a tougher matchup on the road against Green Bay. If you look on the left side of your screen, Green Bay is allowing the 22nd most fantasy points to wide receivers. So a little bit farther down. Certainly A.J. Brown is a stud. He's been a great player all the way through, someone that you have a hard time putting on your bench. I also see Corey Davis. So I think of those two, if I'm going to start either of them in a bad matchup, I'm going with the higher tier player, and that's A.J. Brown. So I'll probably keep him in mind. I might potentially wait on the Corey Davis part of this question. All right, then let's look over. Before we move to running backs, we'll talk about Keenan Allen. Let's see the matchup against Denver, home 405 on Sunday. Denver fantasy points to wide receivers 20th. So not a great matchup, just in the bottom half there. Again, Keenan Allen has been a very good player, but you got to watch those reports because he has been banged up. And there was a report I saw, I think, that said he might have had a little bit of a setback this last game. So be cautious with Keenan Allen, a player who has had injury problems over the years. You certainly don't want to end up going through a game. I mean, he only got a couple of points last week because he was very limited. You don't want to have that situation when you're going for your championship. Robert Woods for the Rams. That's on the road against Seattle, 4 o'clock Sunday, 4:25 actually. Seattle's a weird team now because on that list there, they're still in 5th in terms of fantasy points to wide receivers. But prior to this, they've been much higher, and they've been first for a long time this year, and badly first. Like they were getting destroyed in the pass game. They're still giving up the most passing yards in the league, but they have not allowed 15-plus to a wide receiver now in 5 games. Let me make sure and say that's the right, because I already looked that up. So they 15-plus fantasy points to 18 different receivers this season, none of them in the last 5 games. Something changed for Seattle in that defense. And Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp, both of them in that last game against Seattle, I expected more out of. It wasn't quite as huge of a game. So I don't know if I'm high on them at this point, on Robert Woods at this point. The matchup is there. I'm just a little bit hesitant. Moving over to the running back side. So these are some options here that I really like. Giovanni Bernard, this is a nice matchup against Houston. On the road, 1 o'clock Sunday. Houston allowing the 2nd most fantasy points to the running back spot. That's a great spot for Gio Bernard, a guy you expect to get all the work there. Perhaps Perrine takes a little bit away from it, but I think it's basically Bernard, especially after that last game that he had. The other guy here, Leonard Fournette, another great matchup. On the road at Detroit, 1 o'clock Saturday. Detroit allowing the most fantasy points to the running back spot. And it's a shame that you can't start 2 of these guys because those are awesome matchups. And I don't know if there's some way that perhaps there is a way that you get both those guys into your lineups, but you probably have 2 stud running backs up above already. I think your flex has to be one of those 2 guys. It just comes down to which guy you're more comfortable with in terms of getting all the work. I might probably think Fournette if it were me, given the fact that he just had the backfield to himself last week. Bernard has had the same, but Bernard has had some down games, while he's had the backfield to himself. I'm going to look up Fournette's stats here. Just want to take a look at last week's game and see what he did. Let's see here. Yeah, at Atlanta for Fournette last week, 14 rushes, 49 yards, 2 touchdowns, 20.0 fantasy points. That's a half-point PPR screen. And as you can see, Atlanta 28th in terms of fantasy points to running back. So that wasn't even a good matchup. This is a way better matchup for Fournette than it was last week. I think I probably go that direction over Bernard. Also, you have to assume that of those two matchups, it's more likely that Tampa Bay plays with the lead for a lot of that game and therefore doesn't have to throw the ball and simply runs it a lot more. Game script in that situation would give you the edge for Fournette. Cincinnati against Houston, probably a more even matchup. Neither one of those teams are probably going to blow you away. And perhaps that means even though Bernard's getting most of the work, you might give a slight edge game script-wise to Fournette. So I probably like him over the two, although I can see an argument going either way. So that leaves us Allen Robinson. I don't know who I really came down to the choice on. I still need to give you two wide receivers, right? I think that if Keenan Allen were healthy, I would trust Keenan Allen in this game. I just don't know that he's healthy. A.J. Brown is a tough matchup. He's, to me, the highest level player out of all these players and a guy that I have a hard time putting on my bench. So that might be reason to start him. Robert Woods has been okay. I don't know if I feel great about – I mean, the matchup is there. I feel like I don't know what to expect from Seattle's defense anymore because it's been so different in the past few weeks. I'm looking at the last time these two teams played each other. Robert Woods, this was week 10 against Seattle. Woods had 6 targets, 5 catches, just 33 yards. That was 6.1 fantasy points. And again, I'm reading this off of a half-point PPR screen. So, you know, even though the matchup is there, I might be more likely, if it were me, the worst of all evils here, to go with the guy who is the highest level talent player, in my opinion, and that's A.J. Brown. We have seen him overcome bad matchups in the past. I certainly think he has the ability to do that. I definitely think that if Tennessee's throwing the ball to anybody, they would love to have A.J. Brown be their guy week in and week out. So I think just based on that, because if the question marks weren't there with the other players, then I might go otherwise. But I think if it were me, I would be hesitant to play Robert Woods over A.J. Brown. I always talk about these 4 factors: ability, volume, matchup, game script, in that order. And to me, when I say ability, I'm talking about who do you feel is the higher tier player. I feel like that's A.J. Brown here. I feel like it's hard to sit him on your bench. So I'm probably going to go Robinson, Brown, and then Fournette. But I can see an argument. If there's any argument to be made otherwise, if Keenan Allen is not healthy, then I would say Robert Woods would be the next guy in line instead of A.J. Brown, who you might select to go that direction instead because the matchup is there. Again, Hunter's Navy Life, appreciate you being on the stream. I do hope that information helps you out with these decisions. And whichever guys you pick, I do hope that they crush it. And you say I'm starting Derrick Henry and Nick Chubb. Yep, 2 studs. You're not sitting either one of those guys for Giovanni Bernard, that's for sure. So, yeah, you got a nice lineup there. I want to see you win that league championship week. Go out and get it, and hope those guys crush it for you. All right, let me see who is up next here. Oh, I see another follow-up here. Also, is it crazy to want to – well, this might actually play into what I just said. Also, is it crazy to want to sit Chubb against the Jets to start Fournette or Gio because of the matchup? I feel like Chubb isn't going to play a lot due to them getting up really quick and Hunt taking over. I would – again, this is kind of the same decision to me as A.J. Brown. Like, if you drafted Nick Chubb in probably your first or your second round, if you have Henry and Chubb, you probably went Henry Chubb, first 2 picks of your draft, and you made it all the way to your championship. Like, I probably would have a hard time not playing Nick Chubb to win my league at that point. Like, there's a reason why you picked him in the second round. Like, you got this guy because, hey, this is the guy I'm going to take. He's going to help me get through this league. And he did. He was out for a lot of the year with injury, but before he left, he was great. After he came back, he was great. I would have a hard time going to like a Fournette or a Gio Bernard. You've probably picked them both up off the waiver wire during the season, I'm guessing. If not, you picked Fournette later on in the league, or perhaps you drafted when he was still with Jacksonville. But either way, like, they're not on Nick Chubb's level, in my opinion. Not that they're not good players, but Chubb is a stud, and you drafted him to be your guy. So, like, if you've made it this far and you're taking a shot at that championship, then I feel like you got to roll with Nick Chubb and take that chance. The Jets they have been a little bit tougher against the run. However, Cleveland is a great run team. We saw what they did to Baltimore. And yes, there's probably going to be opportunities for both Hunt and Chubb. But if you were to take a look at both of those players and find the amount of games where Kareem Hunt had a great day and Nick Chubb didn't, I'm not sure that there are any on that list. I feel like all the games, with the exception of when Chubb was hurt, I feel like when Kareem Hunt had a great game, so did Chubb. Like even if I look at the game against Baltimore, I'm going to do that now. I want to see what they had. I think that was the last really big game we saw from Hunt. Yeah, that was week 14. He had 26.0 points in a half-point PPR screen. So if I call up Nick Chubb in that same game, let's see what he had. I'm pretty sure it was a huge game because I know I have hit Nick Chubb in a couple of spots, and I remember being pretty happy with that game. Week 14. Yeah, Chubb had 23.30 fantasy points. Nick Chubb has had one. I'm looking on a half-point PPR screen here. And again, I'm not sure if you're playing in PPR or standard. If you told me, then I apologize. But either way, Nick Chubb in a half-point PPR screen has had one game that wasn't double digits, and that was week 1. I'm sorry, 2. Week 1 and week 4. And week 4 was probably the week he got injured. Since coming back from injury, he has not been under double digits any of those games. And he's been over 20 in 2 of those games, again, on a half-point PPR screen. So if you're playing, he doesn't catch a lot of passes, so it probably isn't much more. But he's just a stud. Like, if I'm going for my championship, I'm rolling with this guy. Like, get him in there. And if it doesn't work out, then you kind of just got to say, good game, man, to your opponent, because, like, Nick Chubb is that good. I feel like it's awful tough to sit him down, regardless of the matchups to Fournette and Gio. You're going to probably have Fournette or Gio, one of those two guys, as your flex. So you're going to get one of them with their good matchup into your lineup. They're going to have the opportunity to help you. I think you roll with Henry and Chubb because you drafted them rounds 1 and 2 for a reason, and you're 1 win away from that reason. So we'll roll with it, man. Get that championship. All right, man. Hunters Navy Life. Appreciate you being on the stream. Hope all that stuff helped you out, whichever guys you go with. I hope that crush it. I hope you crush it. And we'd love to see you back on future streams as well. Glad to have you with us. All right, back to Harry 2K is up next in line. Again, if I miss anybody, please let me know from up above as I am scrolling back and forth a little bit. I don't mean to miss anyone. I do see that Jimmy J gave us a nice thumbs up here. Appreciate that, Jimmy J. We thank all of you guys for the thumbs up. Feel free if any of you guys like what you're seeing here. We take all of them we can get. We're a new channel, so we're still growing, and we appreciate all you guys being with us. Harry 2K, do I think Hunt or Emmanuel Sanders for flex? Well, we've already presented a lot of reasons now for both of them, I guess, at this point. I don't dislike Kareem Hunt. Emmanuel Sanders without Michael Thomas should have the edge. Again, let me scroll up Harry 2K and see if you've already told me what format you're playing in. If you haven't already told me, you can drop it again below. Looking up above, I don't know if I see it. If you're PPR, then perhaps that leans you towards Emmanuel Sanders. If you are standard, perhaps that leans you towards Kareem Hunt. Either way, again, I do think that the Jets are probably not winning this game against Cleveland. And Cleveland is already a great running team. So you're talking they're probably going to run the ball even more. So that tells me that I would think that Hunt and Chubb are both going to get plenty of work. You say half-point PPR. So, yeah, that kind of puts us right in the middle. Emmanuel Sanders. So the matchup here against Minnesota, if I put up the matchups first of all, let's talk about the Hunt matchup against the Jets. 22nd in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. A little bit lower than you'd like to see. Jets have been a little bit tougher against runners than we might think in the past few weeks. That might be enough reason to go with Sanders here, in your opinion. New Orleans against Minnesota, Friday, 4:30. Minnesota, the third most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Sanders has been just okay. Again, now that Drew Brees is back, I think that's better for him. It's just that Sanders is a player that I have struggled with over recent years because I feel like there's been a lot of times when you expect him to have big games and it's not necessarily there the way you expect it. So I feel like there's a little more risk involved with playing Emmanuel Sanders. Again, the last couple of weeks, last 3 games, 6 targets, 5 targets, 5 targets. Again, the 2 of those 3 were with Taysom Hill, and he was still seeing the targets. That makes you feel a little better. This last game with Brees, 5 targets, 4 catches, 76 yards, 9.6 fantasy points, and a half-point PPR. Without Michael Thomas, Yeah, you would think that Sanders has the edge. It's a better matchup. Can I see Kareem Hunt having a great game? Yes. Can I see Kareem Hunt not having a great game? Yes, because he has had a couple non-great games. My hunch is to go with Sanders here, simply because no Michael Thomas. You think he's going to get the job done, and he is your flex. So you do hope, that you have a solid floor amongst all your other players, and then hopefully you get a nice day out of that flex spot. I guess what might make the difference for you, Harry 2K, is where you feel you stand in your matchup. If you feel that you need the player that has the potentially bigger game, then I think Emmanuel Sanders is more of a boom or bust player overall. That means that if you need a huge game, then Sanders could be that boom guy. Kareem Hunt may give you a little bit safer floor. Any running back a lot of times will give you a little bit safer floor. You have to just be simply willing to accept the fact that he's got Nick Chubb there. He has had a couple of games that were very good with Nick Chubb, but he has had a couple of down games over the past few weeks. And again, I'm going to call up those stats just to read them off to you. Let's see here. Hunt in the last 5 games, one game in double digits in a half point. That was 26 against Baltimore, but 8.6 in week 11 against Philly, 6.2 in week 12 against Jacksonville. A great matchup against Jacksonville. Tennessee, 7.2 in week 13, another great matchup. And then against the Giants, 4.3 this past week. 4 to 5 games under double digits. Despite the fact that he had that huge game, might be enough to make me give Sanders a shot in this game and see if he can get it done for me. You kind of know what you have with Kareem Hunt. I think the potential is there for both. But again, I think if you feel like your opponent is projected to win, and perhaps you have more value in playing a flex player who has a boomer bust type personality, type game, that could get you that huge game in case you need it to win your championship, then you're swinging for the fences, and that probably points you towards Sanders. And even if it's not that case, I think in that situation, then Sanders is the clearer choice. And if it's not that, I think they're pretty even. So that being said, it might point you towards Sanders overall. I'm just hesitant with him. But again, we've seen some tough games from Hunt too. So obviously, certainly, you can have anybody can have a tough game on any given week. And again, fantasy football is all about opinions. But that's kind of why I always say I try to give you some information to back up my opinions, because I don't by any means think that I'm the only opinion out there. But I do hope that the information that I provide points you in a direction that you want to go. And then whatever guy you choose, they absolutely crush it. So that is the case in this situation. Harry 2K, again, thank you for being on the stream. Go out and get that W, and let's see you win that championship. That's what we're looking for. All right, let's move on. And next up here is Adrian Allegre. Welcome back again. You say, should I start Julio if he's slotted to play this week? Not sure if I trust him. Other option is Corey Davis. This is a tough one because Julio, I've said this before about Julio Jones. If he's good, if they say he's good and he says he's good, you almost have to go with it because he's such a good player and just hope that he's actually good. But we've seen him leave games with injuries. I just don't know that he's a guy that you can sit on the caution that he might leave the game. They might make this decision easy for you. I have a feeling he's not going to play this week. That's where I think this is going. I don't think they're necessarily going to sit him down for the whole year, but I just don't feel like they have any reason to push at this point. So if you look at the matchups, in terms of matchup on the road at Kansas City, it's not an awesome matchup. It's the 4th fewest fantasy points, as you see there on the left side of your screen, to the wide receiver spot. However, Corey Davis in an equally not great matchup against Green Bay. That actually is 22nd. So that's the 11th fewest. Not a whole lot better. If they're both playing between these two guys, I think you have to play Julio, and you just have to be prepared for what happens if he gets hurt, because the upside is there for Julio. Again, you talk about those 4 factors: ability, volume, matchup, game script, and ability. The higher tier player here is Julio Jones. Yes, Corey Davis has had a great year also, but A.J. Brown is their guy. He's the one in that offense in terms of wide receivers. Julio, despite what Calvin Ridley has done, I still be hard-pressed to not say he's the one in that offense. If they say he's healthy, if he says he's healthy, you just kind of have to roll with it and hope and, bite fingernails and what happens. But the upside is there. If this were like a great matchup on the Corey Davis side, then it might be closer to me. But I don't think the matchup is that significantly enough better to look the other direction. But I think you're going to have the answer to this when you get to Sunday and find out about Julio. I shouldn't say this. Is it's actually a Sunday game? It is a Sunday game. They both are. So that's at least good. At least neither one of these are on Saturday. You don't have to make an early decision. That does help you. And Julio is the early game. So you're going to know that answer before you have to make that decision. We'll see if he does play, but I just don't think he does. But if he does, yeah, I do feel like you have to, unfortunately, I'm in the same boat because I got him in one league going for a championship. And if he plays, I probably got to play him and just see what happens. So best of luck to both of us, I guess, in that situation. But Adrian Allegre, thank you again for the question. And again, glad to have you on the stream tonight and hope these guys crush it for you. All right, let me jump up here. Next here is from Hi. One of the best names we've seen all year long, I think. Pick one, you say, full PPR. Welcome to the stream, Hi. Pick one, full PPR. Quarterback Wilson, Ryan, or Tua. Also one defense, Houston, Chargers, or Seahawks. Thank you. I say no, thank you. Hi, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you with us. Let's take a look at some numbers to help you out and make this decision. Quarterback spot. Russell Wilson obviously is a great quarterback, but he's been struggling as of late. And this week playing the LA Rams, and you look on the left side of your screen, 32nd, the very fewest fantasy points allowed to the quarterback spot. So a simply awful matchup for Wilson, who has been seeing as many huge games as of late as he has earlier in the season. It's a tough person to put on your bench, but a tough start also at this time, I think. Ryan Tannehill going against Green Bay. Green Bay at 24th. The matchup a little better. Still in the red, 9th fewest. Tua Tagovailoa for the Dolphins. Saturday, 8:15 against Las Vegas. 10th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. The matchup edge goes to Tua. The question is, how much do you trust Tua at this point of the year after the amount of games that he's played? If you're going to go based on matchup only, then it's clearly him. But you're talking about Russell Wilson. What have they been calling him? Mr. Unlimited. Is that what it is? He's a tough player to put on your bench, despite not playing well. Let's take a look at what he's done. So in the last 6 games, only 2 over 20. 23.14 in week 14 and 20.08 in week 11. He has had the other 4 all under 17, so a little bit lower. The lowest being 11, and that was against the Rams in week 10. So the last time these two teams met, he was only able to put up 11.92 fantasy points. That was 37 attempts, 248 yards, 2 interceptions. That probably makes him a tough start at this point. So let's remove him from the equation for argument's sake. Now we're talking Tannehill or Tua. This is the question of who do you trust versus what they've done lately? Because obviously Ryan Tannehill has had a very nice year. If you look at his numbers, even in his last matchup, let's see here, which was against Detroit, I kind of thought in this game against Detroit that they might end up running the ball too much for him to have a nice day, but he still had a great day and got some of that run game himself. 37.02 fantasy points. Even in the tougher matchups, let's see, against he did have a couple of tough matchups. And these teams, have they played yet this year? No, of course they haven't. So that doesn't help us out at all. He has had, in the last 6 games, 3 games over 20 and 3 under 20. Let's see, in the last 5 games, he was 3 over 20. Before that, he had 4 straight games under 20. So it has been a little bit up and down. He's been kind of someone that you think of as a streamer, but he's played well. And so, yeah, it comes down to that choice of, do you trust Tua enough, given the fact that, a rookie player, a good matchup, perhaps a little bit more unpredictable. He does have the run game to help out his floor, but his numbers, as I look at them here, he has had 2 games over 20 out of the 6 games that he started. I believe he only started 6. I think that first game against the Rams, he might have halfway for Fitzmagic. 19.7 last week against New England. Again, New England tough on rookie quarterbacks. 28.04 against Kansas City. 16.14 against Cincinnati. The matchup here for Miami playing against Vegas is a much better matchup. What has he done against matchups that are similar? Well, let's see. Denver, currently sitting at 9th. He put up 7.32 fantasy points in that game, so not great. Let's see. The LA Chargers at 7th. He put up 14.66 fantasy points against them, so not great. So there are two matchups right there that should have been really good that he didn't play all that well. And so those things tell me, I don't know. I'm sure that he could have a nice game, but I don't know if you're playing for your championship at this point. I don't know if I trust him enough to go with him over a Ryan Tannehill. I think what you've seen as of late, you probably would have to say the player that's played a little bit better of these three is probably Tannehill. I think there's enough reason there to think that he's the guy that you trust here. At the same time, Russell Wilson is a mainstay quarterback, and there's reason to trust him. I don't know if I have enough trust. Me personally, now you might feel differently about Tua. You might feel that, this is a rookie that's on his way up, and he's worthy of that start. And again, this is why I like to present a lot of information, because sometimes, I'll say some things and you might be like, oh, okay, Joe, that makes some sense. Or no, I don't know, Joe, I don't know if I like that. And that's kind of why I want to present it that way, because I want you to arrive on that decision that you feel is best for you in the end. I'll certainly always give my opinion, and I by all means don't think that my opinion is the only one out there. I feel like out of these guys, Tannehill has probably been showing the most promise. Wilson has been a little bit rough as of late, and the matchup is really bad against the Rams, and we didn't see him have a great game against the Rams the game before. That leans me towards Tannehill over Tua, not because of the matchup, but because of the trust level and the fact that he's been doing it longer. He's been there a few more times. So again, whichever guy you choose here, I do hope that they crush it, but I'm going to say Ryan Tannehill, a fine start in this situation. All right. Thank you very much, Hi, and thank you for the most fun name of the night so far, I think. Appreciate you being with the stream, and looks like you might be a new viewer, so glad that you found us tonight, and by all means, would love to have you again on future streams. All right, moving on to the next chat here. Oh, you said, sorry, Matt Ryan. So, oh, okay, this changes everything. Let me put up the stats again real quick. Not a problem. That does change things. Where are we at for Atlanta? On the road against Kansas City. Kansas City, another tough matchup. 4th, this is wide receivers, but it's probably equally as bad for quarterbacks. Let's see, where are they? A little bit better, 19th in terms of fantasy points to the quarterback spot. Let's put it this way. If Julio Jones doesn't play, this makes it a tougher start for Matt Ryan. If Julio Jones plays, we have seen Ryan play much better with Julio Jones. Now, Ryan did have a much better game last week without him than a lot of the other ones where we've seen Jones not play this year. I don't feel great about Matt Ryan as a play. I've had Matt Ryan in a couple of leagues this year, and as soon as I found better alternatives, I found myself trusting them like no matter what. Ryan last week, 27.84 points against Tampa Bay. Again, Tampa Bay 17th, so right in the same range. He had a decent game. However, that was the first time he broke 20 points since week 9. And the 4 games prior to last week, 7.28, 14.90, 12.92, and 10.26. If you're going for your championship, those are numbers it's hard to win with those numbers. Those are going to put you in a bad spot. That is tough. Oh, and I see I didn't finish off the question with your defense either, so I will finish that off. It makes that a tough trust for me for Matt Ryan. Even if Julio plays, I think if Julio plays, you feel a little better about it. If he doesn't, it's close. It's really close to me between Wilson and Tua. If this is a situation where you feel like you have to have a huge game to win your championship, then you probably have a better chance of getting a huge game from Tua than you do from Russell Wilson. That being said, if you are projected to win your matchup, or you feel good, or you have the lead by the time you have to make this choice, I don't know if these are both 1 o'clock games or not. I'm pretty sure the Seattle game is a late game. Matt Ryan is a 1 p.m. Sunday game, and Tua is a Saturday game, so you got to decide that early. So you're not going to know much extra information. If you feel like you're projected to the point where you feel like you need a big high upside game, then you probably are going to get that more likely from Tua than you do from Wilson. At the same time, you have more of a chance to see a bust game out of Tua, I would think, than Wilson. I imagine he's going to have a better performance than 11 the first time he played the Rams. Possibly not. So this does bring Tua back into the equation. I think it comes down to where you feel like you're at. If you feel like you need to take that, because I feel like there's a little more risk in Tua, because it's a little harder to predict what he's going to do at this point in his career. But if you have to be risk reward in this situation where you require a big game to get that championship, then that does point you towards Tua. If you feel like a safer choice, it could be Wilson, but not by a lot. And I could certainly see the argument to go Tua either way. So assess your situation and make your decision from there. And again, hopefully those guys get it done for you. Let me go ahead and talk about these defenses for you. Let me go back. I don't have a graphic for the defenses, so I can just call it up manually on my other screen here. And you are asking Houston, Chargers, or Seahawks. Let's see what we got here. Let me call it up on my other screen. Seahawks against the Rams. I do feel like Seattle has been playing better, but I don't know if I love that matchup all that much. I'm going to take a look and see what the numbers are in terms of fantasy points. So let's see here. Seattle versus the Rams. The Rams are currently allowing the 15th most fantasy points to defenses. Then we've got Houston, who I don't love as a defense at all this year, I have to say. I don't think that they've been playing great. Let's see what they've got going here. Can never find them when I need to. They're never on the screen that I need to see here. There's Houston. Against Cincinnati, the matchup, second most fantasy points to the defense. The matchup is a lot better. However, in previous weeks, has Houston had double digits at all? They've had one game in double digits this year, and that was Week 12 against Detroit, an equally not so great team. So I could see an argument for Houston here. And then who's the other one? LA Chargers. So let's see what the LA Chargers have done here. Playing against Denver, I feel like that might be a reasonable choice. Denver, fantasy points, the third most fantasy points in the league to defenses. The LA Chargers have had one game in double digits, so not much better, although they have had 9 fantasy points 3 times in the last 5 weeks. So those are reasonable games. The last time these two played, it was week 8. They only had 3 points. Not great. Cincinnati is starting a third-string quarterback in Ryan Finley. Denver has their starter. The LA Rams have their starter. I will have to say, in this situation, if you're playing a backup quarterback, a lot of times the defensive points are more about who you're playing than who you are yourself. I'm going to say Houston, believe it or not, in this situation. Even though they haven't been great, there is more risk, and I will say that right up front. Understand that there is more risk in that answer than going with a defense like Seattle or LA. I think if you want less risk, you probably go LA here. I think Seattle is probably let me see what Seattle's done recently, because I know that they haven't been as bad as they were earlier in the year, but I also don't know if they've had any. Okay, they have had actually the last 4 games 9, 9, 12, and 9. So not bad. The last time they played the Rams, 5 points, 3 sacks, 1 fumble recovery. So not bad. I'll probably put Seattle in second among these. And again, I will leave that decision to you based on, I think there is more risk involved in Houston, but your potential for a better game is there because Cincinnati, I know Gio Bernard had a nice game. They're going to try to run the ball, but you're playing backup quarterback, and now you're playing a backup to a backup. You could have all sorts of stuff happen, and that could lead you to one of those huge games that wins you a championship. If it were me, I would probably take that chance on Houston in this situation. If you're looking for a little less risk, then I think you probably go with Seattle there. But if you want to take that chance, I think Houston could reward you. So that is the way I will present those. And again, appreciate the chat. Hopefully, hope whoever you pick crushes it and you win that championship, and would love to see you back on future streams as well. Thank you, Hi, for being with us on our 4+ hour stream. We got a nice one going here. A lot of good questions tonight. Haven't even got through our content yet. A couple more to get through here, and then we'll probably go through our content and then call it a night. So this one from, all right, I'm going to try this one. TTV Drippy Shake. Tell me if I said that right. TTV Drippy Shake. I hope I got it right. I try to get those names right when I can. I don't always, but please tell me if I did. You say, welcome to the stream. Looks like you might be a new viewer, so glad to have you with us. You say you think I start Lamar and Miles Sanders or Jalen Hurts and Miles Sanders full PPR. All right, let's take a look at some of these numbers. This has been a popular question throughout the night. I think it's going to remain a popular question because it's so intriguing right now with what Jalen Hurts is doing for that Eagles team that there is certainly a good argument to be made to be starting him at this point. We will take a look at these matchups. Baltimore playing the Giants Sunday 1 p.m. Fantasy points to the quarterback spot. Currently, the Giants allowing the 5th fewest. So not a great matchup there against the Giants. Jalen Hurts for Philadelphia. This is a nice matchup. On the road against Dallas, Dallas allowing the 12th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. So the matchup edge here goes to Jalen Hurts. You're talking about a little bit more risk, taking a chance on the rookie over Lamar, who's been there, done that, has been playing well as of late. I do think that there is upside available from both of these players. Obviously, it looks like you're gonna be playing Miles Sanders regardless in this case. So I think there are here's the way I want to put this. I think there are arguments to be made on both sides of this. And you said close enough on the name. Sometimes I wish that you could actually say through the chat how to say it. Sheik? How did I say shake? Sheik. Could it be Sheik? I don't know. I'm trying. I'll give it my best shot. Close enough though. I appreciate that. Let me go back to the original question here. So here's the way to look at this. If you want to diversify your lineup here, then you go Lamar and Miles, because that way, in the potential that Philadelphia puts up a stinker, you don't end up with bad games potentially out of both of them, and Lamar can save your day. Going with Jalen and Miles Sanders gives you the potential for a bigger overall game with both of them. But it's not like Miles Sanders, I don't think is going to have a lot of involvement in terms of pass catching from Hurts. So it's not like you're going to have a typical stack where you might see with a quarterback throwing passes to somebody. So yeah, I do think that it's possible that you might want to protect yourself against having a bad game out of Philadelphia. Now, that being said, not a lot of teams have bad games against Dallas. I guess last week might have been a little bit different in that aspect. But I think that between Lamar, if you're talking just specifically Lamar and Jalen, I think there's a reasonable chance they both have good games this weekend. And Lamar Jackson, again, I've talked about this with some other decisions. He's the guy that you drafted high, and you did that for a reason. When you started 16 weeks ago and you were getting ready for this season, you loved Lamar Jackson. You loved what he gave you last year. You're like, I'm going to get that guy. I'm going to have this guy take me to a championship. And now here you are. You got that shot for that championship. And do you want to take that chance to bypass that guy that 16 weeks ago you decided was going to help you win your league for a shot at Jalen Hurts? And potentially you do. If you have that much confidence in Hurts, then that's the direction you go. But I think that the way I'm answering this is more of a question. Do you have enough confidence to bypass the guy that you started your draft with and you built your team around? If you do, then by all means take a shot. If you feel like you have more upside from Hurts and you need that big game, take a shot. The matchup is not as good against the Giants, but I will say this: when you look at the running back numbers instead of the quarterback numbers, the Giants are a little higher up the list here, 14th in terms of fantasy points to running backs. So if you want to include the stats for Lamar Jackson in terms of his potential as a part of the run game, that always gives him a nice floor to work off of. Obviously, you think Jalen Hurts would have that similar situation. And again, if he does run the ball, Dallas, in terms of fantasy points to the running backs, 6th. So again, I guess what I'm coming down here is if this is a choice between between Jalen Hurts and a lesser player than Lamar Jackson, then it's probably a lot easier to make that choice. I just do simply feel like Lamar Jackson is that good of a player. And I know that some people were, more frustrated with him this year because you drafted him so high, expecting MVP numbers that you saw last season for the entire year and didn't necessarily see that. But when you look at what he's done recently, you can't say that he's all that much worse off than Jalen Hurts has been. He's been over 30 points the last 2 games, 34.92 against Cleveland, 30.22 against Jacksonville. Jalen Hurts had that big game last week with, I think it was, 34 or 37? Let me call it up. Let's see. He had 37.82 last week. The week before, 19.28 and a little bit of a tougher matchup. But again, Dallas presents a nice matchup for you. Wow, Yahoo's got him projected for 26 in week 17. That's hard to believe. At any rate, yeah, this is a decision that it really comes down to, are you the type of player who wants to roll with the player that you invested that high draft pick in and give him a shot to win your league, or do you want to take that swing for the fences and go with Hurts here? If it were me, I would probably roll with Lamar, just because, listen, if I spent a first round or potentially a second round draft pick on the guy, I probably want to give that guy a shot to win me my league. And that's the reason why he went that way. I can definitely see your argument to go in the other direction here. Let me look at Sanders just to give you some stats here on what I feel like his outlook is. Let's see here. Sanders against Philadelphia or against Dallas, 6th most fantasy points to the running back spot. I mean, you got to expect that Miles Sanders has a great opportunity to have a great game this week. And so that being said, will Miles Sanders and Jalen Hurts both have 100 yards rushing? Hard to say. I mean, does Jalen Hurts need to run the ball as much this game if Miles Sanders is having huge production? These are all questions that I kind of just throw out there and throw it up in the air. But I do think that given the fact that Dallas is so poor against the run and you expect Miles Sanders to have a great game, that does give you reason to think that you protect yourself some by playing one player from each game, and that is Lamar and Sanders. And that way you have 2 options to get nice points in that matchup. So I will leave that as much as you were probably looking for me to say, play this guy or play that guy. I will probably leave that answer to you from there in terms of, your team, you know what you've trusted throughout the year. If Lamar Jackson has been the guy that you've played the whole year and he got you there and you're inclined to go with the guy that got you there, then I think you've got your answer. If you've been streaming quarterbacks all year long because you've been frustrated with Lamar, then you've also got your answer. Then here's another streamer for you in Jalen Hurts. Either way, I think you're in a decent spot with both of these matchups. So I would say go with the way you play your fantasy team. Go with it. Stick with it. It got you to where you are. And I read a quote earlier in the week: the same players that got you to your fantasy football playoffs in week 14, those are going to be the players that get you to week 16 in your championship round. Meaning kind of go with the guys that you've been going with. That's kind of what they meant by that. I think that's a decent theory to go by here. And I think whichever one that is for you, I think that's the way to go. It would either way. I hope whichever guys you pick here, I hope they crush it. And thank you. I'm going to TTV Drippy Chic. Drippy Chic. That's how I'm going with. I that's my best guess. I hope, as you said, close enough. But thank you again for being on the stream. And certainly if you are a new viewer, we're glad you found us tonight. And we certainly love to have you back on future streams as well. Crush it. Get that W. All right. From Curtis Larkin. Thank you, Curtis Larkin, for being on the stream. You say, again, popular question here, Jalen Hurts or Justin Herbert. I have the exact same. I said it right that time. Yes. Getting better. I like it. Appreciate that. All right. Curtis Larkin, Hurts or Herbert? This is such an intriguing question right along the lines here. Again, Jalen Hurts against Dallas, a nice spot. Dallas probably, a team that is very, very beatable. Currently allowing, as you look at your fantasy stats on the left side of your screen, the 12th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. Certainly bodes well there for the rookie Hurts. The other rookie, Justin Herbert, playing against Denver, and that is 4:00 Sunday home game. And Denver, the 9th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. So a slight edge, not a huge edge, to Justin Herbert. Again, the difference here is the running potential. And again, Jalen Hurts, the run game, if you're talking about what Dallas allows to running backs, they are allowing the 6th most fantasy points to the running back position. So does that mean that Jalen Hurts has a nice run game? Very potentially. However, as we said with the last question, does that also mean that Miles Sanders has a nice run game? Probably. And if that's the case, do they need to have Jalen Hurts run the ball quite as much himself? Hard to say. I mean, just depends on what they decide to do in that offense. I think either one of these are fine starts this weekend. I think Justin Herbert, if he's the guy you've been playing all year long, certainly he's played very well for you, with the exception of a couple of down weeks. A nice bounce back spot last week against the Raiders. The Raiders on your list there are in 10th. Denver is in 9th. So the matchup is about the same, and we saw Herbert have a really nice game last week. I think the potential is there for him again this week. I think the potential is there for Jalen Hurts this week. I can say for me personally, I was playing in a semifinal last week where I had Justin Herbert as my quarterback, and I thought long and hard about going for Jalen Hurts off the waiver wire. I didn't end up going that direction. I also have Keenan Allen in that league, so I went with Herbert thinking that there's a possible stack there, and that might help me out. If I hadn't had Keenan Allen, would I have gone the other direction? I might have. I wasn't disappointed with the choice. Hurts did have the better game, but Herbert also played well, so there was no way I could have really been disappointed with that choice. I feel like this is potentially a similar situation this week where both guys could play well. And in that situation, I probably lean towards the guy who there is more background. We've seen simply more games from Justin Herbert at this point to kind of know where he's at. And I think if you've been rolling with him all season long, he's been a great player for you. Jalen Hurts he's had that huge game last week. He has all the potential to do it again. Really the only difference is you just haven't seen as many games from him. But if you've seen enough to feel like he's the guy, and he certainly is, I think, going to be a future great quarterback in this league, and probably Philadelphia's quarterback in this league going forward. I think it's going to be very difficult for them to go back from this now that they've made this switch and he's played this well. You might roll with Hurts here. And if you feel like you need a big game, then I could certainly see wanting to make that switch to Hurts. I would definitely analyze your matchups before you make this decision and find out if there are any players in common on both sides of this matchup. Potentially, are you playing against a Keenan Allen or a Hunter Henry, perhaps, where you want to make sure that if one of those guys has a huge game, they can't do it without Justin Herbert also having a huge game. And so therefore, if you are in a situation where you share those players and you are projected to win that matchup, then you protect yourself against those players beating you if you are playing that player in common. Those are things to look at here. Is there anybody on the Hurts side that's in common? Probably not, because I don't know that Hurts's game is going to be more predicated on his running probably than anything else. I certainly think he can throw the ball. And we'll get some nice production there, but it could be to anybody, especially we see Jalen Reagor. He's out of the game. We saw Greg Ward get end zone looks last week. It could be anybody. So I doubt there's anybody in common that you're worried about. It's probably more so if there's anybody on that side that might be like a Chargers player that might make the difference. Again, for me, I think that I have Herbert in one league. I'm probably going to roll with Herbert, but my situation might be a little different because I also have Keenan Allen. It could be enough to go the other direction, but the difference between these two last week was not huge. I want to say that Hurts had like 37, but I want to say that Herbert had like 27 or so. Let me look it up really quick. I don't think it was a huge discrepancy. Justin Herbert. So we have 27.96 fantasy points last week. Again, he had that little down stretch, but before that down stretch that started in week 12, he had 7 consecutive games over 20 points. That's pretty solid. And the last time that they played Denver, which was week 8, he had 23.22 fantasy points, 3 touchdowns. He did have 2 interceptions, 278 yards passing. I feel like just because we haven't seen as much from Herbert, it might be a little bit more comfortable to go that direction. But if you're the type of player that likes to take the gamble, likes to go for that big shot, take a swing for the fences, then you can absolutely do that with Jalen Hurts. And I think against Dallas, there's an absolute potential that he has another big game here. So I would say that make that decision based on those two pieces of information. And again, if you've been with us before, Curtis, you know that when I answer these questions, it kind of turns into, here's the information. I have an opinion, but I don't fault you for going either way. So I don't fault you for going either way with this one. For me, I probably trust Herbert because he's the guy that's gotten me there. But that might not be the way you play fantasy. And if it's not, you should go with what you feel is right for your team. You know your roster better than anybody. I do think there's potential for both of these guys. So if Herbert's been your guy, if you've been rolling with him, you feel like you want to stick with him to help you get that championship, he's got you there. Go with it. But if you're the type of player that likes to take that swing, take it and go with Hurts. And either way, I hope that guy brings you home the hardware. You want to get that W, bring home that championship. All right, Curtis Larkin, thank you for being on the stream. Again, hope whichever guy you pick there, hope they crush it. Hope that information helped you out some. And again, would look forward to having all you guys on future streams as well. All right, let's do this. I may not have my original notification anymore. I do not, but it is pinned up there on the top of your chat just to let you know that the live chat remains open throughout the show. It will be open for the rest of the way. We do have some other content. If you want to leave us a chat, drop us a chat. We're here to answer your questions the whole way through, and we will get to those as soon as we can, even though we have other content. But I do want to get into the rest of our content for the rest of the night. We just barely started on that earlier. So for those of you, this is the top matchups for the remaining, I shouldn't say remaining because all the games are remaining, for all the run of games for Week 16. Not necessarily a start-sit, but this is just a rundown of all the top matchups that are available among different players, kind of similar to what we've done in the past on our Saturday Stars show. I just decided to do it on a Wednesday night instead. So I'm going to leave off where I left off, and I want to say I'm not sure where that is, but I think that we left off. I think the last guy we talked about here was Tom Brady at the quarterback spot. These are the in case I'm not leaving off where I want to. Let me show you the other guys. Mitchell Trubisky, a great matchup, second most fantasy points to quarterbacks. I'm going to go through these a little quicker anyway because we've been on the stream for 4.5 hours. So we're going to wrap it up shortly after this. Any last-minute chats, get them to me. But after we do the content, we will wrap it up for the night. Baker Mayfield, another nice start, another nice matchup this week. Third most fantasy points to quarterbacks being allowed by the Jets. And then you've got Tom Brady for the Bucs playing at the Lions. The Lions allowing the fourth most fantasy points to the quarterback spots, 20-plus fantasy points to 7 different quarterbacks. Brady, 12 touchdowns in the last 5 games. Certainly a top matchup there. Jared Goff, I'm pretty sure this is where we left off. Up and down year for Jared Goff. Only 20-plus fantasy points in 2 of his last 9 games. Seattle, still a good matchup, allowing the 5th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot, although they have been tougher as of late. 20-plus fantasy points to 7 different quarterbacks, but none since Week 11. You think there's some potential there with Goff, but tough to say. Again, these are players just to keep an eye on. Perhaps you're looking for one of these guys in one of your leagues. We've talked a lot about Tua Tagovailoa tonight, playing at the Las Vegas Raiders. They are currently allowing the 10th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. Tua has averaged 23.87 fantasy points in the last 2 weeks. A nice matchup here, and if you're in need of streaming, certainly Tua worth a consideration there. All right, those are our quarterbacks, and we're going to speed through these pretty good. For those of you that have been on the stream for all 4.5 hours, we appreciate it. Or if you're watching on replay, by all means, feel free to leave us your comments below about any of these players, about what you think going forward for this weekend. All right, top matchups at the wide receiver spot. Again, this is not a start-sit list, meaning that I have not ranked these in the order of what I feel they're going to do. They are ranked in order of how good their matchup is based on the stats. And these are players that I do feel are potentially players that might have some decent value in Week 16. So at the wide receiver spot, we start with Mecole Hardman for the Kansas City Chiefs. They are playing versus the Atlanta Falcons. That's a home game. Atlanta Falcons allowing the 2nd most fantasy points to the wide receiver position. They have given up 15-plus fantasy points to 5 different receivers. And Mecole Hardman last week had a very nice game, 9 targets, had a touchdown, 10.7 fantasy points. That was against the Saints. So certainly Mecole Hardman is in there with a nice matchup for Week 16. Another guy we've talked about a whole lot tonight, and that's Emmanuel Sanders from the New Orleans Saints, playing versus the Minnesota Vikings, and the Vikings are currently allowing the 3rd most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. They have allowed 15-plus fantasy points to 12 different receivers this year and are allowing the 9th most passing yards in the league. Now, you would think with no Michael Thomas in that offense, Emmanuel Sanders has a potential to have a nice game this weekend. And he has averaged 12.7 fantasy points in his last 2 games. So a top matchup there for Emmanuel Sanders from the Saints. Another guy we've talked about with a top matchup this weekend is Chris Godwin from the Tampa Bay Bucs, playing at the Detroit Lions. And Detroit currently allowing the 4th most fantasy points to the wide receiver position. Godwin, 13-plus fantasy points in 4 of his last 5 games. And Detroit has given up 20-plus fantasy points to 6 different receivers in the last 5 games. So a great spot here. The Lions allowing the 6th most passing yards in the league. I think certainly there are other players who you could talk about here too, Mike Evans and Antonio Brown. Certainly this is a good spot for the entire receiver core there. I simply have picked Chris Godwin as someone to feature among these players this week. Next guy I'm on this list here, 2 guys from the Rams. It's Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp. Going to be the same stats on both sides. It's playing against Seattle. They're allowing the 5th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. We've talked about this a lot too. Seattle, something has changed on that defense. And the last time these 2 teams played, we didn't see the huge gains we expected really from either of them. Seattle has given up 15-plus fantasy points to 18 different receivers this season, but none of them in the last 5 games. So what has changed there for Seattle, and do you still trust these guys, Woods and Kupp? Is the matchup really as good as the number says that it is? Seattle, over the course of the season, is still allowing the most passing yards in the league. So this is kind of an interesting game to watch and some interesting decisions amongst these 2 players. Woods, 15-plus fantasy points in 4 of his last 5 games. And then when you look over to the Cooper Kupp side, he has actually been under 10 fantasy points 2 of his last 4 games. So kind of a lot of interesting stuff going on with this Seattle Rams matchup to kind of watch this weekend. And the next wide receiver we have here is Allen Robinson from the Chicago Bears. Another great matchup for Allen Robinson. He's just been really good this year. Jacksonville currently allowing the 6th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. They've given up 20-plus fantasy points to 9 different receivers in the last 10 games and also have given up 9 100-plus yard receivers in the last 10 games. This is a great spot for Allen Robinson. He has averaged just over 20 fantasy points over his last 4 games. I think it's very reasonable to think that Allen Robinson is going to have another big game this week. All right, let me jump over into the chat here. I do see a new chat question, so I'll go ahead and get to that next, and we will come back to the content afterwards. And this one is back from Curtis Larkin again, and you say, Robert Tonyan or TJ Hawkinson. All right, good one to look at here at the tight end spot. Tight ends are difficult all the time. These are 2 guys who have been very good for the entire year. So, I mean, you couldn't have asked a tougher question probably at this position for this week. I think at this point, TJ Hawkinson is a player who you've almost been able to trust as an auto start at this point. I don't think that I think Tonyan is ranked like the TE3 and Hawkinson might be the TE4 overall for the season. Don't quote me. I think those are the numbers that I saw last. But in terms of the matchup, so if we do Tonyan first, let's see, that is a Sunday night game. And that's home against Tennessee. So Tennessee, they are 13th in terms of fantasy points to the tight end spot. And then Hawkinson for Detroit against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay 10th. In terms of fantasy points to tight ends, this is what I think you got to look at here. Like Tonyan, yes, he's had good production, but in any given week, he has a Devontae Adams who could steal a lot of the work there. And when you look at what Tennessee has allowed to the wide receiver position, Tennessee is at 7th. So they certainly have a lot of production to wide receivers. A lot of times when you see these really good matchups for tight ends, I found that the matchup is better for the tight ends when it's worse for the receivers. Like, for instance, Chicago. You look at Chicago, and they are currently allowing the 2nd most fantasy points to the tight end position. When you flip this over to the wide receiver spot, Chicago is the 5th fewest fantasy points to wide receivers. So I think I said tight ends before. So yeah, 5th fewest to wide receivers and 2nd most to tight ends. And I usually feel like that has to do with if a team has a secondary that's that tough, it results in dump-off passes, and the tight end is a bailout type situation, and that's where you see those fantasy points. So therefore, if you're talking about a team that's not that tough to the wide receivers, there isn't as much need for that bailout type situation. So that makes, not that this is a bad matchup for Tonyan, but I think this is a tick down, actually. So if you look at the same thing on the other side, that the Detroit against Tampa Bay, let's see if that applies. And it's possible that what I'm saying won't apply here at all. But fantasy production to wide receivers, Tampa Bay, where do they fall? 11th. So, yeah, it's not as big of a discrepancy there. But even so, you're talking about Hawkinson in an offense without Kenny Golladay in a game where you could almost bet that Tampa Bay is winning that game for most of it, and Detroit is forced to throw the ball to try to play catch-up. In the Tennessee-Green Bay game, I don't think you can say that. I think it's an even matchup at best. And I think Tunyon's been quite good. But I think the consistency that TJ Hawkinson has shown throughout the course of the year, that might be enough to make me give him the edge in this spot. And again, I want to take a look at actually where they are for the entire year, because I'm curious now. I know that I saw this earlier. Hawkinson, yep, Robert Tonyan is TE3 for the season. Hawkinson is TE4. They're separated. And this is a half-point PPR screen. Hawkinson has more catches. So if you're playing in a full PPR, then Hawkinson is your 3. He slides ahead of him. Hawkinson, his production has been so consistent. If you look at his numbers, again, he had a down week last week. So as I say, consistent. He did have 0.8 last week in a half-point PPR. If it's full point, he had a whole 1.8 points. Again, that was against Tennessee. Again, worth noting, that was against Tennessee that Hawkinson had 0.8. So Tonyan, again, playing against Tennessee, is there something there? I don't know. But when you look at the previous games, if you throw that one out, Hawkinson, 10-plus fantasy points, even in a half-point screen, in 6 out of the previous 8. And yeah, there was a couple of stinkers there. But there probably is, if I look up Tonyan, there's probably a couple of stinkers on his too. You can't find a tight end that doesn't put up stinkers that's not named Kelsey or Kittle or Waller or used to be Mark Andrews. We haven't seen that this year. Tonyan hasn't had, he's had 4 out of his last 5 games over 10. And if you're playing PPR, the last one was also over 10. He's had 5 targets in all those games except for the last one. He's had a touchdown in every single game. Boy, talk about asking the tough questions. I don't know if I have a great answer to this one. Can you play them both? No, you don't want to play them both. Don't do that. I've tried to do that before. It doesn't work out well. Hawkinson's targets have been a little bit more. So Tonyan has been pretty much steady around 5. Hawkinson, for his last 6 games, his targets were 7, 8, 9, 11, and 4. This is probably a personal preference. My personal preference is probably to go with the guy that has seen more targets overall. The guy that doesn't have a huge name like Devontae Adams, who potentially gets all of the receiving work. Certainly Marvin Jones is there for Detroit. But again, you have to think that Detroit is not going to be winning that game against Tampa Bay. And even more, the reason for Hawkinson to see his volume, Tonyan will probably also get his based on what he's done recently. So if you're more comfortable, if you don't like the fact that Hawkinson got almost a 0 last week, then there's good enough reason not to go them. I probably, if it were me, and because I've liked Hawkinson all along, that probably wouldn't be enough to sway me away from him, but it might be enough to sway you away from him. And I don't think you're wrong to doing that. This is one of those situations where check out your opponents. And is there anybody on your side of things that you have a stack with? It doesn't look like it. But who are you playing? Are you playing against Aaron Rodgers? Probably not playing against Matthew Stafford, but certainly could be playing against Aaron Rodgers. And if that's the case, then Tonyan's your guy, because you want to make sure that if you get a chance at those points, you can get a piece of them and perhaps protect you against Rodgers beating you on his own. Me personally, I think this is as even of a coin flip as you can get. You have to obviously make that decision ahead of time because the Detroit game is on Saturday. Green Bay is the high-powered offense. Detroit has also done well. This is really close. I've been playing Tonyan in one of my leagues. In fact, I have Tonyan going in a championship game this weekend. So I don't think there's anything wrong with starting him. I don't think there's anything wrong with starting Hawkinson. You've seen probably a little bit more targets from Hawkinson, so the volume is a little bit more, but you have seen consistent touchdown production out of Robert Tonyan. So I will say, what a great answer I've given you on this one, right? I've said basically nothing to help you with this dilemma. If it were me, I don't know, man. This is a tough one. After a near 0, I probably, by the time, if I have to make that game time type fantasy decision, I probably pick Tonyan. Just because of the fact that, I don't know, if you're still on the stream, Curtis, tell me who you're leaning on this one. I'm curious as which way you're leaning or if you're split right down the middle. simply because of the fact that he just put up a 0. It's not that I don't think Hawkinson is any good, but just the fact that that just happened, I might feel really bad if I go with him anyway and he has another bad game. It's tough sometimes it's tough to play fantasy football looking backwards because you always want to kind of be looking forwards. But the matchups here, again, Tennessee 13th and Tampa Bay, where are they? 10th. There's not a big difference there in matchup. So you'd think that the potential is there for even for an even split between the two of them. I would probably say just because of that stinker, like if you made it through and Hawkins just put up that stinker, you'd probably end up landing on Tunyon here. But I don't feel bad about playing Hawkinson either. So I don't know. If you're forcing me to pick one, it would be a game time fantasy decision, and it might end up being Tunyon. But I'm curious to know where you're leaning and what you think, whichever way you end up going this one. Like I said, either way, I think there's potential there on both sides, and I do hope whichever guy you pick there, I hope they absolutely crush it. And Curtis Larkin, thank you again for being on the stream tonight. Another good run of late night fantasy football. So we appreciate all you guys for being on the stream with us. All right. Again, the chats are still open. You've got it pinned on the top of your chat there, letting you know that it's open throughout the entire show, even if we're talking about other content, which we do have some more content to go through. By all means, drop us a chat, ask us your question. That's what we're here for. We will jump back to that as soon as we see anything new come in. But in the meantime, we will continue to work through the rest of our information here. And let me see. I'll jump back to Curtis here. Hawkinson got 0.8 points, so he will do better. But who is quarterback? Tunyon is only good if he scores a touchdown. That's true. Stafford, I think all expectation is that he should be playing this week. So, yeah, again, Tunyon touchdown dependent, and Hawkinson has seen more targets. That's kind of what I was getting at. Like, for me, that might win the day for me. If the 0.8, scared you off from playing him this week, I certainly understand that. It might scare me off too. But over the course of the season, we have probably seen more target volume go towards Hawkinson's way. You would think that might make it a little bit safer in the long run. But yeah, it's just it's a tough one. But it does sound like you would lean probably a little bit more Hawkinson, which is probably the way I would lean also. It's just that 0.8 is the only thing that would kind of make me think, well, I don't know, should I go with Tunyon? And Tunyon's been pretty good too. So like I said, I think either one of these, it's very possible you could have a nice game. If Hawkinson had scored like 5 points last week, then I would be saying Hawkinson, absolutely. It's just that bad game that makes you a little bit more hesitant. But if you are like me, where you tend to look over the course of the entire season and his entire work that he's done throughout the year and take that more into account, then yes, Hawkinson, I think with the more targets that he has seen, I think it's very reasonable to not expect him to have that bad of a game. And perhaps even if he doesn't have a touchdown, he is still able to get you a nice 7-8 point day. And at the tight end spot, that's pretty good. And if he does have that touchdown and he gets you to 15 or 16, then even better. So yeah, I do think that both guys have the potential to have a nice game. This would probably be, like I said, a game time fantasy decision for me. But I do like Hawkinson a whole lot. If I did not have Hawkinson in any of my leagues this year, I certainly wanted him. If I had him, I probably would have been starting him every week without even thinking about it. I probably would have never even tried to stream anybody else based on matchup. I think to me, he is the number 4 tight end in fantasy football right now, between after Kelsey, Kittle, and Waller. And I think that's where he will be drafted next year. Perhaps Mark Andrews slides ahead of him, but I think his play makes it worthy. Now, that being said, if he's the 4th tight end off the board, I don't know that means 4th or 5th round, because I think next year, in terms of drafting tight ends, you're going to draft Kelsey and Kittle. After that, I think it's a big drop-off. I think Waller goes 4th or 5th round, and after that, I probably don't take anybody. I probably don't pass up somebody that I like at wide receiver or running back spot for quite some time after that. But I think Hawkinson is one of those guys where you get him in like the 8th round, and you're like, yes, like that's the guy I wanted, because he's going to be consistent. He's going to give it to me on a week in and week out basis, and that's all I need. I got my other players. I can just roll with him. So, yeah, that's kind of where, if it was me, that's where I would have been anyway. Like, if I was rolling with Hawkinson, I probably would never have even try to get Tunyon on my lineup between these two. But now that you have a decision, and you have a decision that potentially can win you a league. So, put the proper thought into it. And I think you already have done that. If you like that floor and you're more concerned with the Tunyon touchdown being touchdown dependent, then, yeah, Hawkinson Again, I hope that he doesn't. I'm going to feel bad if he scores, has another bad game, and we spent the whole night talking him up. So I do hope that he comes through. But either guy that you pick here, I hope they come through for you and get you that league championship. So thank you again, Curtis. Appreciate you being on. And again, glad to be able to talk fantasy football with you guys throughout the course of the show. All right, I'm going to jump back into the rest of the content here. We left off with the wide receivers, a couple of more guys to talk about in terms of top matchups at the wide receiver spot. Again, this is not a start sit. These are top matchups for the weekend, not necessarily ranked in the order that I feel they're going to perform, but more in the order of the actual matchups based on the stats. Next guy here is Jarvis Landry for the Cleveland Browns. Really nice matchup for the Browns. He's not the only guy that I have here tonight, playing against the Jets, currently allowing the 9th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. The Jets have allowed 16 plus fantasy points to 14 different receivers this year, and they're allowing the 3rd most passing yards in the league. Landry, over his last 4 games, has averaged 19.9 fantasy points, so he certainly has been putting up some nice stats as of late. There's another guy in the Cleveland wide receiver room here that I would like to mention, and that is Rashard Higgins. And this is a guy that is a potentially waiver wire streamer this week if you need him, which there are some who do, and which I might be right in that boat with you guys. So I'm certainly considering it. I don't want to hope none of my opponents are watching the stream to find out that I'm thinking about picking him up for this weekend's games. But nonetheless, let's see. Higgins has had 65 or more yards in 4 of the last 5 games. Again, the stats are the same. I think this is a great matchup and a good spot. The Jets have been very vulnerable through the air. You're hesitant a little bit because Cleveland has been so good on the ground, but New York has seemed to be a little bit tougher against the rush as of recent. That being said, the Browns are not like a lot of teams. They are really good running the football. So I definitely think that there could be potentially less passing volume than there might have been in recent games if Cleveland is able to run it successfully and gets out to a lead. Nonetheless, Higgins and Landry, 2 top matchups at the quarterback spot. All right, let's move on over to the running back spot, and we'll take a look at top matchups for Week 16, starting out with Leonard Fournette. Now, this is a fantastic matchup for Fournette. Ronald Jones not expected to play again this weekend. Fournette for the Bucs playing the Lions, and Detroit is allowing the most fantasy points to the running back spot. You would expect Fournette to get the bulk load, if not all of the work. And Detroit has given up 15 plus fantasy points 12 times in the last 11 games. Just 12 times in 11 games. That means more than once in one of those games, by the way. Again, 7 times they've given up 20 plus fantasy points in the last 9 games, and they're giving up the 4th most rushing yards in the league. This is a fantastic spot. Fournette last week, 49 yards, 2 touchdowns, also added 16 receiving yards on 3 catches. That was 21.5 fantasy points. Look for Leonard Fournette as another top matchup for Week 16. All right, the next guy here, we've talked about him some over the course of this night already. It is Giovanni Bernard for the Cincinnati Bengals. And the Bengals are playing at Houston. The Texans allowing the 2nd most fantasy points to the running back spot. Now, we've seen Bernard kind of up and down, but he did have a nice game against Pittsburgh in Week 15. And Houston has allowed 15 plus fantasy points to 13 different backs this year and giving up the 2nd most rushing yards in the league. Again, last week we mentioned Bernard, 83 yards and a touchdown, also adding 14 receiving yards with a touchdown through the air as well, 22.7 fantasy points. You expect him to get all the work. This is a good spot for Gio Bernard. We'll see what he does with it, but certainly the potential is there with another top matchup here in Week 16. And talk about top matchups and a player who's been playing great. That's David Montgomery from the Chicago Bears. What a end of the season this guy has had. This player is moving up your draft board for 2021 like you wouldn't believe at this point. A lot of players probably weren't trusting him that much partway through the season, but a string of great matchups and things have turned around for David Montgomery. This week, playing the Jacksonville Jaguars, they are allowing the 4th most fantasy points to the running back spot. They have given up 20 plus fantasy points to 6 different backs this year and are allowing the 3rd most rushing yards in the league. Montgomery, over his last 4 games, has averaged 108.5 rushing yards. Just phenomenal over the last 4 games, and certainly another top matchup for Montgomery here in Week 16. All right, and another guy we've talked about a lot here tonight, and that is Miles Sanders for the Philadelphia Eagles. This is another great spot here for Miles Sanders, playing at the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys allowing the 6th most fantasy points to the running back spot. And they have given up 18 plus fantasy points to 6 different backs this year and have allowed 5 players 100 plus rushing yards in the last 9 games. and they are allowing the most rushing yards currently in the league. So they've actually overtaken Houston. Houston, I believe, was allowing the most for quite a few weeks in a row, and they have actually overtaken them. I don't know if that's a award you're really looking to get, but nonetheless, that is the situation. Sanders, last 2 games, has averaged 89.5 yards on the ground, and look for another great spot here. The Eagles in this game, you would expect the game script to be there as well. This is definitely another top matchup here for rookie Miles Sanders. Not a rookie, but for Miles Sanders. You know who I'm talking about. Next guy up on the list here is J.D. McKissic for the Washington football team. Now, I will say this. When I was building these graphics, I was doing this kind of in the consideration that Antonio Gibson does not play. I think it does change things if Antonio Gibson does play. I know there are a lot of people who hope that he does, and certainly if you've gotten this far, you would love to have a run with Gibson for your championship game, so that would be great to have him back. But if he's not, and nonetheless, J.D. McKissic, they're playing the Carolina Panthers this week. The Panthers allowing the 8th most fantasy points to the running back spot, and they have given up 20-plus fantasy points to 7 different backs this year, and of course gave up 145 yards just last week to Aaron Jones, currently allowing the 15th most rushing yards in the league. McKissic, it was 51 yards rushing in addition to 10 targets, 9 catches, and that was 25.7 total fantasy points last week against Seattle. Not hard to say what's going to happen with the targets if he sees that same sort of workload, but the fact that they have been using him more in the rushing game certainly helps you feel better about McKissic as a player, because you know that his wheelhouse is catching passes out of the backfield. So the fact that he's getting more work than just that does help you feel more comfortable with him as a potential starter this week. So J.D. McKissic, another top matchup here for Week 16. All right, and then taking a look at the tight end spot, we got a couple of more players to go through here. And the first guy on this list is Austin Hooper from the Cleveland Browns. And again, another top matchup here. Hard to say what he's going to do with it. But again, playing the Jets, they're allowing the most fantasy points to the tight end spot this season. And they have allowed 10-plus fantasy points to 10 different tight ends this year. So certainly the potential is there for Hooper. Last week for Austin, 6 targets, 5 catches and a touchdown. That was 15-1 fantasy points against the Giants. Certainly another top matchup and a great spot here. We'll see if Austin Hooper can get the job done again in Week 16. And then another guy sounds familiar. It's the Hawk, T.J. Hawkinson. We just talked about him playing for the Lions against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay currently allowing the 10th most fantasy points to the tight end spot. They have given up 12-plus fantasy points to 7 different tight ends this year. And Hawkinson, with the exception of a rough game last week, has been very good the entire season, and he has had 10-plus fantasy points in 4 of his last 5 games. I certainly don't expect him to have another rough game like he did. Of course, it's fantasy football. Anything is possible, but this guy has been really solid the entire week, and he's got another great matchup in Week 16, and that's T.J. Hawkinson. All right, that is our run of all of our players here on a Wednesday night / Thursday morning of TFF Live. We've given you all our top matchups. We had a great night of chat, almost 5 hours on this show. That might be a record for all of our live streams. Got a lot of great questions from you guys. We know that you're all making that run at that fantasy football championship, and we want you to get that job done. So absolutely, we hope a lot of the information we gave you tonight helps. We hope all the players we talked about win you those matchups for you. We wouldn't want to see any bad games. We want to see all good games out of everybody that we talked about and everybody that you decide to go with this weekend. Go out and get that W, get that league championship. This is what you play for. Can't wait to watch these games with you guys. In the meantime, we will let you know the TFF Live Sunday pregame show. That is our main show. Very similar to this one, where we answer all your fantasy football questions all show long, and that is Sunday at 12 noon Eastern time. We take you right up until game time with any last-minute lineup thoughts. Also, we make sure and get you all the other information that you need to get ready for your big day of football. Of course, this week we got a lot of games that have already been played by that point on Sunday, so even more reason to get this show going tonight to be able to answer some of those questions that you might have already seen those players play before those Sunday games happen. But again, for those of you that are either new to the stream or perhaps watching on replay, by all means, come on and join us on our shows. We'd love to have you. We'd love to talk fantasy football with you guys. And again, here's more of our information. We are the Fantasy Follow. We are a brand new channel on YouTube this season. We thank those of you who have been with us right along the way, especially those of you who have been able to subscribe already, helping us get closer and closer to that goal of 100 new subscribers. And we appreciate all of you that are with us, all of our regulars and who have joined us on our live stream. If you are new to the stream or if you are watching on replay and you like what you've seen here, by all means, make sure and hit that subscribe button. As a new channel, we don't necessarily come up quite as high on the searches, so it might make you work a little bit hard to find us. So if you're able to get those notifications, then you'll get the word whenever we have any new content, new videos, all that good stuff. So we definitely want to make sure that you're able to get that information. We are also on Twitter, and that is at the Fantasy Follow, and that is fantasy spelled FNTSY. And you can send us your fantasy football question on Twitter using the hashtag AskTFFLive, and we will answer those questions live on our Sunday pregame show. Facebook / The Fantasy Follow, and our website, thefantasyfollow.com. All right, it has been an awesome night of talking fantasy football with you guys. We're going to wrap the show up. Again, looking forward to a lot of great games. We know this is that time of the year where you're making that push, win that very last matchup, and get you that championship. So we want all you guys to be able to do that, have some great fun along the way while you're doing so. We appreciate you all being with us. Go out and get those W's this weekend. As we always say, good luck in fantasy. We'll see you next time.